Fiery flames erupted from his palm. In just a few seconds, a wall of flames, measuring dozens of meters in length and width, formed before them. The massive amount of fungal spores that were shooting towards them were instantly incinerated beneath this wall of flames. Even the strange tree facing the wall trembled under the intense heat of the fire. I've played with you long enough. Now it's my turn to play. Jiang Chen stood in the void, surrounded by blazing golden flames. Even his eyes emitted a fierce glow of fire. At that moment, he resembled a deity of flames, mastering all that burns. As he spoke, he closed his outstretched hand. At that instant, the wall of flames transformed into a giant net of fire, covering the strange tree. Feeling the scorching heat that came from its natural enemy, arising from the elemental affinity, the strange tree frantically summoned its roots, trying to block the flames sweeping towards it. However, the moment its roots came into contact with the flames, the fire acted like a malignant growth, burning along the roots. Boom! The fiery net enveloped the strange tree. Hiss! In that moment, everyone seemed to hear the wretched scream of the strange tree. The raging flames continued to burn. The strange tree struggled in the fire, and even the fungi on its trunk seemed to be wailing. Finally, when the flames were finally extinguished, the strange tree had been burned to a charred state. Many branches still retained embers. The green leaves atop had turned yellow and withered, and most of the fungi on the trunk had turned to charcoal. At this moment, even the rotting corpses and zombies were unsteady on their feet, as if their strength had been completely burned away by the fire. However, Jiang Chen did not deliver the finishing blow. He watched the strange tree, observing its wails as if it were praying for something. Buzz! Suddenly, at this moment, from the direction of the Arc Pyramid, a brilliant golden light shot into the sky. This light even pierced through the boundaries of the original forest, allowing the entire ancient Fong city to see it clearly. Ancient Fong city shelter. Under what seemed like an endless tide of corpses attacking, the 4 battle lines of ancient Fong city, except for the southern front, were all on the brink of collapse. The southern front was stabilized only because of the powerful, extraordinary being, Jiang Chen, holding the line. Possessing S-class abilities, he exhibited immense suppressive power. Yet even so, he was nearing his limits. His extraordinary energy was finite, yet the tide of corpses seemed infinite. He had lost count of how many zombies he had killed. 100? 1,000? Or even 10,000? It was useless. The corpses continued to surge forward like a tide. Alone, he could not hold them back. The army formed by ordinary people had already exhausted all their shells and even bullets. Even a few tanks had become mere bulldozers, crashing through the hordes of corpses, and after exhausting their last breath, they were completely submerged by the tide of bodies. As the saying goes, when it rains, it pours. Just after Jiang Chen killed a few zombies rushing at him, a heavy sound of footsteps approached from the front. Hearing that sound, Jiang Chen's expression changed. Behind him, the ordinary soldiers looked at the gigantic figures approaching them. Their expressions turned pale, filled with terror. Rotting corpses. Not only the southern front, but also the other 3 fronts were encountering rotting corpses. The distress signals had already destroyed the only phone in the command center. At this moment, where could Yuan Xiang find forces to reinforce them? After all, even Jiang Chen had personally gone to fight the zombies. Yuan Xiang slumped in his chair, feeling overwhelmed. Although he knew that rotting corpses would appear, when they actually did, he found himself nearly helpless. However, he had not given up. He knew that the ancient Fong City shelter needed to hold on. Buzz! Suddenly, at this moment, a violent golden light shot up from the center of ancient Fong City. Even Yuan Xiang, sitting in the command center, could see clearly. What? Yuan Xiang hurriedly moved closer to look at the golden light. His eyes revealed a look of astonishment, but soon this surprise turned into contemplation. At this moment, outside, Jiang Chen and the others also saw the intense golden light. Not only them, even the tireless tide of corpses that were madly attacking them paused momentarily. "What is this golden light?" An extraordinary being rubbed their eyes, exclaiming. The others shook their heads, their faces filled with confusion. Only Zhao Hongfei, the leader of the ancient Fang city shelter, looked at the distant golden light with astonishment in his eyes. There was no mistaking that direction, and this golden light couldn't be mistaken either. Could it be that Jiang Chen had awakened that godlike existence? Chapter 98. The corrupted beasts made me serious. But soon, everyone in the shelter of Gufang City was no longer concerned about the golden light. Because in just this brief moment, the tide of corpses surged toward them once again. The sounds of gunfire and the howls of zombies erupted once more. But the situation was now far more difficult than before. Under the leadership of the corrupted beasts, the bullets that could still inflict some damage on the zombies had become almost completely useless. It was as if human toothpicks were ineffective against ferocious beasts. Some ordinary soldiers even found the barrels of their machine guns melting from overheating. Yet, after hundreds of bullets struck the corrupted beasts, there was not even a hint of effect. "It's over, it's over." At this moment, countless people thought of these few words in their hearts. They watched as the corrupted beasts charged across the battlefield like bulldozers, even as some extraordinary beings, after exhausting all their powers, were caught and swallowed whole like chicks. This scene was undoubtedly a severe psychological shock to all the ordinary troops on the battlefield. Some soldiers even began to look dazed, murmuring in disbelief that it was impossible to hold this position. A sense of despair began to spread across the four defensive lines in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Even those extraordinary beings became flustered, panicked, and fearful. They started to think about retreating, unwilling to face these zombies, these terrifying corrupted beasts. As they watched the defense of the Gufang city shelter about to completely collapse, suddenly, in the sky, whoosh, a massive rumbling sound erupted. More than 10 dive bombers flew low over the defense line of Gufang City. Accompanying them was a piercing sound like thunder. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, in the eyes of the soldiers and extraordinary beings in the Gufang City shelter, who were already in despair, violent explosions ignited like raging flames of karma. The battlefield ahead burst forth with an overwhelming fire. Crimson flames swept in all directions. Any zombie caught in the fiery storm, whether ordinary or corrupted, was burned by the scorching flames. Watching this scene, everyone in the Gufang City shelter was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. Could it be air support? Many even rubbed their eyes in disbelief as they watched the bombers dive down once again to bombard the tide of corpses. They looked at the emblem of the red-eyed dragon on the aircraft, which represented the capital of Shanjing. They weren't mistaken. They definitely weren't mistaken. These bombers were from the Air Force of Shanjing. The Air Force of Shanjing was actually helping them. Moreover, it wasn't just bombing. As the bombers returned, several transport planes flew over their heads, dropping large boxes onto their positions. Seeing these boxes, everyone quickly ran away, fearing that they contained some sinister items. However, Yuan Zhang, after calming everyone down, quickly ran to the several boxes that were 3 to 4 meters high. After glancing at the crowd, he took a deep breath and proceeded to open one. Looking at the contents inside, Yuan Zhang couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Shells! Shells! All of them are shells and ammunition. My God, so many! Yuan Jiange shouted loudly. Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment, but soon, as Yuan Zhang entered the box and began to pull out box after box of shells, everyone's eyes revealed expressions of shock. What? Not only was Shanjing bombing the zombies, but they were also providing them with ammunition? Was the arrangement this well planned? It felt like there was a catch. We can't care about that now. Everyone quickly moved these shells to the artillery positions. Also, Take out all these military supplies, grenades, and bombs. Support the frontline troops. Hurry! Yuan Jiang decisively commanded. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. They indeed couldn't worry about much anymore. The urgent task now was to hold off the tide of corpses. Soon, with the distribution of a large number of ammunition, the already precarious defense of the Gufang city shelter was once again stabilized. The roar of shells resounded on the battlefield. Moreover, the shells provided by Shanjing were specially developed high-explosive munitions. Each shot had an incredible destructive power. Even the corrupted beasts could hardly withstand a few shots. Shanjing, what on earth are they trying to do? With the defense stabilized, Jiang Chen no longer needed a fight on the front lines. He stood outside the command room, gazing at the tide of corpses surging like a wave, which had been held back by their fierce firepower, muttering to himself. He knew very well that Shanjing's actions were definitely not out of genuine desire to help them. This point was clear to him, and most of the other extraordinary beings were also aware of it. After all, these zombies were brought here by Shanjing. Now, just when Shanjing saw that they could not hold on any longer, they chose to support them. Aren't they trying to let the tide of corpses swallow them? Who cares about that? As long as we can hold out, isn't that good enough? Yuan Xiang relaxed at this moment. The resources from Shanjing greatly alleviated the pressure on the various defensive lines. For a short time, he likely wouldn't hear any urgent pleas for help. Yeah, that's true. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement with Yuan Xiang's words. At this moment, on the other side, in the Forest of Beginnings, the golden light that had shot out from the Arc Pyramid had vanished. But at this moment, in front of Jiang Chen and the others, the monster tree that had been burned to the brink of death by Jiang Chen was once again revitalized under the illumination of that golden light. The withered yellow leaves turned vibrant green, and the fungi covering its trunk began to regrow. Its roots, which sprawled across the ground, became even thicker. At this moment, the powerful force emanating from the tree made even Zhao Long, a second-level extraordinary being, tremble slightly. This feeling third level. This monster tree had definitely reached the third level. Even Jiang Chen looked at the monster tree with some surprise. But soon, a subtle glint passed through his eyes. At his fingertips, a concentration of rich life energy in green light quietly flickered. No one noticed that at this moment, Tang Wan's hollow gaze also lit up with a faint glow, identical to the one at Jiang Chen's fingertips. Although the light was very faint, it was enough. Bang! Bang! After regaining its vitality, the monster tree became even stronger and thicker than before. It swung its roots and struck the ground. The powerful force seemed to make the earth emit a dull, mournful howl. Moreover, the previously defeated corruptors had now awakened once again. They roared as they charged towards Zhao Long and the others. Zhao Long and his companions braced themselves to confront them once more. However, after a brief exchange, Zhao Long and the others' expressions grew significantly more serious. They had previously been able to suppress these corruptors, but now, even with all their strength, they could only manage to hold their ground. Clearly, the strength of these corruptors had increased alongside that strange tree. They could no longer afford to be careless. At this moment, as Zhao Long and his companions were embroiled in a bitter battle, the strange tree turned its attention towards Jiang Chen. Without any prelude, its thick roots suddenly lashed out at Jiang Chen. It was as if it wanted to vent its anger from the burning pain Jiang Chen had inflicted moments before. The whip-like root hadn't even reached him, yet the sound of it slicing through the air was already deafening. However, just as the root was about to strike Jiang Chen, it suddenly stopped 10 meters away from him. Despite the strange tree's frantic efforts, it couldn't breach that 10-meter range. It was as if there was an invisible force repelling it. Whoosh! Seeing the root blocked, the strange tree showed no signs of stopping. Several more roots surged towards Jiang Chen. Yet, just like the previous root, these two were halted outside of Jiang Chen's vicinity. Even the roots that were eerily hovering in the air couldn't be retracted. It was as if those roots were connected to mountains, and the strange tree simply couldn't pull them back. The strange tree's trunk trembled, as if in a fit of impotent rage. Yet, Jiang Chen didn't even change his expression at the sight. Snap! Suddenly, Jiang Chen snapped his fingers. In the next instant, several thick vines erupted violently from the ground beside the strange tree. Seeing this sudden turn of events, even the strange tree seemed momentarily stunned, failing to defend itself in time as the vines stabbed deep into its trunk. White sap began to flow out from the wound created by the vines. Hiss! The strange tree let out a massive tremor. Even the leaves on its crown shook and fell in large quantities. At that moment, its roots finally reacted, quickly wrapping around the vines and pulling them out from its trunk. Once the vines were removed, the sap flowed even faster. Meanwhile, those fungi continuously exhaled, coating the vines with their spores while absorbing the surrounding power to help the strange tree heal. Do you think this is the end? Jiang Chen looked at this scene with a slight smile. In the next moment, a crimson flame ignited in his eyes once again. The fire spread across the vines he had summoned, instantly engulfing the dried vines that had been consumed by the fungal spores. The flames also ignited its roots. Hiss! The sudden fire that erupted from the vines made the strange tree scream even louder. It howled in pain, constantly rubbing its burning roots against the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with extraordinary light. At that moment, from the back of the arc pyramid, a golden light shot out again, quickly enveloping the strange tree. Jiang Chen, whose eyes shone with brilliant, extraordinary light, turned his gaze towards the arc pyramid, his expression calm. Since you want to save it so badly, I wonder how you plan to save yourself. As his voice fell, several massive stones that had erupted from the ground along with the strange tree were lifted into the air. In the next second, like an electromagnetic cannon, several giant stones sped through the air, even sparking flames as they cut through the wind, hurtling towards the arc pyramid behind. However, that golden light quickly retracted from the strange tree and formed a golden shield in front of the arc pyramid. It blocked all of Jiang Chen's attacks. Furthermore, that golden light reversed course, shooting directly towards Jiang Chen. Seeing this, a cold expression appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. A massive wall made of vines instantly materialized in front of him. But, zzz, the golden light almost instantly pierced through Jiang Chen's vine wall. Then it struck his chest. Young master. Seeing this scene, Zhao Long and the others were alarmed. But Jiang Chen merely glanced at the bloodstain on his chest and spoke in a calm voice. Focus on your own tasks. He was injured? Was this what pain felt like? He. Jiang Chen lowered his head, a strange smile slowly appearing on his lips. At that moment, the rich green light of vitality began to flicker at his chest, causing Tang Wan, who was still in shock at a distance, to breathe even more rapidly. Simultaneously, around Jiang Chen, horrifying scenes began to unfold. The void around him began to ripple with strange waves. In the next moment, the flames of red that extinguish evil roared into existence, protecting him. The profound power of the Shadow Realm burst forth like auroras, standing by his side. A sacred, almost chant-like voice echoed around, as if praising his supreme existence. At this moment, Jiang Chen himself gradually transformed into an unfathomable form, an embodiment of the virtual and the real. He had become a manifestation of the virtual and the real, like a specter, formless yet holding the secrets of this world. Boom! Boom! The powerful forces emanated from him, and he grasped them. At this moment, the earth trembled. The hearts of Zhao Long and the others raced wildly. The strange tree emitted a mournful wailing sound, as if it were crawling in despair. Aside from the corruptors, all other undead instantly turned to ash. Even the arc pyramid in the back trembled, as if it had seen some unbelievable existence. Jiang Chen stood in the void. He was surrounded by a phantom, enveloped by flames, with chants echoing all around. At that moment, he resembled a true deity. He looked down at the arc pyramid below, a smile that could only be described as beautiful yet contemptuous gracing his lips. Congratulations, your desire has made me take you seriously. Chapter 99. The god appeared and the god was squashed. At this moment, the arc pyramid fell silent, and even the golden light began to slowly dissipate. But the next second, it seemed to awaken. The golden radiance surrounding the arc pyramid became even more brilliant and dense. In fact, the golden light shot towards Jiang Chen like an arrow once again. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's pupils were indifferent, without the slightest ripple. He made no move to dodge, allowing the golden light arrow to pierce through his body. Yet, there was no reaction whatsoever. It was as if Jiang Chen did not exist. His body seemed to be illusory. The golden light arrow penetrated him, but nothing unusual occurred. The arc pyramid did not give up. It once again condensed several golden arrows and shot them at Jiang Chen. But still, it was ineffective. Jiang Chen was now in a realm between the virtual and the real. Anything that could harm him would not approach him. At that moment, the roots of a strange tree below suddenly surged towards Jiang Chen, attempting to strangle him. However, it also had no effect. Jiang Chen turned his gaze sideways. His indifference, like that of a god or emperor, made the leaves of a strange tree tremble and rustle. Clang! A sudden crisp sound rang out. Before the strange tree could react, one of its thick branches was cut off in the blink of an eye, as easily as slicing vegetables. The strange tree let out a wail. It was in pain and finally regained its senses, only to see Tang Wan wielding a long sword, looking at it with indifference. However, at this moment, Tang Wan was completely different from her earlier self. Although her eyes shone with light and spirit, it was not the brilliance and consciousness that belonged to her. Her pupils, which resembled jade, reflected an indifferent gaze that was somewhat similar to Jiang Chen's. The branches and leaves of the strange tree shook incessantly. The fungal spores on it flickered continuously. They cried out, wondering why this human, who had clearly been completely parasitized by their spores, would suddenly launch an attack against them. But Tang Wan did not give it time to think. Holding the long sword, she leaped towards a strange tree. The S-class ability of Phantom Charm had fully blossomed within her, coupled with Jiang Chen's blessing. At this moment, she was surprisingly on par with the strange tree in combat. Every root defense and every root attack from the strange tree was severed by her. Even the fungi on its trunk were crazily calling for the fungal spores within Tang Wan's body, urging them to drain this woman dry. But such calls fell on deaf ears. They began to spray fungal spores towards Tang Wan again. But at this moment, although she was only in a preliminary state between the illusory and the real, she was not something these fungi could infect. With Jiang Chen's blessing, at this moment, in a certain sense, Tang Wan was like a shrunken version of Jiang Chen. The strange tree was held back by Tang Wan. Jiang Chen then redirected his attention back to the arc pyramid. At this moment, the arc pyramid seemed to sense something was wrong. It began to move, but in the next second, an unparalleled pressure suddenly descended upon the entire arc pyramid. At that instant, the arc pyramid was even pressed several feet into the ground. Want to leave? Did you ask me first? Jiang Chen said lightly. Boss! The golden light on the arc pyramid flickered brilliantly. Jiang Chen's gaze of indifference made the entities within it feel enraged. The dazzling golden light surrounded the arc pyramid, making it appear as radiant as the sun. Moreover, within this sun, something seemed to be trying to emerge. At this moment, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! Ultimate life form detected. System is parsing. Ding! Parsing complete. Machina, God race creation, ultimate life, form, / omniscient God, / wonder of the dark universe. Intelligent angel. Intelligent angel? Upon hearing this series of titles, even Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Ding! Host need not worry. Although the trials of the new era are cruel, they also contain the fundamental principles of the dark universe. In the current stage of Blue Star, absolutely no overly transcendent beings will appear. Even the intelligent angel is no exception. She is currently in an absolute balance zone due to the trial of calamities and cannot exert her own power. The voice of the system sounded again. Only then did Jiang Chen feel relieved. And at this moment, right in front of Jiang Chen, beneath the radiant and even holy golden light, a figure, so beautiful it seemed not of this world, slowly emerged. She was holy, divine, untainted, and flawless, just like her existence. As an angel, as a god, she was a miracle that could not be replicated. Her silhouette was stunning. Her sacred expression was indifferent and divine, and she gazed at Jiang Chen. In her sacred golden pupils, 2 silver crosses appeared. The 8 pairs of wings resembling sacred light behind her confirmed her supreme status. As they gently flapped, divine light, like starlight, scattered around. At this moment, not only within the forest, but throughout the entire ancient Fong city, everyone's gaze seemed to be drawn as if they felt something. They did not know what it was. They only saw that in that direction, the golden radiance at this moment appeared even more dazzling than the sun. A devout desire to bow and kneel towards that direction rose involuntarily from their hearts. This feeling left them confused, making them feel a loss, just as they were about to instinctively bend down to kneel. Suddenly, a vast shadow power forcefully sliced through the half of the sky, occupied by the golden light. It was as if the strong force had torn apart the sacred golden radiance. And this brought everyone in Gufeng City back to their senses. They looked in shock at that direction. Over there, what is happening? An extraordinary being exclaimed in astonishment. What on earth has occurred at the center of Gufeng City? First, a golden light shot up to the sky, and now this sudden appearance of a ghostly light. My goodness, what kind of existence is over there? This scene even slowed down the onslaught of the zombies. They stared at that direction, sensing a foreboding that something extremely terrifying, something they could hardly believe, was about to erupt. At this moment, in the primeval forest, Zhao Long and others watched the scene in the sky. They looked at the sky divided into halves by the power of shadows and golden radiance. At this moment, they felt as if their understanding of the world was about to be overturned. What was that being with 8 pairs of wings? An angel? A god? Moreover, at this very moment, their young master was actually confronting this being. Even the extraordinary phenomena he displayed were not inferior to the other. Even the researchers from the Evolution Research Institute looked completely bewildered. As researchers, they firmly believed that this world was based on materiality, evolving with the apocalypse and the emergence of extraordinary beings. Their belief was beginning to waver. At this moment, looking at the young master, who resembled a demon lord, and the unknown entity that looked like an angel, they were lost. Could this be explained by science? Meanwhile, in the sky, the angel looked at Jiang Chen, her stunningly beautiful face showing endless indifference. She resembled a merciless god. No, she seemed to be a god. You have come here seeking the footprints of gods. Having seen the divine, why do you not kneel? She spoke to Jiang Chen with no hint of emotion, her voice echoing with a majestic authority that resonated in Jiang Chen's and Zhao Long's ears. Under her voice, Zhao Long and others felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping them. It forced them to kneel. Bang! In the next moment, a snapping sound reverberated. Instantly, the pressure emanating from the angel's words dissipated into thin air. God! Jiang Chen looked at her and smiled faintly. Seeing Jiang Chen's reaction, The coldness in the angel's eyes intensified, and the golden radiance around her coalesced. Finally, it transformed into several golden divine swords, hovering around her. Those who face the divine, but do not show reverence, shall suffer divine punishment. Human, I give you another chance. Kneel, serve me as your master, and I shall forgive your sins of irreverence. Yet, Jiang Chen seemed to have heard a joke. The smile on his face grew wider. He then looked at the angel, his eyes revealing a hint of a smile. If you kneel to me now, I will allow you to stand by my side from now on and enjoy the honor of serving me. Clang! The moment Jiang Chen finished speaking, the golden divine swords hovering around the angel shot towards him. The swords radiated divine wrath, as if they wanted to annihilate anyone who disrespected the gods. Is that how easily you get angry? Seeing this, Jiang Chen clenched his fingers. The ghostly purple shadow power surrounding him instantly transformed into several pitch-black chains. They shot towards the divine, swords that were stabbing at him. Clang, clang, clang! The moment the chains made contact with the divine swords, even though they were extraordinary objects, they produced a sound of collision as if they were real. The golden divine swords aimed to sever these rebellious and irreverent chains. However, the chains bound them. It was as if a giant python was coiling around them, squeezing them to pieces. God! Jiang Chen looked at the angel, seemingly curiously asking. The angel's expression remained unchanged, as if everything was still under her control. Human, I admit, you are currently very strong, but as a god, I know there are too many beings stronger than you. The existence of gods is supreme, while your existence is merely mundane. I am a god, the omniscient god. I have already seen through your existence. Now, I will forgive your sins of irreverence once again. Come, submit to me, and I shall grant you eternal power, eternal life, and eternal knowledge. The angel looked at him. Her tone had become less cold than before. This human was different from other humans. She wanted to make him her follower, her servant. She believed no one would refuse an invitation from a god, especially since she offered such great gifts. Eternal life, eternal power, eternal knowledge. These were gifts that no human could refuse. If she were facing other humans, she could indeed succeed. But unfortunately, she was facing Jiang Chen, the only fated great villain of this world. A smirk crept onto his lips as he let out a laugh of irreverence, one hand brushing his face, subtly obscuring the incredibly extraordinary power radiating from his pupils. Submit to you? Do you think you are worthy? The moment his voice fell, an unparalleled pressure erupted from Jiang Chen's gaze. At that moment, even the aloof angel across from him changed her expression drastically. You, boom! Before she could finish her sentence, her sacred body was crushed under an overwhelming gravitational force exceeding 1,000 times. In the astonished gaze of Zhao Long and others, she exploded into a cloud of ethereal golden radiance. The god was defeated? Chapter 100. Lord Divine, can you be my dog? A god defeated? But did she really lose? Looking at the shimmering figure that once again coalesced in the void, revealing its brilliance. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent. A god cannot be killed, at least not by the current version of him. Soon, the figure of the archangel reappeared before Jiang Chen. But this time it was different. Her face no longer held the previous divine purity. Instead, it was replaced by divine rage. She had just been killed by a humble human. That's right, killed. But how powerful is a god? How far above the essence of life? Moreover, she was an ultimate life form. In the current dark universe, there might be beings that could defeat her, but there were absolutely none that could completely kill her. Even so, she would still die, but the only difference is that she would not die completely. Yet, despite this, everything that had just occurred was still a desecration to her. She had died once, and it was at the hands of a humble human. Human, you have completely enraged me. She looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with overwhelming divine might. That power even caused ripples in the void. However, Jiang Chen merely gazed at her indifferently. Then his fingers clasped together once more. The next second, the archangel's figure exploded into a burst of golden particles of light. Soon, those particles of light began to coalesce again, resurrecting. This cycle continued, and Jiang Chen had already lost count of how many times he had killed her. Even his extraordinary power was nearing exhaustion. But Jiang Chen continued to repeat the act of killing the archangel. Until, beep, detected that the archangel's power has reached a critical point. It has reached the range for system capture. Would you like to capture it immediately? A hint of a smile finally appeared on Jiang Chen's cold expression. At that moment, the archangel, who had just been crushed by him, reappeared. However, her breathing had become a bit more rapid. But compared to Jiang Chen, she had plenty of time to wear him down. The power of a god is limitless, and so is life. Jiang Chen was merely a somewhat special mortal. In the end, both life and power are finite. So even though she had been killed by Jiang Chen countless times, she felt only anger in her heart, without any real concern. The resurrected archangel looked at Jiang Chen again. The chill in her eyes was piercing. You can try as many times as you wish. As a god, I am immortal and unyielding. My divine power has surpassed the source of a fountain and reached the heights of the heavens. My existence and yours are realms you cannot comprehend. Ignorant mortal, I once gave you a chance, but your response to the gifts of a god was desecration. Now, you shall no longer be forgiven. I will tear your soul from your body. Your soul will be eternally scorched by the flames of judgment. Your body will eternally atone for your actions. The archangel's voice echoed around, resounding with grandeur, enough to instill fear and shock in any living being. But as the person being addressed, Jiang Chen looked at the archangel, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Are you done talking? Ignorant mortal, you still do not understand how severe your punishment will be. I guarantee you will repent for your very existence and suffer. The archangel gazed at him with indifference, watching as he reached out toward her once again. It no longer mattered to her. She had already seen the path to his atonement. No matter how many times you kill me, I will return until I personally nail you to bang. Enough talk. The angel of wisdom's body was once again crushed by Jiang Chen. And this time, the previous scene would not occur again. Jiang Chen looked at the group of radiant particles about to come together again and smiled leisurely. System, start capturing. Ding. Capture started. As soon as this voice from the system sounded, a violent fluctuation suddenly erupted from the divine essence of the angel of wisdom, which had just coalesced. The newly formed angel of wisdom instantly lost the calmness in her eyes, replaced instead by disbelief. She could feel it. Her existence was being restrained. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, for she was a god, the omniscient god, the ultimate life form. How could her existence be bound? Suddenly, she saw Jiang Chen, who was smiling at her in front of her. You, what's wrong, my esteemed divine being? Is something the matter? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Mortal, what have you done to me? The angel of wisdom was no longer calm or serene. Her eyes were now filled with shock. As an omniscient being, it was impossible for her to be bound. Yet now, this impossible situation had occurred. Moreover, it was happening at the hands of a mere mortal. What have I done? Did I do something? My esteemed divine being, I suddenly realized something from your previous words I think it's worth considering. But before that, could you agree to one condition of mine? Jiang Chen slowly floated in front of her. In the midst of the angel of wisdom's astonished and angry gaze, Jiang Chen reached out and pinched her chin. As expected of a god. She looked like an energy being, but when touched, her skin felt even more real and more irresistible than a human's. Jiang Chen looked at her furious expression, at her icy gaze reflecting the holy silver cross in her pupils. He smiled slightly. He leaned toward the angel's ear, inhaling the fragrant scent of the angel. Then he said something that made the Angel of Wisdom so furious she nearly wanted to crush him to pieces. I wonder if, before I accept the divine being's grace, could the divine being become my dog first? Blasphemy! What a blasphemy! Mortal, you shall die. Bang! Jiang Chen's hand, pinching the Angel of Wisdom's chin, suddenly unleashed a powerful supernatural force. In an instant, a transcendent force akin to divine might. Crimson flames, dark shadow power, burst forth. The Angel of Wisdom was once again crushed into a mass of golden fragments. This time, however, these golden fragments did not reassemble into the form of the Angel of Wisdom. Instead, they transformed into a hexagonal crystal the size of an egg. And within that crystal was the sacred figure of the Angel of Wisdom, her eyes tightly closed. At this moment, down below, that bizarre tree let out a mournful howl before being sliced in half by Tang Wan. The several decayed beings were directly smashed by Zhao Long and others. Zhao Long and the others looked at Jiang Chen with immense admiration. They had witnessed the fight between their young master and that deity with their own eyes. Their young master, they didn't know how many times he had killed that god. Moreover, he had even captured that god now. This series of developments was simply unbelievable. But the situation had indeed unfolded like this. Jiang Chen grasped the hexagonal crystal floating in front of him, his eyes showing a cold and eerie smile. A god! Haha! Chapter 101. You can save them, but you must pay the price. Tang Wan had the same dream again, just like the last time. In the dream, she was once again engulfed by darkness. This time, the darkness she experienced felt even colder and more helpless than before. She could even clearly sense her life force rapidly draining away. Would he appear? There was no worry about whether she would die. This time, all she thought about was whether he would show up. She gazed at that direction, where he had appeared before. She longed to feel his radiance, to feel his warmth, to experience the redemption that belonged solely to him. And it seemed as if even the heavens were responding to her expectations. He appeared. Once again, he emerged cloaked in golden light. Tang Wan looked at him, her face breaking into an exceptionally beautiful smile. She watched him come closer. In fact, Tang Wan had even actively stretched out her arms, like a child asking for a hug, and in what seemed to be a somewhat helpless expression from him, he picked her up. Of course, his expression was merely a figment of Tang Wan's imagination, because at this moment, even though she was incredibly close to him, she still couldn't see his face. She couldn't even smell his scent. All she could feel was the warmth of his embrace, warm and comfortable. She wished she could stay buried in his arms forever. Slowly, she looked at him. He too was looking down at her in his arms. Tang Wan's gaze gradually became dazed as she wrapped her arms around his neck, slowly leaning in towards him. But just as she was about to kiss him, the image of her kissing Jiang Chen suddenly flashed in her mind like a mischievous prank. This made her movements come to a halt. Panic and unease began to rise in her heart. Jiang Chen, why was it Jiang Chen? Why? At this moment, she even dared not look at him, as if she were betraying him. Clearly, she held him tighter, yet she felt that she was drifting further away from him. When she saw him leaning down to kiss her, she even began to evade him. Tears welled up in her eyes as she felt like an unfaithful person. She really wanted to respond to his kiss, but he wasn't there to kiss her. Instead, in Tang Wan's dazed gaze, his figure merged with hers. At that moment, she saw so much. What was this strange tree in front of her? A fungal spore? What? Was she fighting this strange tree? Why? Why did she have no consciousness? Unable to control her own body. And those people? Weren't they members of the White Watch Legion? They were fighting against the decayed ones. What shocked Tang Wan the most was what was above her head. In the sky, Jiang Chen was surrounded by a power that shook her very soul. And facing him, Tang Wan was stunned. Heavens, an angel? Wait, that black pyramid. Could it be that this angel is the god that Feng Zhuo mentioned? The all-knowing god? Thinking of this, Tang Wan's heart trembled even more. Jiang Chen was actually confronting a god? Moreover, he had crushed that god? Tang Wan, am I dreaming? I must be dreaming, right? How is this possible? That was a god. Jiang Chen actually crushed a god? Moreover, in the end, he even captured that supreme god? Of course, what made Tang Wan feel most displeased was that this guy, after capturing the god, wore a contemptuous smile on his face. No matter how one looked at it, it was infuriating. Not only was he contemptuous towards humanity, but he was also contemptuous towards gods. Just as Tang Wan was lost in thought, suddenly, she began to feel that everything around her was becoming real, and she gradually gained control of her body. Slowly, she looked at the strange tree that had been severed by herself, her eyes revealing a look of confusion. Wow, what's going on? Isn't this a dream? This is not a dream. Suddenly, a voice that sent shivers down Tang Wan's spine echoed in her ears. She hurriedly turned around to see Jiang Chen floating in the air, looking at her with his arms crossed and a smile on his face. Jiang Chen, looking at him, Tang Wan felt a shock, as if facing a great enemy. She immediately raised the long spear in her hand. Are you that afraid of me? Not long ago, when you forcefully kissed me, you weren't like this. Jiang Chen's figure slowly descended to the ground, a gentle breeze brushing through his hair, making him look even more handsome, even more like a celestial being. As Tang Wan gazed at Jiang Chen's appearance, she was somewhat entranced. But as soon as Jiang Chen spoke those words, Tang Wan's face immediately showed a look of shame and anger. At that time, she thought she had no chance of being saved, so she had wanted to use that method to infect Jiang Chen as well. But who knew? Jiang Chen was completely unaffected by that fungal spore. I was trying to exchange my life for yours. I wasn't trying to force you. Tang Wan exclaimed loudly. Oh, really? You just say whether you kissed or not. Jiang Chen continued to speak humorously as he looked at her. That expression made Tang Wan unable to resist the urge to turn around and run away immediately. What exactly do you want to do? The deity has already been captured by you. You, Jiang Chen, the young master, surely wouldn't want to take action against this few little karami, right? As she watched Jiang Chen walk toward her, Tang Wan lightly bit her thin lips. In response, Jiang Chen smiled. Then, under Tang Wan's trembling gaze, Jiang Chen leaned closer to her ear again, as if savoring a delicacy, gently inhaling the fragrance that carried a hint of roses. Letting you go is possible, but shouldn't you show some token of appreciation? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Tang Wan's delicate body trembled slightly. You shouldn't be so demanding. So demanding? Hee if you're saying it like that, then fine their lives. As he spoke, Jiang Chen reached out and grabbed the still unconscious Feng Zhua and the others from a distance. Because the fungal spore's mother body had already died, and Jiang Chen had given them another lease on life to guide him. Although their vitality had been drained considerably by the fungal spores, they still managed to hold on. However, even if they were hanging on, their situation was extremely dire. To say they were on the brink of death would not be an exaggeration. Moreover, Jiang Chen had left some things inside their bodies, especially Feng Zhua. Seeing Jiang Chen's actions, Tang Wan stared at him intently. Although she felt he was no longer that despicable due to the preceding events, at that moment, the resentment she felt for him surged back. If I show some token of appreciation, then you will let them go, right? Tang Wan looked coldly at Jiang Chen and said. Seeing her like this, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. This version of Tang Wan was truly delightful. Then it depends on whether your token meets my expectations. Just as Jiang Chen finished speaking, Tang Wan pressed her red lips together. In the next second, she reached out and embraced Jiang Chen. Then, under Jiang Chen's satisfied gaze, as a clear tear flowed from the corner of her eye, she kissed Jiang Chen's lips again. Seeing this scene, Zhao Long and the others turned away out of respect. It was unclear how long it had passed. Just when Tang Wan felt she was about to suffocate, Jiang Chen finally let her go. Her pretty face was flushed, but she looked at Jiang Chen with cold eyes. Now, can you let them go? In response, Jiang Chen savored the fragrance in his mouth and nodded with a smile. Of course, go ahead. Upon receiving Jiang Chen's words, Tang Wan was about to lead Feng Zhua and the others away. Suddenly, she looked toward the S-class ability fruit atop the pyramid. Want it? Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Tang Wan fell silent. Sure, but similarly, it requires a price. You. Tang Wan gritted her teeth and glared at him. In Jiang Chen's gaze, she still succumbed. In another passionate kiss from Jiang Chen, as his hands gradually explored other parts of her body, Tang Wan's eyes once again revealed a few tears. Even so, Jiang Chen bit her chest, leaving a mark that made Tang Wan feel both shocked and angry, a unique sign of his possession. I hope next time we can engage in a deeper exchange, he said with a smile, looking at Tang Wan's departing figure. This statement caused Tang Wan to stumble in her steps. However, she didn't turn back to glare at Jiang Chen. Instead, she left this place as quickly as possible. She was no longer pure. She didn't want to see Jiang Chen again. She only wanted to find him, to give him what little remained of her. As she thought this, she didn't notice that Jiang Chen was gazing at her graceful silhouette, his eyes revealing a subtle glow. When you finally learn the answer, I look forward to seeing how you will react. The objective of this trip had been accomplished. Jiang Chen had no intention of staying any longer. After all, he still had a great deity to train. However, as Jiang Chen looked back at the golden pyramid of the Ark, a flicker of light danced in his eyes. With his current strength, he couldn't forcibly move it, but that didn't matter. After he tamed that great deity, it wouldn't be too late to take it then. After I leave, assemble a battle group to surround the divine forest. No one is allowed to enter without my permission, Jiang Chen instructed Zhao Long. Yes, young master. Zhao Long immediately nodded respectfully upon hearing this. Previously, they had greatly admired Jiang Chen, but now, seeing that the young master had actually subdued a deity, his admiration deepened even more. If he could subdue a deity, didn't that mean the young master was also a god? Although this thought was quite bold, but it wasn't without reason. Chapter 102. The Emergence of the God-Forbidden Ones, the Liberation of Gufang City. Leaving the Divine Forest, Jiang Chen took a helicopter back to the encampment of the White Sentinel Legion. At this moment, the distant sounds of gunfire from the Gufang City shelter had gradually faded away. The smell of gunpowder mixed with blood was even faintly detectable at the White Sentinel Legion's encampment. Young master, the battle at the Gufang City shelter has ended. Throughout Gufang City, nearly 30,000 zombies have been eliminated, over 90% of them. The Gufang City shelter originally had several tens of thousands of troops, but now there are less than 1,000 left. Of the 36 extraordinary individuals, as many as 27 have fallen. Through the images transmitted by drones, Jiang Chen could clearly see the scene at the Gufang City shelter. There were various corpses in simple military uniforms, as well as those mutilated zombies, their bodies torn apart in the battle. Within a kilometer radius, there was not a single place on the ground where one could set foot. The phrase corpses littering the ground barely described the tragic scene. Seeing this, even Zhao Long and the others took a deep breath. Although their factions were different, the ability to fight at such a scale had evoked some respect in the hearts of the White Sentinel Legion. Gufang City had truly engaged in an unending slaughter with the zombies, fighting to the last drop of blood. First, second, and third battle groups immediately head to the Gufang City shelter to clean up the battlefield and collect crystal cores. All armed personnel involved in this battle at the shelter are to be captured immediately. Those who resist will be executed on the spot. Watching this scene, Jiang Chen said calmly, hands clasped behind his back. He would not share the same admiration for these people as the soldiers of the White Sentinel Legion did. The current situation in Gufang City was something he had orchestrated himself. Both the zombies and the Gufang City shelter were merely pawns in his hands. In his eyes, the pieces on the board could be divided into useful and useless. Clearly, both of these pieces were nearing uselessness. Only a little residual value remained that he could still make use of. The residual value of the zombies was the crystal cores within their bodies. The residual value of the Gufang city shelter lay in the individuals who survived this war. These people, having undergone the baptism of battle, would become the new soldiers to replenish the 8 major pioneer legions. As for their loyalty, he would let the Evolution Research Institute teach them what absolute loyalty meant. Additionally, the 4th battle group will remain stationed at the Divine Forest as planned. The 5th battle group will search for any remaining zombies within the city. Within 2 days, I want to see Gufang City restored to order. Understood, young master. Hearing Jiang Chen's commands, the various battle group leaders immediately nodded and bowed in response. Next, Jiang Chen lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Zhao Long, at your service. Zhao Long quickly responded. The blood exchange plan can be initiated. Screen for loyalists in all major cities. Each of your 8 pioneer legions must contribute 500,000 individuals. Is that acceptable? The blood exchange plan. Hearing these 4 words, Zhao Long's heart trembled. It seemed that not only was the situation outside turbulent, but even within the divine capital, things were unstable. I will not disappoint the young master. Zhao Long's expression was extremely serious as he bowed to Jiang Chen. With Jiang Chen's orders issued, the White Sentinel Legion, which had been stationed outside the city, officially moved into the city. Originally, Jiang Chen planned to visit the Gufang city shelter. However, he suddenly received an urgent message from an undercover operative, causing him to abandon that thought. Young master, an urgent message has come today from the Sky Network agents outside. The first batch of 10 selected individuals qualified as God-forbidden ones has already arrived in the divine capital a month ago. If all goes well, they will reach the outskirts of the divine capital within today or tomorrow. Hearing this news, Jiang Chen's pupils flickered. A smile slowly appeared on his lips. After searching through the entire divine capital and Central Plains, and even delving into other provinces and cities, we could only find 10. Moreover, we don't even know how many of them will actually reach the divine capital. However, it's about time. If even one of these 10 can pass the test, it would be considered fortunate. The conditions to become a God-forbidden one were exceedingly harsh. In this apocalyptic world, it could be said that anyone who managed to survive in places affected by the apocalypse had undergone significant trials. Saying they were selected from 10 out of 10, or even 1 in 100 or 1,000, wouldn't be an exaggeration. To become a God-forbidden one required being selected from these already rare survivors, and then further going through another selection process that was as difficult as 1 in 10,000. Their existence was even rarer than that of extraordinary individuals. After all, the prerequisites for becoming a God-forbidden one were far too stringent. Can you believe that out of the more than 10 million people in the divine capital, not a single God-forbidden one was found? Of course, Jiang Chen was the exception. His physical conditions absolutely qualified him to become a God-forbidden one. But he had no need for it. Since that's the case, let's proceed. It's also time to deal with this matter. Jiang Chen looked at the diamond-shaped crystal in his hand and smiled slightly. Speaking of which, this could be seen as a double happiness. Under the loyal gaze of the White Sentinel soldiers, Jiang Chen's convoy set off on the road back. However, although their young master was returning, their mission was far from complete. They would continue to uphold their loyalty for the family, for the divine capital, and for the young master. They would eliminate all disloyal rebels. At the same time, at the Gufang city shelter, Yuan Zhang and other extraordinary individuals looked at the corpses strewn across the defensive line, tears streaming down their faces. It's over, completely over. Everything in Gufang City has come to an end. The military, the extraordinary individuals, all the foundations maintaining the rule of Gufang City are gone. At this moment, they also understood why the divine capital had supported them when they could no longer hold on, bombarding the zombies and providing reinforcements. The goal of Shunjing was to let them fight the zombies to a mutually destructive end. And now, Shunjing's objective has been achieved. They have eliminated an unknown number of zombies, the tide of corpses has stopped. No, not stopped. They have been completely dealt with. But what does it matter that they have finished off the zombies? Their casualties have reached an alarming 99. The coalition forces of the four cities have been utterly decimated, especially the refuge of Gufang City, where they have lost everything. The only ones left are the leader of the Gufang City Refuge, Zhao Hongfei, Yuan Zhang, another extraordinary being, and 3 remaining extraordinary individuals, along with less than 100 surviving soldiers. Brother Jiang, listen to my advice. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we won't fear a lack of firewood. Beside him, Jiang Chen looked at the heartbroken Yuan Zhang and the others, and his heart was equally pained. In fact, he could say that aside from the people from the Gufang City Refuge, he was the one who felt the most sorrowful. The elite forces he brought from the Wanshui City Refuge had also been nearly exhausted in this battle. Even among the extraordinary, 7 had perished. Such heavy losses made his heart bleed. But now is not the time to dwell on these matters. The White Watchers have already entered the city and are rapidly approaching them. They must take this opportunity to leave, or else, with the current strength of the Gufang City Refuge, they would be unable to withstand the White Watchers at all. Brother Zhao, you go. I am a person of the Gufang City Refuge in life, and a ghost of the Gufang City Refuge in death. I was the frontline commander in this battle, and yet I have caused such heavy casualties. I have no face to live on. Yuan Zhang, in deep sorrow, looked up to the sky, his big eyes filled with tears streaming down his face. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt even more admiration for Yuan Zhang. Such a loyal and righteous person is rare in this apocalypse. Moreover, Jiang Chen understood very well that this incident could not be blamed on Yuan Zhang. If anyone was to be blamed, it could only be Xinjiang for being so despicable. They actually attracted the entire tide of corpses to them. Moreover, Jiang Chen also knew that if it weren't for Yuan Zhang's continuous coordination and leadership, and for uplifting everyone's morale, fighting with all their might, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the tide of corpses to this extent. Therefore, in Jiang Chen's eyes, Yuan Zhang was not only a loyal and righteous person, he was also a talented commander with a strategic mind. He believed that as long as Yuan Zhang could serve under him, Wanshui City would definitely become stronger than before. So he must take Yuan Zhang away. But looking at Yuan Zhang's determined expression of wanting to share the fate of the Gufang City Refuge, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. Could it be that he really had to bind Yuan Zhang and take him away? Behind him, Luo Wei watched this scene with narrowed eyes. He directly pressed a signal device hidden in his sleeve. Zhang, I think Brother Zhao is right. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we won't fear a lack of firewood. I know you have feelings for the Gufang City Refuge, and I, like you, cannot bear to leave it. But now is a critical moment, and we still need to preserve our strength. As long as we are alive and do not fall into Xinjiang's hands, there is still hope. Just as Jiang Chen was about to force Yuan Zhang to leave, Zhao Hongfei spoke up. He looked at Yuan Zhang and said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen quickly nodded. That's right. What Leader Zhao said is correct. Zhang, we still have a chance. There's still an opportunity for a comeback. Seeing Jiang Chen and Zhao Hongfei both trying to persuade Yuan Zhang, the other surviving extraordinary beings also nodded and began to comfort Yuan Zhang. They still wanted to continue living freely and did not want to be left behind here. Observing everyone around starting to persuade him, Luo Wei's eyes flashed with an ominous look. Upon hearing their words, Yuan Zhang remained silent. You all don't need to say any more. I am just a tiny person. If you want to leave, then go. I absolutely will not go. Yuan Zhang shook his head again. Seeing this, Jiang Chen and the others became anxious. Luo Wei's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. But the next second, he was dumbfounded. Jiang Chen and Zhao Hongfei exchanged glances and immediately rushed forward, each grabbing one of Yuan Zhang's arms and quickly pulling him away. Seeing this, Luo Wei's mouth twitched, but he had no choice but to follow. Behind them, a group of extraordinary beings did not hesitate and decisively followed the footsteps of the three. As for the other ordinary people, they could not be taken into account. They were currently struggling to save themselves and could not care for others. Boss Zhao, Leader Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Let me go. Yuan Xiang, being forcibly taken away, struggled to break free. But Zhao Hongfei and Zhao Chen did not speak, quickly leading him away. Their current priority was to escape the Gufang City refuge, get to Wanshui City, regroup and prepare for another battle against the White Watchers. As extraordinary beings, their speed was exceptionally fast. Even when the White Watchers rushed over at full speed, the entire Gufang City refuge, aside from those abandoned armed personnel with despairing expressions, had only the large number of ordinary people locked up in warehouses. Before this battle, the Gufang City refuge had specially locked up these ordinary people to prevent them from causing a rebellion, which, in a sense, provided considerable protection for these civilians. Thus, these civilians, aside from some fear of the sounds of artillery outside, suffered almost no other losses. General, the remaining armed personnel in the Gufang City refuge have all been subdued. However, those extraordinary beings have escaped. Let them run. What does it matter? They're just strays, not worthy of our concern. Zhao Long was not too concerned about this. After all, there were even bigger moves awaiting them. And this move would involve a conspiracy among the 8 major legions. They would eliminate all the rebellious territories in the entire central province in one fell swoop. Chapter 103. The Wanshui Refuge, a new alliance against the divine capital. Unlike other refuge cities in central continent, Wanshui is a traditional industrial city. The operation of Wanshui has reached the pinnacle of refuge cities. The main reason behind this is that Wanshui has balanced the power between extraordinary beings and ordinary people through subtle means from both spiritual beliefs and top-level will. This has allowed extraordinary beings and ordinary people in Wanshui to achieve a rare equality model that is hard to find in other refuge cities. As a result, the ordinary people in the Wanshui refuge have gained a level of efficiency that other refuge cities do not possess. Even the human alliance that was formed during the initial descent of the apocalypse, which aimed to reclaim the entire city from the hands of zombies, has been preserved intact, forming the unique Wanshui refuge. Thus, the population and resources of the Wanshui refuge are unmatched by other refuge cities. From the perspective of the ordinary army, during the early days of the apocalypse, although the Wanshui human alliance was not able to reclaim the entire city in one go, they successfully reclaimed 1/3 of the area. This 1/3 included a significant number of old industrial zones. Therefore, in the early days of the apocalypse, the number of ordinary troops in the Wanshui refuge reached as high as 20,000. By now, this number might have doubled. This is also the reason why Zhao Chen was able to provide such substantial support to the ancient Fang refuge. In summary, if it weren't for the sudden development of the conflict with the divine capital, Wanshui might have already begun the process of reclaiming the entire city of Wanshui. If they were to reclaim the entire Wanshui city, their model of balance between ordinary people and extraordinary beings could likely lead them to significant achievements. Thus, when the Sky Network envoy arrived in Wanshui, the first thing they did was report the situation in Wanshui to the divine capital. The divine capital also attached great importance to the situation in Wanshui. Before the conflict began, they had already laid many plans in Wanshui. Wanshui, Eastern Steel Defense Line. However, although it is called a steel defense line, in reality, it is merely a wall composed mainly of old cars, along with some miscellaneous items and barbed wire, standing about 7 to 8 meters high. These walls stretch a long distance. Every few dozen to hundreds of meters, there is a house connected, forming a vast survivor gathering area under the premise of saving materials. This gathering area is referred to as the Wanshui Refuge. Ugh, this damn weather is getting colder and colder. This morning, the water in the bucket at my door was frozen, said a middle-aged man in a tattered coat, tightening it around him while holding a rifle. It's already nearly October. A drop in temperature is normal, said another man sitting nearby, his rifle resting beside him as he pulled out a nearly empty lighter. With a snap, the flame ignited, and he lit a cigarette that was hanging from his mouth. Ah, so nice. As he exhaled a puff of white smoke, a look of comfort spread across his face. Damn, you have cigarettes? And it's Huazi. Where did you get it? The man who had been blowing warmth into his hands rushed over. Here, I found it yesterday while scavenging for supplies. I took it from a zombie in a suit, but unfortunately, there was only this one left in the box. The others got soaked. Hey, Lao-san, want a hit? Of course I need it. The last time I smoked was a month ago. Taking the cigarette without hesitation, the man took a deep drag. The other man looked on with wide eyes. Damn, you just took half of it in one puff. Ah, it's been so long since I smoked. Feels great. He didn't even mind when the other man snatched the cigarette from his mouth, exhaling smoke in the air. By the way, the chief has been in the ancient Fong refuge for several days. I wonder how things are going over there. What else could it be? The chief took so many brothers with him. It must be fine. Yeah, I guess so. The man nodded, finishing the last puff of the cigarette before tossing it to the ground. But just then, he suddenly perked up as if he heard some commotion from afar. He instinctively looked in that direction. At that moment, his pupils widened in disbelief, and he rubbed his eyes. Damn, isn't that the chief? Huh? Hearing this, the other man was startled and quickly stood up. At this moment, it wasn't just them. Many of the patrolling people on the abandoned car wall noticed the commotion over there. They saw Jiang Chen and the others running toward them in a panic. Behind them was a horde of zombies. Chief, quick, sound the alarm. A middle-aged man shouted urgently. Just as his voice fell, the sound of a rapid, ringing bell echoed. Hearing this sound, the armed forces on the abandoned car wall jolted, immediately raising their weapons to take aim. Quick, open a door. Let the chief in. Yes. Although a bit flustered, they still opened the iron gate. Creak. The iron gate was pushed open with a harsh, unpleasant sound. Jiang Chen and the others did not hesitate and rushed inside. Close the door. Clear the zombies outside. As soon as they rushed in, Jiang Chen immediately turned around. His extraordinary power erupted as he quickly closed the iron door. Meanwhile, the armed personnel at the Wan Shui shelter immediately opened fire. After about an hour, the thousands of zombies outside finally turned into piles of corpses. Chief, are you all right? Several senior members of Wan Shui's shelter hurried over upon hearing that Jiang Chen had returned. When they saw Jiang Chen and the others in disarray and looked at the few familiar faces behind him, especially the elite troops Jiang Chen had previously taken from Wan Shui's shelter, none of them were present. This filled them with a bad premonition. Gufang's shelter was lost, the brothers I took there. Jiang Chen couldn't hold back his tears. Hearing this, several of them trembled. They knew that the troops Jiang Chen had taken to Gufang's shelter for support were elite, even among the ranks of Wan Shui's shelter. But in just a few days, they had all been wiped out. Moreover, there were still 7 or 8 extraordinary beings among them. They looked at Luo Wei and the other 2 extraordinary beings left from Wan Shui's shelter. Luo Wei and the other 2 sighed. The responsibility for this lies with me. I will resign from the position of shelter leader, and Ms. Sheng Yiji will replace me as the new leader of Wan Shui's shelter. I will be demoted to vice leader. Jiang Chen quickly handled the situation. Upon hearing this, the others opened their mouths but couldn't find the right words to say. I will provide everyone with a clear explanation regarding the other punishments later, but the most urgent matter now is to regroup. It won't be long before Shun Jing approaches Wan Shui's shelter. We absolutely cannot let Shun Jing take our home, nor will we submit to their enslavement. Zhao Chan said sternly to everyone. However, we alone at Wan Shui's shelter cannot resist Shun Jing. We need the help of other shelters. So, Zhao Chen looked at one of his trusted extraordinary beings. Chen Xin immediately organized a team of elites. Depart at once to the shelters in Central Province that have not fallen under Sun Jing's rule and send envoys. Make sure to invite them to our Wan Shui shelter within the next 2 days to discuss the crucial matter of survival. Tell them that Sun Jing has already sentenced us extraordinary beings to death. If we want to survive, we have no other choice but to resist. As Jiang Chen's trusted aide, Chen Xian was resolute. Yes, Chief, I will go right now. Set off immediately. Our time is limited. By the way, the current leader is Ms. Shang Yiji. I am just the vice leader. Jiang Chen corrected him. Yes, vice leader. After saying this, Chen Xian bowed to Jiang Chen and then left. Just after Chen Xian left, a woman dressed in a clerical robe approached. She slightly bowed to Jiang Chen. Seeing this, Jiang Chen did not dare to be negligent and also returned the gesture. Chief Jiang Chen, Ms. Shang Yiji is waiting for you in the teaching hall. I understand. I will go there immediately. Jiang Chen nodded seriously. He then looked at Yuan Xiang and the others behind him. Let's go together. With Shang Yiji here, our joint plan will surely succeed. All right. Chapter 104. A miniature divine capital? Following Jiang Chen, they entered the Wan Shui sanctuary. Zhao Hongfei and several other extraordinary individuals from different sanctuaries looked around in astonishment. It was completely different from their own sanctuaries. The Wan Shui sanctuaries surpassed their imagination in terms of scale, population, and territory. While their sanctuaries were generally fixed within a radius of a few hundred meters, at most 1 or 2 kilometers, the Wan Shui sanctuary occupied a sizable area of a city cluster. From what they could see, the surroundings were orderly, with people coming and going and occasionally children running and playing. This scene resembled some small counties from before the apocalypse. More importantly, the ordinary people in the Wan Shui sanctuary were different from those in their own sanctuaries. There was none of the fear, despair, or lifelessness that characterized the people in their sanctuaries. The ordinary folks here, though somewhat gaunt, looked much better than the pallid, emaciated individuals they were used to seeing. Most importantly, there was light in their eyes. This was the most fundamental difference between the Wan Shui sanctuary and their own. Our sanctuaries are far inferior to the Wan Shui sanctuary, Zhao Hongfei sighed. The other extraordinary individuals from the 2 sanctuaries nodded in agreement. It was no wonder the Wan Shui sanctuary could provide so many personnel and resources to support the ancient square. They had the confidence. Hearing Zhao Hongfei's words, a sense of pride flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. The Wan Shui sanctuary was his proudest achievement, a testament to the hard work he and she had put in together. I think the scale of the Wan Shui sanctuary is probably comparable to a small divine capital. Once the entire Wan Shui is reclaimed, under Jiang Chen's leadership, reaching the level of a divine capital is not impossible, one extraordinary individual remarked. Just strolling around the Wan Shui sanctuary gave him a sense of security. In this chaotic world, peaceful places like the Wan Shui sanctuary were rare. However, upon hearing this comment, Luo Wei shot him a glance, revealing a hint of cold disdain in his eyes. A small divine capital? Perhaps, but it was only marginally better than those old urban areas. Jiang Chen also felt a surge of ambition upon hearing this. Who didn't want to become a divine capital? Who didn't want to replace the divine capital? If it weren't for the sudden outbreak of the divine capital's expansion war, they might have already started reclaiming the entire Wan Shui and begun their ascent. But unfortunately, the sudden expansion war had disrupted their original plans. Now, the biggest crisis blocking their way to elevate the Wan Shui sanctuary was the divine capital, Brother Jiang Chen. A few children ran up to Jiang Chen, looking at him with admiration. Brother Jiang Chen, did you go out to fight those monsters again? This time you must have won, right? Of course, Brother Jiang Chen is so amazing. He definitely won. Hearing the children's voices, Zhao Hongfei and the others had strange expressions. Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He then took out a few candies from his pocket to send the little rascals away. Everyone didn't pay much attention to this. After all, they were all losers in this war. No one was in a position to judge anyone. After a while, they continued on their path. Soon, a tall, pointed-roofed church with Western architectural style appeared in front of them. As they looked closer, they seemed to see a golden light radiating from the church's spire, making it appear extraordinarily sacred and awe-inspiring. The extraordinary individuals visiting the Wanshui sanctuary for the first time were taken aback by this sight. But when they rubbed their eyes, they found the golden glow had vanished. This left them deeply shocked. "Please, everyone," Jiang Chen led the way, taking a deep breath, his expression becoming much more solemn. Although he was just a second-rate believer and largely became a believer because of Saint Yi, it didn't stop him from presenting himself as a devout follower. Behind him, Yuan Xiang and the others also showed serious expressions. They entered the sacred church. Inside, it was resplendent with gold, surrounded by lights, most of which were oil lamps. After all, in such a world, electricity was hard to come by. Upon entering the main hall of the church, at the very front, where sunlight shone through the stained glass, a cross appeared before them, with a figure nailed to it. That was the great Son, Jesus. And beneath the cross, there was a woman in a white priest's robe kneeling in prayer, her posture devout. Faintly, it seemed they could hear ethereal chants resonating in the hall. They could only see her back for now, but just by looking at her silhouette and the golden hair that flowed like holy light in the sunlight, an image of extraordinary beauty involuntarily appeared in their minds. At this moment, Jiang Chen looked at her, his eyes filled with admiration and excitement. Seemingly sensing the presence of the crowd, she slowly stood up from the soft carpet. She turned around to look at the crowd. That stunningly beautiful and sacred face made everyone feel as if they were seeing a legendary angel in that moment. For a moment, Zhao Hongfei and the others were mesmerized. Her sapphire-like pure and clear eyes were wise and bright, exuding a holy aura that made people feel unworthy to approach her, yet they wanted to draw near. She gazed at everyone, her lips revealing a faint, elegant smile. In that moment, everyone felt a divine light radiating from her, sweeping away the low spirits caused by their previous defeat. Warmth flooded their hearts, a feeling akin to being redeemed. Just like her name. Sacred, elegant, pure. May the Lord's holy light illuminate the doubts in your hearts. May the Lord's brilliance clear the shadows within you. And may the Lord's grand aspirations shine upon your sincere faith. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongfei and the others felt as if they were truly redeemed, their eyes filled with awe. Even a couple of extraordinary beings couldn't help but show a reverent gaze, wanting to kneel down immediately. I'm aware of the reasons for your coming, my fellow messengers of the divine, but I am merely a servant at the side of the Lord, unable to assist you much. What I can do is to help those lost sheep understand the true meaning of the Lord, to let them realize the essence of unity. Everything else still requires the efforts of you, the Lord's messengers. Saint Yi gently placed her hands on her chest and spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongfei and the others were momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. Zhao Chen then bowed deeply to Saint Yi, saying devoutly, "The lost sheep need your guidance, Saint Yi, so they can seek the Lord's glory in this fog-covered world." Saint Yi smiled gently. "Zhao Chen, your piety has been acknowledged by the Lord. The Lord has sent me to deliver a holy message to you. The Lord's messengers will surely achieve victory." "Thank you, my Lord." Zhao Chen knelt before Saint Yi, praying earnestly. Saint Yi stood before him, accepting this grand gesture without any avoidance. Witnessing this scene, aside from the extraordinary beings of the Wanshui city shelter, everyone else was stunned. Even Yuan Xiang looked at Zhao Chen with some surprise. He initially thought Zhao Chen had a special relationship with Saint Yi, but now it seemed he had underestimated it. They hadn't spoken to the mysterious Saint Yi for long. Moreover, Zhao Hongfei and the others didn't quite understand the way these believers spoke, with references to the Lord on their lips and long sections about the Lord's grace. They genuinely couldn't comprehend it. However, Yuan Zong, after stepping out of the chapel, glanced at the spire shimmering in the sunlight, and, combined with Zhao Chen's earlier behavior, looked at the many ordinary people praying around the chapel, lost in thought. In the capital city, in the eastern suburbs, before the apocalypse erupted, this place was considered a very livable area, but since the arrival of the apocalypse, everything has changed. Now, this area is filled with wind and sand. The grass and trees are withered, and occasionally small sandstorms roar through, mercilessly consuming all traces of life around. The apocalypse has had a comprehensive impact on the Earth, altering the climate, temperature, and even the composition of the air. Humanity cannot resist this, but they're only fortunate that these changes remain within a range acceptable to them. At the edge of the desert, there's still scattered figures wandering around with backpacks. Although the desert is dangerous, it also conceals many resources. For these scavengers, these resources are fortune. Just a few weeks ago, a lucky scavenger found a thumb-sized, unknown mineral after a sandstorm. After testing, it was discovered that this mineral contained a new type of element that even the capital hadn't detected. In the end, that scavenger received a new civilian identity by handing that mineral over to a research institute in the capital. This shocked the scavenger community. Many began tirelessly searching the edges of the desert day and night for various rare items. Even if they couldn't find anything extraordinary, picking up some ordinary useful minerals could still earn them contribution points. Moreover, the contribution points earned this way are much more than what they would get working in factories. However, high rewards also come with high risks. The edges of the desert often see bloodthirsty aberrations, and if luck runs out and they encounter those aberrations, the outcome is essentially one word: death. But in today's world, life is not that precious. If they can find something valuable, it would be a chance for a complete transformation. Although the hope is slim, it's worth taking the gamble. Thus, while the number of scavengers has been decreasing, the total remains relatively stable. Moreover, many bold individuals venture deep into the desert, hoping to find even more valuable items there. But those who do so usually do not return. The few who do come back are often swept out by sandstorms, their faces stiff and dry, still bearing deep-seated fear. But today, the solitude of the desert seems poised to be broken. A scavenger picked up an ordinary energy mineral from the ground and tossed it into his backpack. Then, he instinctively glanced into the depths of the desert. In that moment, he froze. In the distance, a figure wrapped in a coarse cloak slowly came into view. For a moment, he doubted whether he was seeing things, but after rubbing his eyes vigorously, holy crap, is that a person? Chapter 105. The four great divine banishers returned to their positions. In the distant wasteland, a figure was slowly approaching the edge, and it seemed that other scavengers had spotted it. They looked at that figure with eyes full of uncontrollable shock. They even doubted whether there was really a person under that tent. Where did he come from? From the opposite side of the desert? How was that possible? There are all kinds of monsters in this desert. I've seen a high-ranking transcendent person try to cross the desert, but in the end, he was buried by the yellow sand. How could anyone come from the other side of the desert? But what do we say about him? As they watched the figure getting closer, the scavengers couldn't help but swallow. Just then, in their astonished gaze, next to that cloaked figure, a tail sting as thick as an arm shot out from the yellow sand, rapidly aiming for the figure's head. It's a venomous spiked sand scorpion. That person is done for. As scavengers, they were far too familiar with the bloodthirsty monsters hidden beneath the desert. The venom in the scorpion's tail would be lethal if it struck an ordinary transcendent. If it struck a common person, it would mean instant death. At that moment, watching the venomous spike aim at the cloaked figure, the person didn't even attempt to dodge. They all shook their heads. It seemed like another soul would be added to this deathly wasteland. Thinking this, they returned to searching for useful minerals in the sand, ignoring the cloaked figure. But then, in the next moment, a clear sound suddenly reached their ears. They instinctively looked up. When they did, They were stunned. Under the cloak, a hand still stained with dry blood was raised. In her hand was a dagger, which had perfectly blocked the sharp, pointed, venomous spike. What shocked them even more was the next scene. Just 2 seconds after blocking the tail spike, she twisted her wrist, and with a swift motion, she not only repelled the venomous spike, but also managed to cut it off completely, severing the spike that was as big as a bowl. Thick, foul-smelling green blood dripped from the severed wound. Gasp! In agony from such a severe injury, the venomous sand scorpion let out a pained cry. It burst out from the yellow sand. 8 bloodthirsty eyes fixed on this cloaked human. Its pincers snapped open and shut, making a hard clattering sound. In an instant, the venomous sand scorpion charged at her. Its pincers aimed directly at her head. If those pincers caught her, the outcome would be tragic. But the next moment, she moved. Even the 8 eyes of the venomous sand scorpion seemed unable to see her movements. It only saw a shadow vanish from where it had locked onto her. The next second, zzz, as a sharp pain surged through its head. Before it could comprehend anything, its consciousness faded away. The scavengers. They stared blankly at this scene. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. They hadn't even seen the process, and the battle was already over. The venomous sand scorpion had been killed in an instant. She, after taking a piece of the scorpion's shell, walked back toward them. Seeing this, the scavengers quickly made way. A being that could kill a venomous sand scorpion in an instant was not someone they could provoke. And just at that moment, on the distant road, several armored vehicles emblazoned with the emblem of the Eye of the Dragon were sweeping through the rolling yellow sand. Seeing this, the surrounding scavengers hurriedly dodged. The Eye of the Dragon. This was the insignia of the official government of the divine capital. This meant that the people inside these armored vehicles were at least the unsullied new citizens. However, they were surprised that the armored vehicles, after approaching them, came to a stop. No, it wasn't approaching them. It was stopping in front of that cloaked figure. Then, amid the respectful and admiring gazes of the scavengers, a team of well-equipped enforcers leaped down from the vehicle. What astonished them even more was that, at the end, a man dressed in fine clothes and wearing a golden eye of the dragon medal on his chest stepped down from the vehicle. An upper-class citizen, the glorious upper-class citizen of the divine capital. Such a person was a supreme figure to them, the scavengers. Today, they had actually witnessed such a prominent individual. When they returned to the gathering point in the desert, they would surely have enough to brag about while drinking cheap alcohol. This upper-class citizen from the divine capital immediately focused his gaze on the cloaked figure ahead. The cloaked figure looked at them. Her gaze seemed momentarily dazed, and then her pace quickened. As she walked, she began to unwrap the cloak around her, revealing waist-length dark purple hair and a dusty face. However, despite the dirt on her face, her features still hinted at her stunning beauty. But what shocked the enforcers and the upper-class citizen even more was that she was carrying a little girl on her back. However, the state of the little girl was not very good. Her breath was weak, and her expression was pale and listless. "Save her!" A hoarse voice emerged from the woman's cracked lips. Hearing this, the middle-aged official immediately waved his hand. Several medical personnel rushed over and took the little girl away. Sister is here. Little Meng, it's okay." The woman's blood-crusted hand gently touched the little girl's face. When the little girl's weak pupils closed again, the woman seemed to sigh in relief and collapsed. Fortunately, a female nurse reacted quickly and supported her. "How is the situation?" The middle-aged official frowned and asked. This was the only person he had received in the past few days. Nothing could go wrong. "Sir, her body has reached its limit and needs immediate treatment. Return to Shunjing immediately." The middle-aged man did not hesitate and turned to board the armored vehicle. As he got into the vehicle, he specifically glanced at the woman's wrist, which was covered in wounds, where serial number 01 was not easily noticeable. Seeing this serial number made even the middle-aged man's pupils tremble. He ordered the driver to floor the accelerator. They sped toward Xinjiang. Meanwhile, on the other side, at this moment in the northern suburbs of Xinjiang, in the astonished eyes of a group of enforcers, a tall woman with cascading icy blue hair was sitting astride a monstrous black bear that stood 4 to 5 meters high. The monstrous black bear was charging at them, roaring madly. Seeing this, the enforcers quickly raised their explosive rifles, while the official in charge narrowed his eyes. A hint of extraordinary power quietly brewed in his gaze. However, just as the monstrous black bear was about to reach them, the woman with the icy blue hair coldly laughed and plunged the dagger in her hand into the bear's head. Roar! The monstrous black bear let out a mournful scream before trembling and collapsing in front of them, all in silence. The woman, bloodied and standing over the bear, stepped on its head, which was as large as a water tank, as it took its last breath. She approached them, looking down proudly at the group, and the only official from Xinjiang frowned slightly. However, when the woman disdainfully reported her serial number, his furrowed brow instantly relaxed. If I remember correctly, that peculiar individual is the reason I was brought here, and this is my serial number 02. The woman lifted her sleeve and said lightly, Serial 02. Congratulations, you have passed the assessment and arrived at Xinjiang. The extraordinary man glanced at the other serial numbers and said seriously to her, I have a question. I wonder if you can answer it for me. The woman looked at him. You may ask your question. As long as it is within my authority, I will certainly answer without reservation. The extraordinary man smiled. If I remember correctly, the earlier the serial number, the more the young master values it. I want to know who that serial number 01 is. Is she stronger than me? A cold smile appeared on the woman's lips, and a strong intent to kill surfaced in her eyes towards the unknown serial 01. Upon hearing this inquiry, the extraordinary man smiled slightly. You actually don't need to think too much about this. Your serial number 02 indicates that the young master values you as much as serial 01. Even so, can second and first be compared? Tell me, who is serial 01? The woman's voice was icy. To this, the extraordinary man looked deeply at her. I don't know the exact identity of serial 01 at this moment, but just now the news came that serial 01 was received before you. If you want to know who she is, you will find out when you reach Xinjiang. The authority of the divine restrictor is too high. Even a superior extraordinary person like him cannot interfere too much. So, it is better for them to resolve this matter themselves. Moreover, I hope you can learn to control your emotions, as the young master's gaze often lingers on you. I believe you wouldn't want to disappoint him, would you? As soon as the extraordinary man said this, the woman's cold expression instantly froze. In the next second, she returned to her usual demeanor, and as if recalling something, she subtly rubbed her long, fair legs. When can I meet the young master? Once you complete the final reception training and become a nearly perfect version of yourself, only then will you be qualified to meet the young master. The extraordinary man looked at the woman's reaction upon hearing about the young master and felt satisfied. The divine restrictor does not have to obey anyone's orders, but the young master's orders must be followed unconditionally. Upon hearing this answer, the woman took a deep breath. Looking at the distant black walls of Xinjiang, ever since she encountered the Sky Network envoy and was nominated as the incomprehensible serial 02, a sense of eternal loyalty and faith rose in her heart, burning brightly at this moment. With the successful incorporation of serial 01 and serial 02, at this time, the western and southern parts of Xinjiang also incorporated serial 05 and serial 09. In the following 7 days, no other life signals of qualified divine restrictors were detected. This also signaled that all other qualified divine restrictors had fallen. However, the search for divine restrictors would not cease. In the future, more qualified divine restrictors would pass through a series of brutal survival tests, pressing on toward the sacred land of Xinjiang, until all 12 divine restrictors were in place. Chapter 106. Angel Wolf. Jiang family asterisk. Young master, we have successfully contained 4 divine prohibitions in the Research Institute. In the office asterisk, Suchinga was reporting to Jiang Chen about the latest news regarding the divine prohibitions. The 4 divine prohibitions are numbered as sequence 01, 02, 05, and 09. They have passed the preliminary testing and treatment, among which sequence 01 has the highest compatibility, achieving a perfect score of 100.000%. Sequence 02 has reached an astonishing 99.999%. Sequence 05 has a compatibility of 97.786%, and sequence 09 has a compatibility of 97.739%. Although the difference in compatibility percentages seems small, it is crucial to understand that the prerequisite for becoming a divine prohibition is that the compatibility must reach at least 95%. The last 5% of compatibility needs to be precise to 3 decimal places. Even the slightest change in these numbers can create a significant gap between divine prohibitions. Moreover, this is based on the current detection capabilities of the divine capital, which can only achieve this level of precision. According to the records in the forbidden prohibition literature, the compatibility of divine prohibitions can be measured accurately up to 99 decimal places. Jiang Chen put down his teacup, his eyes revealing a faint smile. He hadn't expected that among the first 3 divine prohibitions, they managed to contain 2 individuals, and they are the strongest too. This was a pleasant surprise. What about the subsequent divine prohibition rituals? How is the Research Institute preparing? Reporting to Young Master, the Research Institute has already begun to activate them. However, with our current technological capabilities, we can only perform the most basic divine prohibition rituals to initially activate their divine powers. Su Qing replied. That's fine. The basic divine power is enough. Tell the Research Institute that I will give them 1 month to complete the initial rituals. After 1 month, there will be a stage waiting for them. The plans for the 8 major exploratory legions had already been reported to him. Jiang Chen originally thought there was no need for such roundabout methods because, in his eyes, the remaining shelters were not threats at all. Even the Wan Shui clan was the same. However, news from their informants in the Wan Shui clan brought him some interesting information. Just right. He wanted to see whether the strength of the divine prohibitions truly lived up to the invincibility recorded in the forbidden prohibition literature. By the way, I have already thought of titles for the 4 of them. Sequence 01 Valkyrie. Sequence 02 Empress. Sequence 05 Brainiac. Sequence 09 Holy Knight. Jiang Chen said with a smile. One could imagine that these names would surely resonate throughout the entire divine capital and become a nightmare for their enemies. Yes, young master. Suchinga noted down these titles and nodded. After completing everything, Suchinga looked at Jiang Chen, her pupils shifting slightly. Then a faint blush appeared on her stunning face. She quietly walked over to Jiang Chen, her black silk skirt hugging her curves, and lightly bit her lip as she sat down in his lap. Seeing Suchinga's actions, Jiang Chen wasn't surprised. The 2 of them had already developed a long-term couple relationship, and they were well aware of each other's depths. Suchinga wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's neck, her enticing red lips kissing the corner of his mouth, leaving a trace of moisture. Soon, in this affectionate atmosphere, with a sound of ripping silk stockings, Suchinga seemed to be enduring something while checking documents on the table. She was trying hard to maintain a serious demeanor, but the tea in the cup beside her swayed, revealing everything unmistakably. After more than 2 hours, Suchinga finally managed to finish her official duties in a daze. Perhaps it was due to exhaustion. She was so tired that her legs were a bit wobbly when she walked, so she didn't dare to wear high heels. Instead, she carried them in her hand, stepping on slightly snagged stockings as she left Jiang Chen's office. Inside Jiang Chen's office, a beautiful maid was cleaning up. However, while tidying up, the maid once again collapsed onto the spot where Su Chinga had just been. She resumed handling official matters. Another hour later, the maid finally finished cleaning up for Jiang Chen and left the office with a charming demeanor. Jiang Chen sat his chair, his gaze calm. He not only did not reject the pleasures of love, but rather enjoyed them. Sometimes, when he felt inspired, he would engage in some very interesting scenarios. For example, having a day and night, or even 2 or 3 consecutive days of conquest in his villa. For Jiang Chen, this was a form of amusement. For the women in the villa, it was a day of grace from Jiang Chen. They not only did not have the slightest resistance, on the contrary, they looked forward to this day every time. After all, being able to have intimate experiences with the great young master was a tremendous blessing for them. Moreover, if they could conceive the young master's child. Of course, that was merely a thought. Jiang Chen was currently able to control the activity of that part of himself. In other words, it would only be possible if he wanted it. Otherwise, it was absolutely not going to happen. Of course, although he enjoyed it, it was just enjoyment, nothing more. And now that he had finished enjoying himself, it was time to get down to business. Looking at the diamond-shaped crystal in his hand, at the holy figure within that shimmered with a faint sacred light, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a meaningful smile. System, as long as I spend 100 points of destiny value, can you help me completely control her? Ding! The system can assist the host in removing her original source mark and replace it with a trace of the host's soul origin. Thus, she will no longer be able to escape from the host, and the host will only need a single thought to make her do anything. Oh, so her memories will be completely preserved. Jiang Chen's pupils flickered. Ding, that's correct. Removing her original source mark is equivalent to modifying her existence, allowing her to exist in a form controlled by the host. Hearing this from the system, a more subtle smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. According to the system, the goddess in his hand would completely fall into becoming his exclusive servant, a servant that could never change for all eternity. Having a goddess as his servant. Not bad at all. With that thought, Jiang Chen clenched his palm. Instantly, the diamond-shaped crystal shattered into a burst of light. The next second, a radiant, holy figure reappeared before him. Cold, indifferent, and ruthless eyes revealed from her gaze. She looked at Jiang Chen as if he were an ant. Blasphemer, no matter what means you use, you cannot kill me. I am eternal, indestructible, a perfect existence that cannot be extinguished, and your future is already destined. You will face the judgment of the divine wrath. Your soul will be burned by divine fire. Your body will return to the boiling waters of hell. Until eternity, never to surpass. Let me hear your bark. Woof, intelligent angel. Jiang Chen, smiling. Chapter 107. Lord Divine, please accept the punishment. The Archangel's eyes widened. In that instant, even her vast brain, capable of deciphering any mystery, seemed to pause. The calm, noble, and cold demeanor of the high and mighty deity was gone. In its place was a growing expression of disbelief and horror in her eyes. What was that word that just slipped out of her mouth? How could this be? Why, even with her intellect, she felt that the possibility of her currently dreaming was greater. She was a supreme deity, an eternal and indestructible God. How could she have uttered such a filthy, despicable word? Seems like my divine Lord hasn't realized what's happened yet. Jiang Chen intertwined his fingers under his chin, smiling as he looked at the Archangel, chuckling lightly. Blasphemer, what have you done to me? It was absolutely impossible for her to be in such a situation. She was a perfect existence, an existence that could not be defiled. If it wasn't her, then the cause of her saying that word must have originated from this blasphemer. The Archangel stared at Jiang Chen, her expression now extremely cold, her pupils shining with holy light as if they were about to burn him to ashes. But Jiang Chen felt no fear of her rage. In fact, as he watched the Archangel, who seemed to have her defenses broken, he found it quite amusing. After all, that feeling of pulling someone down from their lofty divine seat was the most comfortable feeling. In that moment, Jiang Chen seemed to understand the thoughts of those rebels. Weren't they just like him now, wanting to pull down the ones they deemed supremely above them from their thrones? My great divine lord, how can you suspect such a loyal follower like me? I only wish to become your most devout believer. Jiang Chen turned his chair to face the archangel. His words were full of devotion, but his posture, with one leg crossed over the other and a teasing smile, showed no sign of sincerity whatsoever. In fact, his gaze was deeply offensive to the archangel. Devotion. This is your attitude of devotion. The archangel glared at Jiang Chen, and if looks could kill, he might have died countless times already. My divine lord, you need to calm down. Look at how lofty your existence is. How can you, as a mere mortal, lose your high and cold demeanor because of me? Your current appearance is simply too undivine. Jiang Chen sighed, picked up a teacup, leisurely took a sip, and then seemed to say with regret. Seeing Jiang Chen like this, the archangel nearly trembled with anger. But her wisdom told her that now was not the time to fall out with Jiang Chen. The world was still changing, and she needed time and opportunity. As long as the natural disaster trial could allow her to manifest more power, she would be able to fully acquire her divine authority. At that time, she could easily crush this blasphemer, who was as insignificant as an ant. But before that, she had to keep him under control. This blasphemer possessed mysterious means that even she couldn't comprehend. Yet, she didn't notice that while she was thinking these thoughts, a fleeting glimmer of subtle light appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. Understanding all this, the archangel took a deep breath. She suppressed the raging waves inside her, and her pupils, reflecting the holy silver cross, became cold and high once again. At this moment, she seemed to have newly ascended to her divine throne. Mortal, I believe we can talk. Upon hearing the archangel's words, Jiang Chen seemingly looked at her in surprise. Talk? The esteemed divine lord actually wants to talk to a mere mortal like me. The ocean of knowledge can carry both a starship and a tiny wooden boat, just like the ancient saying of your humanity. A gentleman teaches without discrimination. The archangel said lightly, Oh, the divine lord even knows our ancient sayings? Jiang Chen looked at her with some surprise. I'm the omniscient god. When I arrived at Blue Star, all the knowledge of Blue Star was under my control. The knowledge of your humanity over the past few thousand years is but a drop in the ocean in my mind. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? The archangel squinted her eyes at him. It's nothing, just suddenly recalled a rather amusing thing. The divine lord wouldn't mind, would you? Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. In response, the archangel's gaze remained indifferent. My heart is as broad as the ocean. To this, Jiang Chen applauded, nodding seriously. That's right indeed. Well then now, my esteemed divine lord, let's discuss what we should talk about. You may ask. The archangel maintained her lofty demeanor, as if a superior race was bestowing upon an inferior and despicable race. That appearance made Jiang Chen's eyes flash with a smile that was increasingly meaningful. It was exactly this high and mighty stance that made it all the more flavorful. The first question, how many existences like the Divine Lord are there in the current Blue Star? Jiang Chen's first question caused the archangel to frown. Although I am omniscient, if beings of my level wish to hide themselves, even I cannot observe them. However, based on the rules of natural disasters and the divine aura remaining in the air of Blue Star, there should not be more than 3 existences like mine, and they should all be in a dormant state. Wisdom shone in the archangel's eyes as she explained to Jiang Chen. Well then, what about the gods beneath the Divine Lord? Jiang Chen nodded and continued to ask. You can rest assured, the only god that can enter Blue Star during the early stages of the natural disaster trial is me at this level. The gods beneath me cannot enter. Although they might use specific methods to project their divine will through followers, simply put, it's their will. However, regarding such will, you need not worry. Their levels are at most tier 3 and are not your opponents at this time. The archangel explained to Jiang Chen, but as she spoke, a glimmer of light flickered in her eyes. There are some important details that she did not tell Jiang Chen, and these details are the truly important knowledge. To this, Jiang Chen only looked at her deeply for a moment before continuing to inquire. He did not care about the response of the archangel. He only cared about what she truly thought in her heart. What about those meteors that appeared when a natural disaster struck? What about those strange characters on them? Where did they come from? As soon as Jiang Chen asked this question, a series of glimpses of information burst into the archangel's mind, making Jiang Chen's eyes narrow slightly. Those meteors are actually not that important. They are products from a higher level than yours. As for those strange characters on them, if you don't understand, I can help you decipher them, the archangel said to Jiang Chen. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This great divine being truly has a broad-minded approach to teaching. If it were someone else, they might have actually been intimidated by her. Truly worthy of being a divine being, indeed impressive. These meteors, which we humans can't even recognize as characters, are just common in your eyes, divine being, Jiang Chen lamented. Because I am the omniscient God, my knowledge is unparalleled even among deities. As long as you revere my commands, believe in my existence, I can guarantee that you shall become another deity after the trial of the natural disaster. The archangel looked at Jiang Chen. Her voice, like a prayer, seemed to have a magical power that deeply attracted Jiang Chen's mind. It made his pupils gradually become lost, slowly filled with holy light. Seeing this, the holy silver cross in the archangel's pupils became increasingly solid. Even in Jiang Chen's pupils, a pair of indistinct holy crosses seemed to be faintly visible. Humans, believe in me. Give me everything, your body, your soul, your will, and all your secrets. Devote them to this God. I will grant you eternal time, let you persist in this realm, give you eternal knowledge, so you will no longer be lost, grant you eternal creation, and let you ascend to godhood. Mortal come, be my most loyal follower. The archangel recited the holy words while approaching Jiang Chen. He looked at the growing confusion in Jiang Chen's eyes, and the coldness in her pupils intensified. Golden, radiant swords of judgment condensed around her. It seemed that swords capable of slicing through the very fabric of reality were gradually aimed at Jiang Chen's head. As long as this judgment sword pierces his brain, unless it's an existence of her level or above, even a god, would be instantly annihilated by the powerful force within and fundamentally disappear from this universe. Jiang Chen, this blasphemer, daring to offend a divine being like her, she must root out his origins and forever exiled his existence in this realm, eternally barred from rebirth. At this moment, the judgment sword was about to hang above Jiang Chen's head like Damocles' sword. Once it falls, the wrath of the gods will completely descend upon this land. All those related to Jiang Chen will be annihilated under this divine wrath. Blasphemer, this is the price for offending a god. In the endless darkness, go forever and eternally atone. I declare judgment in the name of wisdom. You shall not be redeemed. Are you sure? In that sudden moment, Jiang Chen's confused pupils instantly became clear. Seeing this, the archangel's pupils constricted. Without any hesitation, she immediately retreated. She didn't even dare to call upon the judgment sword, because she sensed a fear deep in her soul. Something was eroding her existence. And the closer she got to Jiang Chen, the stronger this erosion became. This drama should come to an end. At the moment the archangel retreated, Jiang Chen pointed a finger in front of her, and in the void, a ripple arose. The archangel felt as if her movements were being slowed down. She looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. I wanted to treat the divine being gently, but on my noble divine being, your whole being is brimming with rebellious spirit. There's no helping it. Since that's the case, I can only use the most primitive ritual to conquer you. Jiang Chen stood up from his chair, approached the archangel, and in her astonished gaze, he held her chin and smiled slightly. Human, you can't. MMM. Before she could speak, in the next moment, Jiang Chen's face suddenly expanded before her, feeling the profane touch on her lips and even filling her mouth and tongue in an instant. The angel's eyes widened to their maximum by her. This despicable and lowly mortal. How dare he? Her anger almost erupted into holy flames from her eyes. Her whole body was burning with heat. In the next second, the strong essence of her soul began to flow away, rendering her unable to control her divine power. She looked at Jiang Chen in terror. Jiang Chen's demands were not just desires for pleasure. He was demanding everything from her. No, don't. How could such a thing happen? Why? Why? This is something that should never occur. Something impossible. Why? The angel was terrified. She couldn't even perceive how Jiang Chen was using his means. She wanted to resist, but could not break free from Jiang Chen's bindings. It was unknown how long it took, but finally, Jiang Chen was satisfied and released her. At this moment, the angel felt her soul's essence was about to completely fall. She trembled and resisted. But before she could take action, Jiang Chen grabbed her head. Bang! Without any compassion, he heavily pressed her face down on the table. Human, stop. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Wrong? It's too late to admit your mistakes, now divine being. I gave you a chance, yet you didn't cherish it. Jiang Chen looked at the angel struggling against him on the desk. In the next moment, a malicious smile spread across his lips, revealing a villainous expression in the angel's terrified gaze. Accompanied by the sound of fabric tearing, an unprecedented sensation washed over her. Even her infinitely wise brain felt a clear shutdown. Even her soul seemed to be pierced through. The tea on the table rippled again. After everything ended, even Jiang Chen was surprised. He actually spent a day and night with the great divine being. Truly a divine being, so powerful and indeed exceedingly indulgent. Chapter 108, The Free Resistance Army. Just like the turbulent winds and clouds swirling in Jiang Chen's office at this moment. At this point, as the expansion war gradually enters its final stage, a strange atmosphere of tension envelopes the divine capital and even the entire central continent. The calm before the storm. The mountain rain is about to come, and the wind fills the building outside the divine capital. With the progress of the expansion war, the screening process for entering and exiting the divine capital has become less strict. Every day, a large number of commoners and new citizens travel in and out of the city. Occasionally, traces of upper-class citizens can also be seen. Moreover, the area outside the divine capital is no longer a barren wasteland. As the expansion war progressed, the first areas to be cleared were those within a 10-mile radius outside the divine capital, where various creatures and zombies had been eliminated. Most of them have been cleared away. Only a few have hidden away in the desert or jungle, intentionally left by the divine capital. Because of this, a large gathering area has formed outside the divine capital, populated by people from the central continent and even other provinces and cities beyond. They're defined as pilgrims heading towards the divine capital, although in less flattering terms, they're simply refugees. They do not have formal identities in the divine capital, not even as commoners. Thus, they cannot enter the city and can only gather outside, praying towards the Black Wall, hoping that every population supply from the divine capital will include them. In such lawless areas, various forces inevitably insert themselves. For example, the Free Resistance Army, as a troublemaker, would naturally not let such a place go unexploited. Today, at the Free Resistance Army's secret reception point outside the city, they received several unusual visitors. "Sir, please wait here for a moment. Our commander will be here shortly," one of the members of the Resistance Army said. "Thank you," the man replied, nodding politely. After a short while, a figure appeared before him. This person was well known to those familiar with the Resistance Army, one of its high-ranking leaders, Wu Yi. "Ha! Friends from afar, how delightful it is! Mr. Chen Xian, welcome to the divine capital," Wu Yi said, running up to the man and shaking his hand with enthusiasm. The man named Chen Xian was an extraordinary individual responsible for managing external affairs in the Wanshui City Sanctuary and a trusted aide of Zhao Chun. Seeing Wu Yi being so courteous, Chen Xian's eyes also revealed a touch of emotion. "Your kindness overwhelms me, Mr. Wu. I'm a loss for words." "You flatter me, Mr. Chen. We are all like-minded comrades fighting for the great cause of human liberation. How could we concern ourselves with trivialities?" Wu Yi replied earnestly, patting Chen Xian's hand. This exchange made Chen Xian feel even more moved. "The time is almost up, Mr. Chen. Let's head into the city. The leaders are already waiting for your arrival." "Then we must hurry. We can't keep everyone waiting," Chen Xian said quickly. With that, he followed Wu Yi into the building, taking the secret passage of the Free Resistance Army into the city. Meanwhile, in the Old City area, due to the expansion war, the Divine Capital's main focus has been on external recovery, so strategic deployments in the Old City area and other places are in a state of retreat. Except for the factory district, other areas are essentially left to their own devices. Naturally, these areas have become the influence zone of the Free Resistance Army, which has absorbed a large number of commoners as their members. To date, the number of members in the Free Resistance Army has exceeded 10,000. In the areas they influence, among every 3 households, at least one has connections to the Free Resistance Army, with some even being members, while the other 2 have indirect ties. Of course, some commoners choose not to associate with the Free Resistance Army at all. Some have even angrily criticized the group as troublemakers disrupting society and instigating chaos. If it were the Free Resistance Army of the pre-expansion war era, such insults would be inconsequential. But now, with so many commoners joining, their foundational beliefs have not kept pace. Thus, in response to these insults, the newly joined members of the Free Resistance Army have no intention of tolerating them, often resorting to violent measures. In their eyes, the Free Resistance Army is the future of humanity, and anyone who goes against their will is a traitor, a dog of the Jiang family. To deal with such dogs, severe punishment is necessary to intimidate others. Consequently, the Old City area has witnessed multiple violent incidents targeting ordinary civilians, even drawing the attention of the enforcers, leading to small-scale armed conflicts. Of course, these members of the Free Resistance Army do not dare to confront the enforcers. They usually scatter in a panic at the first sign of them. They leave the mess for the local commoners to deal with. At the health clinic, the place is packed, filled with cries of pain. All of these individuals have unmistakable signs of being beaten by clubs and fists. He Li, wearing a white coat and a mask, is busy treating the injured. Beside her, Tong Tong is also helping out. Although still young, Tong Tong has gained some basic experience as a little nurse by following her mother around. So, when mom is busy, Tong Tong will also stand by her side to help her. "Sigh, Dr. He. If it weren't for you, we would be in deep trouble." A middle-aged man whose broken arm had been set aside as he spoke. In response, Dr. He shook her head and smiled gently. Then she took some bandages and began to treat another person's wound. The deep cut on that person's arm made Tong Tong a bit scared, but she still stood strong by her mother's side, holding various medicines. "Hang in there." After Dr. He said this, she carefully cleaned the wound with the medicine. The man felt the pain in his arm, and cold sweat began to trickle down his face. But he still gritted his teeth and held on. Once the bandaging was complete, the man smiled weakly at Healy. "Dr. He, thank you." Healy wiped the sweat that was seeping from her forehead. "You're welcome. As a doctor, this is what I should do." Dr. He, please help me." At that moment, a frantic voice from outside almost sounded like crying. Hearing this, Healy took a deep breath and turned to rush outside. However, when she saw the old man's injuries, she fell silent. Tong Tong hid behind her, trembling at the sight of the old man's wounds. After a moment of silence, she stepped forward and carefully observed the old man's several bloody wounds. The other injured people in the clinic watched this scene with fear in their eyes, gritting their teeth. They all knew who had caused these wounds because their own injuries were inflicted by those people. It was because they just wanted to live a simple life and did not want to join them. Those bastards. Bastards. The man with the bandaged cut on his arm exclaimed angrily. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Dr. Himai, my father, a young woman looked at He Li, tears streaming down her face. After checking the other person's gradually fading pulse, He Li ultimately didn't know what to say. This was just a small clinic, not a big hospital. She was powerless. Seeing Doctor, he's silent. The woman collapsed to the ground in despair. Tears continued to flow down her face. Xinjing, my family, I beg you to cast your gaze upon the old city area. Look at what this group of people has done to it. Seeing the woman cry, some people in the clinic also couldn't help but shed tears. In the past, even when the power of Xinjing was shrinking, they had some assurance of safety for their lives. But now, look at that group of people who talk all day about equality and human revival, yet their actions are even more brutal than that of the tyrannical Xinjing government. At that moment, suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from outside. Hearing this sound, everyone quickly fell silent. Even the crying woman hurriedly covered her sobs. Healy looked out. She saw several men wearing simple clothes with a pair of wings printed on their chests rush in. Health clinic, may I ask what you need? Looking at these people, Healy took a deep breath and said, Are you the doctor of the health clinic? The leading man looked at Healy and asked, Yes. Healy nodded. Seeing Healy confirm, the expressions of the men softened a bit. Dr. He, the Free Movement is recruiting you. We, the Free Resistance Army, sincerely invite you to join us, to use your medical skills to treat the freedom fighters who are struggling against the tyrant. Hearing this, the injured people in the clinic widened their eyes. Some even shot angry glances at them. Tong Tong, hiding in the back, bit her lip and turned to run toward the back door, tears welling in her eyes. Mom said that if such a situation arises, I should go find Uncle Monster for help. Dr. He, I believe you are a smart person. As long as you agree to join us, we will provide you with the best conditions and services from the Free Resistance Army, and we will ensure the safety of you and your daughter, absolutely not allowing the tyrant's army to harm you. The team leader of the Free Resistance Army said to Healy very seriously. In response, Healy's expression remained calm. Her answer was still the same. Commander, you are mistaken. I am just a small doctor and cannot bear such a grand ideal. What I need to do is to help those neighbors who are within my capacity. Therefore, I am grateful for your kindness, but I am sorry. Please forgive me for declining. Chapter 109. Who are the mob? Dismantling the 8 major corps, asterisk, asterisk. Healy slightly bowed toward the other party and politely spoke. Upon hearing this, the members of the Free Resistance Army across from him furrowed their brows. It should be noted that the conditions they offered had already been quite generous. If it weren't for the recent increase in skirmishes with the Jingjing Punishment Department and the rising number of casualties among their resistance fighters, they wouldn't have made such offers. Unexpectedly, even with such generous terms, the other side directly refused. Dr. He, I hope you can reconsider. After all, this is about contributing to the great cause of human liberation. The brave soldiers of the Free Resistance Army are waiting for your rescue. I believe that any person with a sincere heart cannot refuse such a noble cause. Unless, at this point, the squad leader of the resistance narrowed his eyes. The previous respect was gone, replaced by a coldness. Doctor, is your heart like those vampires in Jingjing, rejecting the liberation of humanity, rejecting the great cause of human restoration? As these words were spoken, everyone in the clinic felt a chilling sensation. So, doctor, I hope you can make the right choice and use your medical skills to save those who should be saved, the glorious warriors who are fighting for freedom with their lives. He looked at Dr. He. That serious gaze made it clear to everyone. He was not joking. Once this accusation was placed upon Dr. He, what she would face could be, Are you going too far? At that moment, a middle-aged man with a wound on his arm could no longer contain his anger and shouted. As soon as the middle-aged man spoke, a soldier from the Free Resistance Army stepped forward. Seeing this, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and stared back. Doctor, he is a good person. She is an innocent healer. Don't you have any conscience doing this? An innocent healer should fight for the great ideals of the Free Resistance Army. The resistance soldier coldly replied. You all. Hearing this, the middle-aged man felt a surge of indignation at the other party's shamelessness. Since when did an innocent doctor have to serve you? Speaking of which, I think I recognize you. Oh, I remember now. You people are the mobs who chose to resist our free mission, right? At that moment, the members of the Free Resistance Army suddenly uttered a phrase that made everyone in the clinic change color. Mobs? They simply didn't want to be involved with them, and this made them mobs? Absurd. Absurd. This is simply the height of absurdity. And what right did these people have to define them? It should be noted that even the Jingjing government had never labeled them this way. Enough. Just then, as the atmosphere grew increasingly suffocating, Dr. He tightly closed her eyes and exhaled a heavy sigh. I will go with you. Doctor, upon hearing this, everyone in the clinic felt a wave of distress. Don't worry, I will be fine, Doctor, he said with a smile. It was precisely because of this that they felt even more frustrated. Welcome to the Free Army, Doctor. The resistance soldier nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Dr. He's words and reached out his hand. However, Dr. He merely glanced at him before turning and walking to the shelf, putting the family photo into her pocket. Then she picked up her medical kit. The few resistance soldiers did not leave immediately. Amidst the furious gazes of the crowd, they almost stripped the clinic of all its medicines and supplies before taking Dr. He away. Not long after Dr. He left, the sound of police sirens rang out outside. Mama! Mama! Tong Tong rushed into the room. Looking at the emptied home, she was stunned. Behind her, Lu Hong rushed in with a team of ordinary police officers. Where is Dr. He? He looked at the injured patients in the clinic and shouted. Just now, Dr. He was taken away, in that direction. Seeing the police, the patients were very cooperative and quickly indicated the direction in which Dr. He had been taken. Those bastards! Upon hearing this, Lu Heng's expression darkened. Chase! After speaking, Lu Heng turned and rushed out the door. The police officers followed closely behind. However, Lu Heng quickly ran back and carried the stunned Tong Tong, who had collapsed on the ground, into the police car. Soon, the sirens blared. Ahead, the group of resistance soldiers who had taken Dr. He became alert upon hearing the police sirens. However, they weren't particularly flustered. After all, this was not the siren of the punishment department. This was just ordinary mortal police. In the old city area, they weren't afraid of these ordinary police. You there? Stop. Quickly, the police car caught up. Lu Heng looked at Dr. He and immediately blocked the police car ahead. He pulled out his gun and got out of the car. In broad daylight. How dare you forcibly kidnap a civilian? Are you out of your mind? Lu Heng said coldly. Officer, what kidnapping? Who told you this was a kidnapping? The doctor is voluntarily coming with us. The squad leader of the resistance army laughed and spread his hands. Voluntarily? Huh. Lu Heng let out a cold laugh. I don't want to talk much with you. Release the people immediately, otherwise you will be charged with kidnapping. Kidnapping? Officer, you really know how to put a hat on someone? Oh, wait, you're already wearing one. The rebel squad leader innocently replied. Don't talk nonsense. Hands on your head, squat down. Lu Yuan had his gun aimed at the opponent's head. The other party seemed quite self-aware. They directly put their hands on their heads and squatted down. Then, Lu Yuan looked at Dr. He. Dr. He, come over quickly. Dr. He nodded and then stepped towards the police car. Lu Yuan remained vigilant towards these people. However, he did not notice that, at this moment, from a certain house behind him, a gun barrel was already aimed at him. Mom! Just as Dr. He reached the police car, Tong Tong cried and rushed into Dr. He's arms. It's okay, it's okay. Dr. He smiled and ruffled Tong Tong's hair. Seeing this, Lu Yuan's face also broke into a smile. Dr. He looked at Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with gratitude. Mr. Lu, thank you. Bang! Sizzle. Blood instantly sprayed from Lu Yuan's chest. At that moment, Doctor He widened her eyes, looking at the smile on Lu Yuan's face that had not yet disappeared. She was stunned. "Captain, you bastards! Open fire!" In an instant, gunfire echoed through the streets. Meanwhile, at the Free Army headquarters, unlike the previous underground base, the Free Army headquarters had also moved to a proper residential building. Although it looked like a residential building from the outside, the interior was several times more spacious than an ordinary residence. They even had carpets laid out. The Free Army had grown, and naturally, their conditions had improved. At this moment, the leadership of the Free Army had gathered. The leader, Ji Changlin, along with 3 high-ranking officials, Yang Bing, Wu Jiang, and Tang Wan, were all seated. Below them were many Free Army cadres and elite members. To be honest, Tang Wan, who had just returned yesterday, was bewildered at the size of the Free Army. After all, she had only been away for a maximum of 10 days. But in just those 10 days, the changes made her feel strange, especially when looking at the luxurious conference room in front of her. It filled her with an inexplicable sense of confusion. "Xiaowan, how are Huang Bo and the others doing?" At this moment, Ji Changlin asked Tang Wan. "Dad, apart from Feng Zhua, Huang Bo and the others have already escaped life-threatening danger, but the fungal spores absorbed too much of their life force. The doctor said it will take time for them to fully recover. As for Feng Zhua, the doctor observed that he is temporarily in a coma due to his physical strength being far inferior to Huang Bo and the others." Tang Wan reported to Ji Changlin. Although she felt strange about the changes within the Free Army, she still respected Ji Changlin. "Well, as long as there's no life-threatening danger, that's good. Speaking of which, you all worked hard this time. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to personally intervene." Ji Changlin nodded and said. In response, Tang Wan fell silent. At this moment, she felt a bit anxious, because she had not told anyone about obtaining that S-rank ability crystal, not even her father. Originally, she planned to contribute the S-rank ability crystal to the organization. However, due to the changes within the organization and the price she paid to obtain the S-rank ability crystal, she ultimately decided to temporarily keep the ability crystal in her own hands. Apart from Jiang Chen, no one else knew. Thinking of this, somehow, Tang Wan felt exhausted. Not physically, but mentally exhausted. She recalled the time at the health clinic. Those days were the most carefree moments she had experienced since the apocalypse began. After the meeting, she wanted to go see Tong Tong and He Jia. It had been a while since she last visited them. Thinking of Tong Tong and Healy lightened her heart considerably, just as Tang Wan was reflecting on her feelings. A person who felt unfamiliar walked into the conference room amidst a round of applause. When Tang Wan heard his identity, her mind went blank. Wan Shui City Shelter? Chen Xian? When did they, the Free Resistance Army, establish contact with shelters outside of Xinjiang? Moreover, as this Chen Xian began to discuss topics with them, Tang Wan suddenly felt a chill in her heart. At this critical moment, in order to resist the oppression of Xinjiang, we should work together inside and out. Together, we will destroy the 8 major pioneer regiments under Xinjiang. If we do this, we can dismantle the military forces that maintain Xinjiang's brutal rule, and take this opportunity to completely overthrow Xinjiang, achieving the truly grand goal of restoring Xinjiang and even the entire central continent's people. Chapter 110. Striving with all one's might for the 10,000 waters of the river. Wait! As soon as Chen Xian said this, Tang Wan immediately interrupted him and stood up. Seeing this, the surrounding members of the resistance army turned their attention to Tang Wan. Although Tang Wan held a high position within the resistance army, she rarely expressed her opinions. Rather than being a senior member of the resistance army, she seemed more like a glorious warrior who strictly adhered to the principles of the Free Army. However, unexpectedly, today Tang Wan was the first to stand up and speak, directly interrupting the words of this representative from the 10,000 waters. "Mr. Chen Xian, isn't your statement a bit too presumptuous? To eliminate the 8 great pioneer legions? I fear even your leader wouldn't dare to entertain such thoughts. Having experienced the incident in the Divine Forest last time, Tang Wan was all too aware of the strength of the 8 great pioneer legions in Xinjiang. Even a single White Watch legion might not be able to withstand them, let alone all 8 pioneer legions together. Therefore, in her view, Chun Xian's claim to eliminate the 8 great pioneer legions sounded almost like a joke. If the Free Resistance Army truly collaborated with them, it would mean dragging the Free Resistance Army into the abyss. Upon hearing Tang Wan's words, Chen Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. However, soon a smile appeared on his face. Ms. Tang Wan, why must you speak in a way that raises other spirits while diminishing your own? I'm merely stating the facts, Tang Wan replied calmly. In the ancient square, you gathered the alliance of 4 shelters, united more than 30 extraordinary individuals, and amassed tens of thousands of troops. Yet what was the outcome? A complete defeat. No, Ms. Tang Wan, I must correct you on this point. We were not defeated. Chun Xian immediately corrected her with utmost seriousness right after her words. Our valiant coalition, relying on our indomitable spirit of resistance, managed to fend off hundreds of thousands of zombies. In the end, despite being isolated and without any reinforcements, we defeated all the zombies. We were on the verge of reclaiming the entire ancient square. But just at that moment, the despicable White Watch Legion intervened, shamelessly stealing our hard-earned victory. So, the recovery of the ancient square lies with our coalition, not with the White Watch. The White Watch Legion is nothing but a disgraceful thief. Upon hearing Chun Xian's words, Tang Wan frowned. The members of the resistance army in the conference room began to whisper among themselves. Everyone, you say we can withstand hundreds of thousands of zombies. Doesn't that prove our strength? Even the White Watch Legion has to fear our coalition's might. They can only resort to despicable methods, using zombies to fight our coalition, then shamelessly snatching the fruit of our victory. Doesn't this show that they fear us? They dare not confront us head-on. Imagine, we could make the White Watch Legion tremble with just a few tens of thousands. What if we add a few tens of thousands more, or even hundreds of thousands, or 400,000 troops? Wouldn't we then have the resources to confront the 8 great pioneer legions? Chen Xian spoke loudly. Hearing this, Tang Wan gritted her teeth. You say you have 300 to 400,000 troops, and you just have them. As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed the smile on Chen Xian's face, and suddenly realized that she seemed to have fallen into his trap. Ms. Tang Wan, your question is astute. Finding 3 to 400,000 troops is indeed challenging, but at this point, Chen Xian's tone shifted, becoming more animated. But our 10,000 water shelter has overcome this enormous difficulty. Not only have we found 3 to 400,000 troops, but we have even managed to gather more than that. Upon hearing this, Tang Wan was momentarily speechless. Ms. Tang Wan, you might be underestimating our 10,000 water shelter and the determination of those shelters that oppose the tyranny of Xinjiang. Now, I can tell you, and I can tell everyone present, through the efforts of our 10,000 water shelter, we have gained the support of all the shelters in Central State that have yet to be breached by Xinjiang. In fact, many shelters that have fallen under Xinjiang's brutal rule have expressed support from their exile factions, gathering together under the banner of freedom in total resistance against oppression and tyranny. We unite. We face oppression together. We resist together. Chen Xian's tone grew passionate, rising higher and faster as he spoke. His words ignited a burning fervor in the hearts of everyone in the conference room. Do you all know how many extraordinary individuals and troops we have gathered for this battle? Here, at our 10,000 water shelter. At this, everyone fell silent. They looked at Chen Xian, their expressions serious. We have more than 50 extraordinary individuals. The army exceeds 300,000, and our numbers are still increasing daily. Various supplies are arriving at our 10,000 waters shelter every day. Weapons, ammunition, and even various armored vehicles that survived from before the apocalypse. But at this point, Chen took a deep breath. He looked at everyone in the conference room, his eyes shining with intensity. The members of the resistance army looked at him as if something deep within them had been awakened. We are still not enough. We still lack the final power, the last and most crucial force to resist Xinjing's tyranny. And that force is all of you present here. The Great Free Resistance Army. Chen shouted loudly. His voice made the hearts of those present race faster. That was a strong emotion known as being recognized and needed. As long as the members of the Free Resistance Army can help us in this great battle, as long as the glorious warriors of the Free Resistance Army, over 1 million strong, can stand with us against oppression and tyranny, we will have enough confidence to dismantle the entire tyrannical regime of the Divine Capital. In the Divine Capital, in the Central Plains, we will sound the horn of freedom and resistance. At that time, there will be no oppression, no tyranny, and no hierarchical order. It will be rebuilt in the hands of you all. And the Divine Capital will no longer be the Divine Capital of the Jiang family. It will be our Divine Capital, the Divine Capital of the Free Resistance Army, which particularly represents the will of the vast people of the Divine Capital. After Chen finished this speech, everyone in the meeting room fell silent. This silence was not one of despair, but of excitement. It was like the foreshadowing of a volcanic eruption. In their hearts, under Chen speech, they completely envisioned what the Divine Capital would look like after overthrowing the Jiang family's tyranny. Even Tang Wan, at this moment, was affected by Chen words. Quickly, she reacted. No, this was just an illusory big pie that Chen painted for them. Was it possible to defeat the 8 Great Pioneer Corps and overthrow the Jiang family? Before the trip to Gufang City, she might have thought there was even a slim chance of that. But ever since the trip to Gufang City, she had come to understand that if they had any realistic chance of defeating the 8 Great Pioneer Corps, then the second part, overthrowing the Jiang family, that was absolutely impossible. After all, that man could even defeat a god. Tang Wan thought of Jiang Chen at that time, and her heart trembled. His casual strike in the battle against the Divine was enough to annihilate a level pinnacle or even a level 2 extraordinary being. Moreover, she still didn't know if the Jiang family had any other trump card apart from the 8 Great Pioneer Corps. With that in mind, Tang Wan felt there was absolutely no chance of winning. She looked around the meeting room, seeing the strong fighting spirit in the eyes of the Resistance Army's high-ranking members. She felt powerless. Just then, a voice broke the silence and gave Tang Wan a glimmer of hope. This matter is of great importance, so please allow us to consider it, said Ji Chonglin. He looked at Chen and smiled. As the leader of the Resistance Army, his will, to some extent, represented the will of the entire Resistance Army. When he spoke, it indicated that there was still room for discussion on this matter. In response, a barely perceptible look of regret flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. However, he quickly nodded politely. Mr. Ji's words are very reasonable. I will wait in the Divine Capital for 3 days. After 3 days, I need to return to Wanshui City. This matter is urgent, so I hope everyone can consider it quickly. 3 days? I will give you an answer in 3 days, Ji Chonglin said, taking a deep breath from his pipe. The meeting concluded. Tang Wan's heart was now complicated. She wanted to go straight to the health clinic. But Ji Chonglin suddenly stopped her. Xiao Wan, come to my office for a moment. There are some things I want to discuss with you. Naturally, she wouldn't defy her father's words. Yes, Dad. Just as she followed Ji Chonglin to the office, a soldier from the Resistance Army ran over and urgently reported to Yangbing. Captain, the brothers have clashed with the troops from the Divine Capital again. And this time, it seems to be getting out of control. Dozens of brothers have already sacrificed. What? Dozens of brothers have sacrificed. Hearing this, Yang Bing's heart instantly burned with anger. Now that the resistance army had expanded, Yang Bing felt more confident. He had even led his team to clash with the Punishers several times. Although they had retreated in panic each time, he had never been afraid. He was determined to have another chance to face the Punishers. Where is it happening? It's in a place that poses as a health clinic. Damn it, tell the brothers to get their weapons. Let those dogs from the divine capital know that we are not the same as before. At this moment, Yang Bing's heart was still ignited by Chen Xian's earlier words. Just as Chen Xian said, they, the Free Resistance Army, were now a force with considerable influence. Even against the Punishers, they dared to exchange blows, let alone against these mere mortal guards. Chapter 111. A small conflict sparks a great war. In the office asterisk. Xiaowan, you seem to be very opposed to our alliance with the Wanshui shelter. Ji Chonglin didn't beat around the bush and directly asked the key question. Tang Wan nodded. She looked at Ji Chonglin, her expression extremely serious. Old dad, I have something to say. Please don't get angry. Xiaowan, just say it. What can make me angry? Ji Chonglin smiled as he lit his pipe. Tang Wan didn't hesitate and directly recounted her recent experiences in the ancient faction's headquarters. As Ji Chonglin listened to her narration, his brow furrowed deeper, and the frequency with which he puffed on the pipe increased. So, what you're saying is that a pioneer battalion is configured with at least a transcendent level 2 battalion leader, overseeing 5 peak level I combat leaders, and they even have corresponding transcendent aides? Tang Wan nodded gravely. That's right, old dad. Moreover, we now know that the soldiers of the White Watch Battalion are identical to those of the Punisher Battalion stationed in the capital. They have undergone genetic surgery to become super soldiers. To say they can take on 10 enemies is no exaggeration, coupled with the elite equipment they wear. Their rapid reclamation of so many cities is a testament to their formidable combat power. Old dad, if even the White Watch Battalion can unleash such powerful combat strength, what about the other 8 battalions? Remember, the White Watch Battalion is not the strongest among the 8 battalions. Ji Chonglin fell silent. He actually had a similar premonition in his heart. The real picture that Tang Wan painted for him made him believe it completely. So, old dad, even though the Free Army has expanded significantly, just as that Chen Xian said, we now have over 100,000 warriors. So what? What real impact do these 100,000 warriors have? In fact, I feel that these 100,000 warriors may be less effective than our previous Free Army. Tang Wan deeply exhaled, expressing her concerns. She was not optimistic about the Free Army's haphazard expansion. In her view, the Free Army could promote its ideals and recruit members. However, these members must possess steadfast beliefs in their hearts. Only such members could be true honorable warriors of the Free Army, rather than those who were just filling numbers, joining the Free Army for warmth or to elevate themselves above ordinary civilians. What use is there in having such people join the Free Army? Upon hearing Tang Wan's words, Ji Chonglin showed a weary expression. Xiaowan, did I ever not think about these things? You know, I originally wanted to stop, but now I can't. My initial thought was that the capital would at least impose some pressure on our actions. If that were the case, we could solidify our foundation while recruiting truly faithful warriors. However, the capital's response has left me puzzled. They have almost completely allowed our actions, to the point where I didn't realize it at first. Plus, everyone is so eager to seize this opportunity to strengthen the Free Army. So by the time I noticed something was off, the Free Army's numbers had already swelled to several 100,000, over 100,000. As the leader of the Free Army, can I really expel all these members? Honestly, I'm starting to find it hard to understand the situation. What does the capital, or that young master of the Jiang family from the Jiang residence, really think? Ji Chonglin sighed. Moreover, Xiaowan, I actually intended to agree to Chen Xian's conditions. Hearing this, Tang Wan was taken aback. However, I'm only agreeing on the surface. My true intention is for you to lead the true, faithful, elite warriors of the Free Army away from the capital. Although I don't know what that young Master Jiang is really thinking, I have a premonition that allowing our actions is definitely not a good thing for us. He has greater plans. Ji Changlin looked at Tang once seriously. And you, old dad? Tang Wan hastily asked. Me? Haha, I can't leave. Ji Changlin smiled. But Tang Wan wanted to say something more, but Ji Changlin interrupted her. All right, Xiao Wan, you have things to do, right? Go ahead. Come back later, and I will negotiate this matter as soon as possible, so you can lead the elite of the Free Army away from the capital. Tang Wan quietly walked out of the office. At that moment, she even felt a sense of an impending storm approaching. Inevitably, she thought of Jiang Chen's figure. She knew that person would never act without reason, just as her father suspected. Jiang Chen's willingness to allow the Free Army was certainly not due to a lack of military strength or personnel shortages causing a strategic contraction. And since that was not the reason, what did he want to do? Tang Wan pondered, and gradually, a spark of inspiration emerged in her mind. Although her interactions with Jiang Chen were not extensive, she already understood in her heart that Jiang Chen was a person of great ambition. To achieve his goals, he could be said to go to any lengths. And this time, regarding the Freedom Army, if it were her in his position, suddenly, Tang Wan felt a chill in her heart. A freezing sensation swept over her inexplicably. Her face turned pale. Just as she was getting closer to the answer in her heart, just about to explore it, a sudden commotion interrupted her thoughts. She saw a large number of Freedom Army soldiers running out with guns in hand. Moreover, what they mentioned caused Tang Wan's expression to change instantly. Hurry! The captain's order. Head immediately to the health clinic. Reinforce our brothers there. Yes. Wait. You just mentioned the health clinic. What happened to the health clinic? Tang Wan directly stopped them and asked in a serious tone. Tang Wan was a high-ranking member of the Freedom Army. These members did not dare to ignore her words. Big sister, I'm not clear on the situation there right now. I just heard that one of our brothers brought in a member, apparently the doctor from the health clinic. Everything was fine until those guards suddenly chased after us, opened fire, and injured our brother. And then, hearing this, Tang Wan's face darkened frighteningly. She immediately turned and ran outside. Lies. All lies. Bringing in a member? Never mind whether he Jia would join the Freedom Army. Even if she did, it absolutely wouldn't be at this moment. And combined with the fact that the guards chased after them, that must mean that a member of the Freedom Army forcibly took He Jia away. So someone called the police. And then the events that followed occurred. These fools. Now is not the time to be angry about such things. She must rush to He Jia's side immediately. If anything happened to He Jia and Tong Tong because of the Freedom Army, Tang Wan bit her thin lip tightly. He Jia Tong Tong, you must be all right. And at this time, Shenzhen Main City District, Jiang Family Palace. Inside the room, incense curled subtly, a peaceful ambience. Fifth Knight stood in front of the desk, respectfully reporting to Jiang Chen. Young master, it seems the situation in the old city area cannot be contained any longer. It has already evolved into a large-scale armed conflict. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen slowly stood up from his chair. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gently swirling the red wine in his goblet. How was the progress on the blood exchange plan? Jiang Chen asked about another matter. Reporting to the young master, the 8 major legions have now completed 50% of the progress. 50%? That means they have prepared 20,000 loyal forces now. That should be enough. Jiang Chen drank the red wine in his goblet in one go, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Tell them to immediately send these people to Xinjiang. Yes, young master. Fifth Knight nodded. Then, since the blood exchange is underway, the rotten, foul blood also needs to begin to be cleaned up. Order a lockdown in the old city area. All civilians are to remain at home, prohibited from roaming freely, and command the disciplinary forces of the 3 War Corps, along with 50,000 ordinary guard troops, to immediately garrison the old city area. Anyone who resists shall be killed. In his calm words, a chilling air emanated. Just like the December sky, even though the sun shone brightly, that chill still pierced the heart and drilled into the lungs. Moreover, Jiang Chen put down the goblet in his hand, a subtle arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. It's time to see this legendary Freedom Army leadership for myself. Chapter 112. The Punishment Squad Marches. The Rebels in Crisis. ***. Old City District ***. Gunfire and explosions rang out continuously. Since the apocalypse began, the Old City District had never experienced such a large-scale firefight. With the reinforcement of the Freedom Army and the Imperial Guard, both sides now had over 1,000 personnel involved, and the corpses on the ground numbered in the hundreds. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of bullets whistled through the air, their sharp noise sending the nearby civilians into a panic. Well, had they ever witnessed such a scale of combat? Even on the day the apocalypse struck, they hadn't encountered anything like this. On the streets, the rebels and the guard forces were locked in combat. Both sides were crazily pouring bullets at each other. The din of battle, cries of despair, echoed throughout the street. Behind the front wheel of the police car, Tong Tong was curled up, hugging her head and crying in terror. Healy was beside her, her hands covered in blood. Even after a bullet had just whizzed past her less than half a meter away, she remained unperturbed. She trembled as she pressed her hands against Lu Yuan's chest, trying to staunch the blood flowing from his wound, but seeing the crimson blood seeping through her fingers. "Dr. He, it's no use." Lu Yuan shook his head. His throat felt as if it were blocked by something. He coughed, and blood poured uncontrollably from his mouth. Healy bit her lip tightly. One hand pressed on Lu Yuan's wound, while the other rummaged through the medical kit. She searched desperately for a way to stop the bleeding, but she knew better than anyone. Her medical kit had plenty of hemostatic supplies, but looking at the penetrating wound on Lu Yuan's left chest, she ultimately couldn't hold back and covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. "Hey, Dr. He, if I can make you cry for me once, then I'm all ready, without regrets." Seeing this, Lu Yuan smiled, but the moment he smiled, more blood flowed from his chest. "I'm sorry," Healy whispered. It's fine. You've saved me so many times, this time I'll naturally save you, Dr. He. If I die, then so be it. In this world, life isn't worth much anyway. I have many regrets. I regret not meeting you sooner. If only Tong Tong were my biological daughter, how wonderful that would be. If it were in the past, Lu Yuan's words would have surely drawn a cold retort from Healy. But this time, Healy chose silence. This was her first act of tenderness towards him. Cough, cough. Shaoli, Captain. A guard rushed over, tears welling in his eyes as he looked at him. "This place is too dangerous. You must immediately take Dr. He and Tong Tong away quickly." Lu Yuan widened his eyes and uttered his final words. "Thud, Captain. Lu Yuan." Healy stared blankly at Lu Yuan's hand, which had fallen limp. "Doctor, let's go quickly." The guard couldn't care less about his sadness. He picked up Tong Tong and pulled Healy away quickly. Rebel reinforcements had arrived. They were about to be surrounded. If they didn't leave now, they would really be trapped. "Mommy." This call of despair snapped Healy back to reality. She looked at Tong Tong's terrified eyes. Hurriedly, she took Tong Tong from the guard's arms, tightly hugging her and following behind the guard. They navigated through the hail of bullets. The surrounding guards were fighting back with all their might, but they were now in territory heavily influenced by the Freedom Army. The speed of the Freedom Army's reinforcements was far greater than theirs. Even as these guards resisted tenaciously, many were quickly falling. "Doctor, hurry, keep up with me." Shaoli shouted loudly at Healy while raising his gun to shoot. Healy remained silent, crouching low, using the police car as cover to swiftly move through the battlefield. The situation had become extremely perilous. Several times, she felt bullets whizzed past her face, and just as she moved, the spot she had just vacated was struck by gunfire. Finally, they spotted a group of civilians ahead who opened their door. Dr. He, come over here. Dr. He, hurry over. Xiao Li covered them from behind. He nodded and quickly ran towards them, holding Tong Tong tightly. Thud, but just then, behind her, the sound of a body being struck by a bullet rang out, followed closely by a cry of pain. He turned her head to see Xiao Li, who had been covering for them, collapsing heavily into a pool of blood. And it wasn't over. The rebel who had shot Xiao Li was now glaring red-eyed, continuing to aim their gun towards them. Seeing this scene, Li was bewildered. Why were they targeting innocent people too? But at that moment, she had no time to think. She looked at the family ahead, waving her over. Then at Tong Tong in her arms. Seeing the fear and anxiety in Tong Tong's eyes, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Tong Tong, whenever you miss Mommy, just look up at the stars in the sky. Mommy and Daddy will always be watching over you. Having said that, Li forcefully tossed Tong Tong towards the family in front. And at that very moment, bang bang, in Tong Tong's dazed and despairing gaze, 2 bloody gunshot wounds appeared on Li's body. Mommy, Sister He. Just arriving at the scene, Tang Wan witnessed this moment. In that instant, her mind mirrored Tong Tong's almost completely. Why did this happen? She could understand the Freedom Army killing the Punishers. She could also understand the Freedom Army killing the ordinary guards. But why? Why did they have to aim their guns at an innocent person? A kind, innocent person. In that moment, Tang Wan didn't know what to think. In a fit of rage, she lunged forward and brutally mutilated the Freedom Army soldier who had just shot. At this moment, the soldier from the Freedom Army had just come to his senses from his bloodlust. He gasped, trembled, felt pain, and was afraid. And for this scene, Tang Wan's heart was also shaking. She could feel her hands stained with blood. Blood from Sister He and so many innocent lives. Sister He. Sister He. Tang Wan rushed to Li's side and picked her up. Xiao Wan. Sister He. Tears flowed uncontrollably from Tang Wan's eyes. I'm sorry, Sister He. It's all my fault. I'm sorry, Sister He. At this moment, Tang Wan cried like a child. She felt helpless, confused, terrified, and trembling. She felt like her faith had collapsed. Why did it come to this? No. Xiao Wan. Sister He wants to ask you for one thing. No. Sister He, you won't be okay. We need to go to the hospital, the best hospital. I will take you to the city center right now. I will take you. Bitter, pain. She held Sister He tightly and turned to leave. Xiao Wan, it's no use. I can't hold on anymore. Tong Tong, cough. Li tried to suppress her cough, but blood continued to flow from the corners of her mouth. Tong Tong, from now on, it's up to you to take care of Xiao Wan. I'm so sorry. On our last meeting, I still have to trouble you, but Sister He begs you, please. Li's breathing grew more and more rapid. She looked at Tang Wan, her weak hands holding Tang Wan's hands. Tang Wan sobbed, tightly grasping Li's hand. You don't need to say it, Sister He. I will do it. From now on, Tong Tong is my little sister. As long as I am here, no one will dare to bully Tong Tong. Sister He, hold on a little longer. We will definitely find a way. Right? He will definitely have a way. He has saved me so many times. He will definitely have a way. Sister He, please hold on. Tang Wan buried her face in Li's chest, crying loudly. Hearing this from Tang Wan, a faint smile appeared on Li's face. Slowly, she closed her eyes. Tang Wan listened to Li's heart that had stopped beating. Despair. At this moment, her heart was filled only with despair. Where is he? Where is he? Aren't you always able to appear? Always able to show up when I'm in the most danger? Why? Why aren't you coming out this time? Please, help me. No matter what you want me to do, please help me. Remember your words, no matter what I ask you to do. At this moment, a voice that felt incredibly familiar suddenly echoed in her mind. At the same time, at the back of her head, a faint green aura flew out. In her dazed gaze, it slowly sank into Li's body. And with this green light merging with Li, that warm radiance began to bloom within Li's body. This light was very familiar to her. It was just like the light from her dreams, the light that rose from him, exactly the same. Under this glow, the bloody wounds on He Li's body surprisingly began to miraculously heal. Moreover, the heartbeat that had stopped began to sound again. Sister He? Sister He. Seeing this, Tang Wan quickly called out. She watched as He Li's brows lightly trembled and then opened her eyes in Tang Wan's tearful and trembling gaze. He Li's eyes were filled with confusion. What's happening? Hadn't she died? Why? At this moment, in her mind, a figure like a deity, cloaked in golden light, appeared. She didn't know what that was, but it was a kind of powerful presence, one that demanded reverence. He Li understood that her revival seemed to be due to him. At this moment, a feeling of reverence arose in her eyes. For some reason, she understood that her life was a gift from him. Mommy, Sister He, Tong Tong Xiaowan. Looking at the two in her arms, He Li smiled. Tap, 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 tap. At this moment, sounds of orderly footsteps came from behind. Hearing this sound, Tang Wan's expression changed. Sister He, let's go to a safe place. He Li nodded. After what had just happened, she understood the value of life more than anyone else. Holding Tong Tong, the three quickly ran into the nearby house. Tang Wan looked outside the window. At this time, on the street, those still attacking the civilian guards of the Freedom Army seemed unaware of the grave mistake they had made. Until, boom, a gunshot rang out, directly blowing a Freedom Army soldier into a bloody mess right before Tang Wan's silent gaze. The power of the explosive gun was not something these pre-apocalyptic rifles could compare with. Hitting a zombie could directly disable it, let alone these ordinary soldiers. Punisher. At this moment, Tang Wan knew who had arrived. But what came next was even more shocking. It was known that Punishers would come occasionally, but that number was always limited. But this time, looking at the line of Punishers dressed in black and gold combat uniforms, pouring in from behind, the number, just what she could see at this moment, had already exceeded 1,000. And at this moment, the Freedom Army soldiers below realized something was wrong. They looked at the Punishers ahead, whose numbers even surpassed theirs, and were stunned. Some even turned to flee. But for those who exposed their backs, this time, the Punishers did not miss their targets again. With the helmet aiming system support, the explosive guns were now even more accurate and powerful than before. Boom, boom, boom. In a synchronized shot, the rebel soldiers in this area had already been wiped out by over 1,000. Tang Wan witnessed a Freedom Army soldier hiding behind a car, attempting to ambush a Punisher. But before his dagger could strike, the Punisher smashed his skull with a single punch. They continued to advance. After annihilating all the Freedom Army in the area, the Punishers did not stop as they usually would, but continued forward. And that direction was precisely where their rebel headquarters was located. Chapter 113. Arriving at the Free Army headquarters. Xiaowan, if you have something to do, just go ahead. Tong Tong and I are safe here, He Li said softly, looking at Tang Wan's troubled expression. Upon hearing this, Tang Wan nodded apologetically at He Li. She hesitated for a moment, then took out a fruit the size of an apple from her pocket and placed it in He Li's hand. He Li looked at the strange fruit in confusion. As Tang Wan leaned in and whispered something in her ear, He Li's face instantly showed surprise. Jijia, I already have extraordinary abilities now, so I don't need it anymore. This fruit belongs to the person it is meant for, Tang Wan said seriously. Hearing this, He Li was silent for a moment before nodding. Okay, I understand, Xiaowan. Seeing He Li accept it, Tang Wan smiled, and then turned into a shadow, disappearing from the spot. He Li looked at the fruit in her hand. She took out a photo from her pocket, gently caressing the image of a man, her eyes revealing tenderness. I will take care of Tong Tong. I will definitely do that. After saying this, He Li woke up the sleeping Tong Tong in her arms. Mom. After a day filled with events that profoundly affected Tong Tong, her eyes were now filled with confusion. She even felt that this day was too dreamlike, as if she had experienced a nightmare. Tong Tong, eat this fruit and you'll be able to sleep more comfortably, He Li said. Tong Tong nodded, and after witnessing the recent tragic scene, she no longer had any playful thoughts towards her mother's words. After eating the fruit, Tong Tong fell asleep again. Once she fell asleep, a white, extraordinary light began to flicker around her. Healy looked at the light, and even she didn't notice that deep in her pupils, a golden light quietly flickered. So it was given to this little girl. At this moment, in front of the Free Army's headquarters, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. However, for him, it didn't matter whom it was given to, whether it was this little girl or Fengzhua. To him, there was no difference. But for Fengzhua, it was not the case. After all, if he didn't receive another extraordinary fruit to prolong his life, he might never wake up again. Young master, Tang Wan is already coming this way. At that moment, Fifth Knight, dressed in a maid outfit, emerged from his shadow. Come on, let her see what I am about to create, the Free Army. After saying this, Jiang Chen stepped towards the residential building ahead. When his figure appeared in the eyes of the Free Army members outside, who were panicking due to the punitive forces' large-scale assault on the old city, they were initially stunned. Then shock, fear, and panic quickly filled their eyes. At this moment, they all stood frozen in place, not daring to even breathe. From outside the residential building, ascending the stairs, and moving through the corridor, all the Free Army members who saw Jiang Chen turned into puppets in that instant, standing still and unmoving. Jiang Chen ignored these mortals. He took step after step towards the conference room of the Free Army headquarters. The Fifth Knight followed closely behind him. In the corridor, the once busy freedom fighters widened their eyes at the moment they saw Jiang Chen. Everyone blocking his path pressed tightly against the wall in terror. Some were even afraid they couldn't press themselves into the wall. Silence, stillness, the sound of a pin could be heard. Talp, 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 talp. In the corridor, apart from the sound of Jiang Chen's leather shoes, it was so quiet that it felt eerie. Conference room. Seeing the three big characters on the door, Jiang Chen smiled. Then he turned to the two freedom fighters standing at the door, who were paralyzed and unable to stand up because of excessive fright. Could you help me open the door? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the two freedom fighter soldiers quickly nodded. Please come in. They hurriedly knocked on the large door. Inside the conference room, an emergency highest combat meeting was being held. Apart from Tang Wan and General Yang, who was commanding the battle on the front lines, other high-ranking members of the resistance were gathered in one place. The sudden actions of the capital had clearly caught them off guard. Some of them didn't even know why the fighting had started so abruptly. Just as they were discussing what to do next, the door to the conference room was knocked on. Before they had time to say, "Please come in," the large door was already pushed open. Everyone frowned and looked over, only to see a trembling freedom fighter entering. Seeing this, the crowd was about to scold him when, in the next moment, the figure that followed him into the room made everyone in the conference room, including the leader of the freedom resistance, Ji Chonglin, nearly stand up in shock. Some even fell to the ground in fright, looking terrified at the suddenly appearing Jiang Chen. Gone was the dignified demeanor of the high-ranking members of the resistance from before. At that moment, just like in the corridor outside, the atmosphere in the conference room was terrifyingly silent. Even the sound of the clock hanging on the wall could be heard clearly. Seeing the terrified expressions on the faces of those in the conference room, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. As he walked past a person, he kindly inquired, "Could you make some space?" Please. Young Master Jiang Chen, take a seat." The person quickly stood up from the chair and bowed respectfully. Jiang Chen then took out a blanket he carried with him and spread it over the chair. After that, he casually sat down with his legs crossed, looking extremely comfortable, as if he were in his own office. The majority of the people in the conference room looked at him uneasily, their heads slightly lowered, like children who had made a mistake. Only Ji Chonglin, observing Jiang Chen, after a moment of silence, put down the smoking pipe that he always had in his mouth. "I don't know what brings you to our Free Army headquarters, young Master Jiang Chen. What brings me here? Well, I came to see you all, to admire you. Is that not acceptable?" After all, I've heard quite a bit about the recent movements in the old city. Even I have. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Upon hearing these words, the people in the conference room felt even more terrified. Jiang Chen scanned the crowd and continued. I've heard that your Free Resistance Army's ideological platform is to overthrow me, the tyrant, and topple the Jiang family's rule in the capital? At this question, everyone in the room felt a shiver of fear, exchanging glances with one another, silent. Even Ji Changlin didn't know how to respond. Should he answer, or should he not? With your current situation, even if the Jiang family were 10 times weaker than it is now, you still wouldn't be able to overthrow us. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, several of the more spirited high-ranking members of the Free Army couldn't help but speak up. Young Master Jiang Chen, our Free Army currently has over 10,000 members. This force, even the capital cannot underestimate, right? That's right. We are no longer the weak Free Army of the past. We have the ability to say no to the capital. Hearing these words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Say no? Should I say you are naive or foolish? Do you really think that with over 10,000 worthless lives, I would feel threatened? Over 10,000 worthless lives. The people in the conference room were shocked by these words, especially Ji Changlin, whose pupils trembled deeply. At this moment, he recalled what Feng Zhua had said to him before. Jiang Chen would never care about the lives of these tens, or even over 10,000 people. To Jiang Chen, tens of thousands of lives were just a number. He had previously doubted Feng Zhua's words, but now, combined with the capital's previous indifferent response to their recruitment and the continuous sound of gunfire coming from the city, it all made sense. Young Master Jiang, our Free Army, we are willing to withdraw from the capital. Ji Changlin interrupted the others who were still trying to talk to Jiang Chen and spoke solemnly to him. Upon hearing Ji Changlin's words, everyone was shocked. Leader, we can't leave the capital. Shut up. This time, Ji Changlin's tone was extremely cold, unlike his usual amiable self. Jiang Chen looked on with interest at this scene. What do you think, young Master Jiang Chen? Ji Changlin asked again. To this, Jiang Chen smiled. I don't think anything. Today, none of you from the Free Army can leave. As soon as these words were spoken, Ji Changlin's expression turned solemn. He asked again, Young Master Jiang Chen, is there no room for negotiation? Well, there actually is. Hearing this, Ji Changlin's eyes lit up. That is, the Free Resistance Army surrenders unconditionally, and all high-ranking members await their fate. Jiang Chen smiled at Ji Changlin, looking at his slender, perfect fingers. As soon as this was said, before Ji Changlin could react, the others instantly changed their expressions. Impossible. We absolutely cannot surrender unconditionally. That's right. We still have over 10,000 members. We can confront the capital. Why should we surrender unconditionally? The resistance faction was completely enraged at this moment. Unconditional surrender? Why should they? They had worked hard to build up to this point, and now one word from him demanded unconditional surrender. Is there such a good deal in the world? If they surrendered unconditionally, they might as well fight to the end. In response, Jiang Chen looked at these resistance members and nodded. You have some courage, but unfortunately, you lack brains. Saying this, a dangerous smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips. In the next moment, he gently pinched his fingers. In Ji Changlin's eyes, which changed instantly, he felt an overwhelming force burst forth that he could not resist. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst several cries of horror, several high-ranking members of the resistance army were instantly reduced to a puddle of flesh. Their blood mixed with flesh splattered everywhere, especially on the remaining resistance high-ranking members, each of whom was now stained with their own blood and flesh. Now, is there anyone who disagrees? Jiang Chen still wore that smile on his face. This time, everyone looked at Jiang Chen in terror. Even Ji Changlin's eyes were filled with both fear and anger, but he dared not speak out, because he knew that if anyone else dared to disagree, their fate would be the same as the puddles of flesh on the floor. Just then, with a bang, the door to the conference room was pushed open. Tang Wan hurriedly ran in, but just as she was about to report her news to Ji Chonglin and the others, she saw the figure that made her soul tremble. Jiang Chen turned to look at her, a smile appearing on his lips. Xiaowan Long, time no see. Chapter 114. Unconditional Surrender. If at this moment Tang Wan were to think about the person she least wanted to see, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Chen. Conversely, if you were to ask Tang Wan who she most wanted to see at this moment, that person would still be Jiang Chen. The reason for this contradictory feeling stems from her despair earlier when she wanted to save Li. The words that echoed in her mind were a response to her plea. That sentence was something Tang Wan dared not to dwell on, as she was too familiar with it, familiar enough that she couldn't bring herself to face it. At this moment, looking at Jiang Chen, she felt as if she had no choice but to confront him. Why are you here? Tang Wan opened her mouth. She had many questions she wanted to ask Jiang Chen, but the only words that escaped her lips were this. Jiang Chen smiled. He was reclining, with his elbow propped up on the armrest of the chair, supporting his face. Why can't I be here? To put it bluntly, the entire divine capital is my territory. It's not strange for me to appear anywhere. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Tang Wan, who was still unsure how to face him, couldn't help but glare at him fiercely. This guy's words were always so arrogant, always making people feel angry. What's wrong? Looks like your eyes, little Wan, don't quite agree with my statement. Jiang Chen looked at her with a slight smile. The divine capital does not belong to you alone. It belongs to everyone who lives on this land. Tang Wan retorted through gritted teeth. Haha, everyone. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. What's so funny about that? This land, before the apocalypse arrived, belonged to the citizens of the divine capital collectively. That's a fact. In response to Jiang Chen's sarcastic laughter, Tang Wan indignantly replied. Jiang Chen looked at her. You also said that was before the apocalypse. But you have to understand, now is after the apocalypse. Are you using the situation from before the apocalypse to evaluate the situation after the apocalypse? Such a comparison is no different from the old nobility wanting to reclaim their palace in the new dynasty. Tang Wan was taken aback, and then she found herself at a loss for words and unable to counter. How can I be confused? Jiang Chen smiled and stood up, walking in front of her as she instinctively backed away, avoiding his gaze. Looking at her pretty face, especially her crimson-red pupils, he saw a light in her eyes that made Tang Wan not dare to meet his gaze. Little Wan, remember this. The majority of the people in the divine capital are still living in this world, not because they worked hard enough, but because of my salvation. Otherwise, do you believe that at the moment the apocalypse arrived, at least half of the millions in the divine capital would have turned into zombies? And now they're still alive. They should feel honored because I saved them, because I gave them the right to live on. Therefore, their lives should be in my hands. I am their savior. Jiang Chen reached out to touch Tang Wan's face. She wanted to struggle, but when she heard his voice, she didn't know how to resist. He held her chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. Tang Wan bit her lip, glaring at him defiantly. What savior? Is this what you call being a savior? Listen to the gunfire outside. Is this how you act as a savior? At this moment, the sound of gunfire from the Punisher's troops was getting closer, and they could even hear the Freedom Army shouting in panic to retreat. Behind them, Ji Chonglin and others glanced out the window and saw the Freedom Army that had already collapsed at their feet, falling silent. How long had it been? Not even 2 hours? Although Ji Chonglin knew that the current Freedom Army appeared large, it was actually bloated. The newly joined soldiers had extremely low combat effectiveness. Even so, this was still an army of several 100,000. Surely, even a herd of pigs wouldn't be defeated this quickly. Hearing the chaotic sounds outside, feeling the approaching gunfire, for some reason, Tang Wan felt very wronged, extremely wronged. She knew where this feeling came from, but she didn't want to admit it. She stared intently at Jiang Chen. Tears were already welling in her eyes, and her voice choked as she shouted at Jiang Chen. Don't you just want to destroy us, the Freedom Army, and kill us? Now that your goal has been achieved, the Freedom Army has become utterly powerless under your indulgence. Our upper echelons have all been captured by you. Now you just need to lift a finger, and the entire Freedom Army will completely disappear in the divine capital." As she spoke, Tang Wan, under Jiang Chen's somewhat strange gaze, tightly grabbed his hand and placed it on her neck, especially with a look in her eyes that was tinged with grievance and a hint of resentment. She resembled a girlfriend who had been heartlessly abandoned. This made Jiang Chen's eyes reveal a teasing light. "You say I can just kill you? Wouldn't that make me lose face? Besides, not everyone in your Freedom Army wants to die like this, right?" Jiang Chen looked at Ji Changlin and the others. Unsurprisingly, as soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, some high-ranking members of the Freedom Army immediately stood up with pale faces. They looked at Jiang Chen with terrified eyes and directly knelt down. "Young Master Jiang Chen, we were wrong. We were wrong. We surrender. We are willing to unconditionally surrender." Hearing this, Tang Wan turned around in disbelief. She saw Wu Chang, along with a group of people, kneeling on the ground, humbly begging Jiang Chen for mercy. It should be noted that Wu Chang was an absolute high-ranking member of the Freedom Army, with immense prestige. His position was only slightly inferior to that of the leader, Ji Changlin. Now, looking at this number 2 figure in the Freedom Army, humbling himself to Jiang Chen in such a humiliating manner, it was a tremendous disgrace for the Freedom Army. "Wu Chang!" Tang Wan glared angrily at Wu Wan, and if she hadn't placed Jiang Chen's hand on her neck herself, she might have had the urge to draw her sword and cut Wu Wan down. Wu Wan completely ignored Tang Wan's angry voice. He only looked at Jiang Chen submissively and humbly. Ji Changlin, who was beside them, observed Wu Wan's demeanor, and although his gaze was somewhat complex, he remained silent, waiting. "You see, little Wan, not all of the Free Army are willing to die in such a meaningless way," Jiang Chen said with a smile, looking at Tang Wan. Upon hearing this, Tang Wan pressed her lips together and slowly closed her eyes. She no longer wanted to say anything. If death is inevitable, the only regret is that she won't be able to see He Jie and Tong Tong again. With that S-class ability fruit, He Jie and Tong Tong should be able to live well in Xinjing in the future, right? After all, although Xinjing exploits the lower class for the extraordinary in the upper class, it is like a paradise. How ironic. The self who was determined to overthrow Xinjing's cruel class rule, in the end, still wishes for the upper-class citizens of Xinjing to live well. It doesn't matter anymore. Nothing matters anymore. I just hope that in my next life, I can reincarnate back to before the previous world, even if it means becoming a child of an ordinary family and living a simple and ordinary life. I would be content. Tang Wan awaited the arrival of death. After a while, however, the hand on her throat showed no signs of exerting force. Instead, it seemed to tease her, gently stroking her neck. Feeling that ambiguous tickling sensation made Tang Wan open her eyes immediately, looking at Jiang Chen with a combination of shame and anger, staring into his playful eyes. "If you want to kill me, then kill me. A soldier can be killed, but cannot be humiliated." "Did I ever say I wanted to kill you?" Jiang Chen retorted. "You won't kill me. As long as I live for one day, I will use every means possible to overthrow your cruel rule." Tang Wan glared at him through gritted teeth. To this, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. "I'm very spirited. What if I do this?" As he spoke, he lightly grasped, and in the next second, Ji Changlin was lifted into the air, struggling as Jiang Chen choked him from a distance. "Dad!" Seeing this scene, Tang Wan was shocked, turning her head in anger to look at Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, if you have any anger, come at me. Let my father go." "Tang Wan, have you forgotten one thing? Ji Changlin is your leader. If I want to wipe out your Free Army, isn't he, as the leader, the one who should die first?" Jiang Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Tang Wan's pretty face turned pale. "So, since your attitude is so resolute, I can only go one by one and kill you all. In this way, the Free Army will be finished." As he spoke, Jiang Chen tightened his grip. Ji Changlin, who was being choked, could hardly speak. The suffocating feeling turned his face purple. Dad, Jiang Chen, let my father go. I am willing to take the punishment for my father. Let him go. Tang Wan cried out. You? What identity do you have? What identity does Ji Changlin have? What qualifications do you have to take his punishment? Jiang Chen blinked at her. Upon hearing this, Tang Wan tightly gripped her long knife, wishing she could stab this guy if she could. But, seeing the state her father was in, she didn't dare to. Tang Wan closed her eyes, tilted her delicate head up to the sky, and tears streamed down the corners of her eyes. She knew that Jiang Chen was forcing her to make a choice, and he was also forcing the entire Free Army to make a choice. She also understood that once she made this choice from now on, the Free Army would no longer be the Free Army. At this moment, did she even have a choice? She looked at Wu Wan and the others kneeling on the ground. She looked at the high-ranking members of the Free Army, who were visibly terrified and silent. She looked at her father, who was being held by Jiang Chen on the verge of suffocation, and at the chaotic sounds outside that had completely spiraled out of control. I surrender. With those words leaving Tang Wan's lips, the sound of her long knife dropping followed. Clatter! In that moment, Tang Wan didn't even know what emotions were stirring within her. She didn't know what she was thinking. She knew that at this moment, she would no longer see anyone die in front of her. That was all. A smile appeared at the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth. He loosened his grip, and Ji Changlin fell from the air. At this moment, his expression was also complex and bewildered. He had come seeking death, but now he clearly understood that if he died, everyone in the Free Army would also die. In the Free Army, anyone could die, but he and Tang Wan could not die. Chapter 115. The Freedom Army of Xinjiang. In the conference room, Jiang Chen was sitting in the main seat with his legs crossed. Tang Wan and Di Yi were sitting beside him, while Ji Changlin was next to the two women. The other high-ranking members of the Freedom Army were also present, except for a few who had been killed by Jiang Chen. However, the atmosphere was now quite different from before. Now, they were sitting upright, looking at Jiang Chen with eyes filled with humility and reverence. Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the high-ranking members of the Freedom Army, and he nodded in satisfaction. In terms of recognizing reality, their performance was quite good. Although there was still some disappointment in their hearts, they would adapt over time. Of course, if you ask whether there were any dissenters, there certainly were, but they had already been dealt with by Jiang Chen. From now on, the Freedom Army will officially belong to the Shadow Warrior Department and become an independent subdepartment. Mr. Ji, you will still serve as the leader of the Freedom Army. Is that acceptable? Jiang Chen looked at Ji Changlin and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ji Changlin stood up, somewhat awkwardly, and respectfully bowed to Jiang Chen. Understood, young master. I believe in your abilities, Mr. Ji. With you leading, the Freedom Army will surely become a great support for the family. Hearing this, Ji Changlin and the other high-ranking members of the Freedom Army had somewhat dazed expressions. From now on, would they be fighting for the Jiang family? Next, Wu Da, Jiang Chen said. Present. Wu Da immediately stood up and bowed deeply to Jiang Chen at a 90-degree angle. His demeanor caused the other high-ranking members of the Freedom Army to glance sideways. You were the most loyal before, so as a reward for your loyalty, from now on, you will be the deputy leader of the Freedom Army. Through Fengzhu's memories, Jiang Chen knew exactly what kind of person Wu Da was. He was capable, intelligent, and most importantly, he knew how to win people over. If there was one thing that was lacking, it would be his wavering will. No problem, Jiang Chen had many ways to strengthen his resolve, to make him willing to contribute himself for Jiang Chen, for the family, and for Xinjiang. At this moment, when Wu Da heard Jiang Chen's words, he was initially stunned, but then his eyes showed a look of surprise. He knew that because of Tang Wan's influence, he thought he would only be able to be a third in command at most. But unexpectedly, he had become the second in command. This was indeed an unexpected joy for him. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. I can't believe you value me so much. I will definitely do my utmost from now on. For you, for the family, for Shunjing, I will give my all. Wudu was so moved that tears almost fell from his eyes. His appearance made the other high-ranking members of the Freedom Army glance sideways again. Tang Wan even instinctively reached for her weapon again. Next up is Little Wan. At this point, Jiang Chen looked at Tang Wan, who was sitting beside him. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Tang Wan's body trembled. I want to withdraw from the Freedom Army. Is that okay? I don't want to continue this any longer. The Freedom Army no longer held her faith. She just wanted to go to a health clinic and live a simple life. In response, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Sure, from today onward, you will no longer be a member of the Freedom Army. Hearing Jiang Chen actually agree, both Tang Wan and the high-ranking members of the Freedom Army were astonished. Really? Tang Wan looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes flashing with a hint of joy. At this moment, she felt that Jiang Chen wasn't so detestable after all. Of course it's true. I agree to your withdrawal from the Freedom Army. Jiang Chen nodded. However, before Tang Wan could start to be happy, Jiang Chen's next sentence made her smile freeze. From now on, you will be the deputy leader of the Shadow Warriors. As for your tasks, I'll think about it. For now, I'll have you as my personal bodyguard. Tang Wan, looking at the smile on Jiang Chen's face, Tang Wan felt that Jiang Chen had become even more annoying. Deputy leader of the Shadow Warriors, personal bodyguard. Wait, with your strength, do you really need me as your personal bodyguard? Can I refuse? Tang Wan bit her lip and asked. What do you think? Jiang Chen smiled at her. Tang Wan fell silent. Clearly, Jiang Chen's expression was saying to her that refusing? You must be joking. The general personnel arrangements are like this. However, there is one point you need to pay attention to, the current relationship between the Free Army and the capital of Xinjiang. You cannot expose it. You need to continue maintaining the previous mode and continue to develop soldiers for the resistance. Continue to resist oppression, resist violence. Jiang Chen intertwined his fingers under his chin and said something that left everyone present stunned. This, young master, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Wu Wan, upon hearing this, was taken aback and immediately asked in a low voice. After all, they had already pledged allegiance to the family. If they were to pick up the previous ideological principles again, wouldn't that mean I am contradicting myself? Why is it inappropriate? If the Free Resistance Army does not oppose violence and does not resist oppression, then what do you want to do? Act as an official organization of Xinjiang? If that's the case, what use do I have for you? To let you eat and drink for free in Xinjiang. Jiang Chen glanced at him indifferently. Does the young master mean that we should develop in other places? At this moment, Ji Chonglin's eyes flashed as he spoke. Clap, clap. As soon as Ji Chonglin said this, Jiang Chen smiled and applauded. Wu Wan, did you see that? This is why you can only be the deputy leader, while Mr. Ji can be the leader, Jiang Chen said. Upon hearing this, Wu Wan looked at Ji Chonglin and fell silent. Ji Chonglin, having heard Jiang Chen's words, opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. A simple sentence perfectly displayed the art of balance. No wonder he could lead Xinjiang to the forefront of the entire world. Mr. Ji is right. You cannot let go in Xinjiang, but in other forces, that is not the case now in this world. Oppression and class are everywhere, and your mission is to go to those places and cultivate seeds of freedom in preparation for Xinjiang's upcoming layout. So, from now on, Mr. Ji will be stationed at the headquarters of the Free Army in Xinjiang, overseeing the overall situation, while Wu Wan, you will have to work a little harder. Your task is arduous. You will be responsible for all affairs of the Free Army outside. Can you do that? Jiang Chen looked at Wu Wan and said with a smile. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Wu Wan and Ji Chonglin both looked at Jiang Chen. The former was excited and joyful, while the latter felt a sense of lament and acceptance. The young master has entrusted me with such a heavy responsibility. I, Wu Wan, will risk my life. I will resolutely complete the young master's mission with a spirit of self-sacrifice. Wu Wan said loudly and with unwavering loyalty. The meaning of Jiang Chen's words indicated that outside of Xinjiang, he would be the actual leader of the Free Army. He would have the power to oversee everything in the Free Army. Of course, he also knew that although Jiang Chen said this, his every word and action would certainly be monitored, and major decisions would definitely require approval from Xinjiang. But even so, he felt satisfied. After all, it was no longer the time of uncertainty. At this moment, behind him was Xinjiang. It was the Jiang family. As members of the Free Resistance Army, they were most aware of how powerful Xinjiang was. And now, this powerful force would be his backing. Thinking of this, Wu Wen's heart was filled with excitement, and he would use his loyalty to make the young master, the family, and Xinjiang even greater, because only when these three became great would he follow suit. Wu Wen, I believe in you. Once you achieve great merit, I will personally award you the Medal of Honor. Jiang Chen said, clearly satisfied with Wu Wen's attitude. Wu Wen, I will not disappoint the young master. Wu Wen was so moved that he almost cried. Ji Chonglin watched from the side, his face showing no particular expression. All he had was a sense of admiration for Jiang Chen. Time and again, he understood that Wu Wen was Jiang Chen's cultivated successor, and in the future, he would be the ultimate moment when the Free Army's body and faith would completely return under the rule of Xinjiang. As for him, to put it nicely, he was the leader in name, and to put it harshly, he was a mascot with some prestige in the current Free Army. Anyway, he didn't want to think too much about it anymore. In the future, he would do as much as he could to help the vast populace of Xinjiang, for himself, and for his former ideals and beliefs. In the end, due to certain reasons, I will leave some marks of loyalty on you, don't worry. It will just be a momentary pain. Jiang Chen said again. As soon as he finished this sentence, in the puzzled gazes of the crowd, thick vines suddenly burst from the ground with lightning speed, piercing the back of the heads of everyone except for the fifth knight and Tang Wan. The seeds of destiny would remain in the minds of the loyalists and could even provide them with vitality in times of crisis. But once they chose to betray, the seeds would unleash the most brutal strangulation upon them that would be a torment that pierced the soul. Some may ask why the Free Resistance Army cannot simply be eliminated, and why keep this organization. Regarding this question, Jiang Chen had previously explained that resistance cannot be completely eradicated. If one Free Resistance Army is eliminated today, another one might emerge tomorrow. If the Resistance Army is wiped out, then the day after tomorrow, another different Resistance Army could appear. Therefore, rather than allowing these resistance organizations to emerge endlessly, it is better to directly incorporate their leaders and organizations into our own. This way, if you want to resist oppression, you can only join me. As for other organizations, they're all heretics. Furthermore, once these resistance members join the Free Resistance Army, their identities and information will be integrated and sent to the upper echelons of Xinjiang in the first instance. After being screened by specialized confidentiality personnel, some radical resistance elements will be selected from Xinjiang and sent to other forces to clash with other oppressive forces until they sacrifice their lives for the local freedom cause, contributing their meager strength for the future conquest of that force by Xinjiang's army, without being recognized by anyone for their contribution. As for the headquarters of the Free Army in Xinjiang, that is naturally the promised land for the moderate faction of the Free Resistance Army, and in the true sense, a glorious free nation. Henceforth, the Free Army, as of April 6th, first year of the Genesis Revelation, at 3:23 a.m., officially comes under the rule of the Holy Empire, the predecessor of Xinjiang. History of the Holy Empire. Chapter 116. The capital city of the people of the capital. The uprising of the Free Resistance Army has been suppressed. The old city area has returned to the rule of the capital. However, the capital did not simply crush the rebellion as it had in the past and let it go without further action. This time, all members who joined the Free Resistance Army, including their family members, were meticulously investigated. As a result, over tens of thousands of people were implicated. Almost every day, A large number of civilians from the capital were forcibly or semi-forcibly taken away. And during this time, the cries from the old city area became the main theme. Countless individuals who had previously joined the Free Resistance Army lamented their actions and assured that they would not repeat their mistakes. But what good is a promise if it can be enforced? Families are merciful. The capital is enlightened. The capital has given these traitors a chance. They will not be executed, but will be sent outside the city to labor for the construction of the capital. They need to delve into known mines and caves, working in the most dangerous environments, using their lives and blood to atone for their betrayal. Those who are truly devout and repentant will find redemption and may have the fortune to return after 10 or even several decades. But those who do not return lack true devotion and sufficient repentance. Such people will not receive redemption. Ultimately, according to statistics, among the more than 30,000 people sent out from the capital, very few returned. Their day and night labor contributed greatly to the future construction of the capital and even the establishment of the Holy Empire. However, this will not be recorded in history because they are traitors, shameless traitors. Traitors are not qualified to leave their mark in the history of the Holy Empire, and all that remains for them are the words traitor. Their shame is forever etched upon their countless white bones. This is their punishment, a punishment belonging to traitors. However, those tens of thousands of fortunate sinners who had returned recorded this matter and placed it in their coffins. Thus, 1,000 years later, when this segment of history was accidentally discovered by tomb raiders, it sparked considerable discussion throughout the Holy Empire. Yet, in the end, it was merely discussion. After all, tens of thousands of people did not hold any significant weight for the Holy Empire at that time. The capital, at the city gate. On the third day after the tens of thousands of traitors were sent on the so-called journey of redemption, outside the city, under the protection of the 8 legions, over 100,000 loyalists from various regions arrived at the capital. Among them, 10,000 were specially selected from the pilgrims outside the city. Unlike the civilians within the capital, upon reaching 1,000 meters outside the city, they bowed their heads and fervently kissed the ground every 10 meters. They chanted praises for the family, for the young master, and for the capital, their voices filled with reverence as they looked toward the distant black walls, their hearts filled with the most exalted enthusiasm. They are the loyalists, the pilgrims, the fortunate ones, the chosen ones. They have obtained the identity of the civilians of the capital, which is admired by outsiders. This honor is so great. How fortunate they are. At the city gate, those civilians who endured the trials and were not implicated in this journey of redemption watched this scene with hostility in their eyes. Although they detest the traitors, it is undeniable that these traitors are native citizens of the capital. But now, these outsiders have replaced them. Heaven, if these outsiders can replace the traitors today, will they be able to replace them tomorrow? Although they appear calm, for the first time, their hearts felt urgency, fear, and a sense of identity that even as civilians, they must not be severed from their own status. Because unlike before, they are now being targeted. They have competitors, especially as these competitors display even greater loyalty than they do, making them feel anxious and threatened. As a result, their hostility toward these outsiders grew stronger. The capital is the capital of its people, not the outsiders. They have no ability to resist this scene, because the root cause of this situation lies in their failure to cherish what they had. It is all due to those despicable traitors that they brought this upon themselves. The selected loyalists settled in the capital. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, this batch of loyal civilian dwellings was very close to those of the local civilians, with some loyalists even intermixed among the local civilians. The loyalists noticed the hostility in the eyes of the local civilians. However, they did not care. They came to contribute to the capital, not to contend with these locals. Instead of dwelling on such matters, the loyalists hoped to work diligently, to work even harder, and to one day have the chance to become true citizens again. to earn more qualifications, to contribute to the capital, to dedicate even their lives to serve the glory of the upper class. However, the Loyalists' non-confrontational attitude did not prevent the local civilians from taking the initiative to cause trouble. They noticed that these outsiders, upon arrival, worked even harder, endured more hardships, and displayed greater loyalty than they did. They continuously competed with each other to an unbelievable extent. On their first day of work, many worked for 24 hours straight. Even when they collapsed at their posts, they still murmured about continuing to contribute. This was not a minority, but rather the thoughts of the majority of loyalists. This was something that local civilians could not even imagine. Why are these people so crazy? Is this not exploitation? Why, in their eyes, does such exploitation instead feel like a reward? They do not understand. They will not understand because they have not experienced despair. They have not gone through the moments of being preyed upon by zombies and aberrations, constantly threatened by the extraordinary beings from the outside, unable to eat enough or keep warm, and even their range of activities was restricted. But after arriving in the capital, they have their own living quarters, their own homes, food to eat, and warm clothes. This is such a blessing. In return for this, they can only repay with loyalty, preserve it with loyalty, and show the capital that they can continue to stay here, that they have value. They have the value to remain in this place. Afterwards, the loyalty of these loyalists became excessive. Jiang Chen even issued a decree regarding this matter. I have seen your loyalty, and I affirm you. You are valuable people. Therefore, I hope you can take good care of your bodies, for your bodies are the foundation of realizing your value. This sentence was read aloud by the major factory owners to the ears of these loyalist commoners as if it were a sacred word. They were excited, trembling. They took this phrase as their own sacred word. Some fanatics even proclaimed that this was the divine word. It was the divine word from the great God who protects us loyalists. Tears of loyalty flowed from their eyes as they fervently worshipped. All of them were dedicated to the great God. They began to become even more competitive, and they treasured their bodies just as the great God instructed. For the sake of the great God, they wanted to be people of value. Somewhere in the underground of the divine capital, a large group of people was quickly fleeing through the tunnels. Behind them, gunshots rang out. Their expressions were exhausted, yet their faces bore a look of defiance. Quick, keep up. We're almost at the exit. Wu Wen was leading the way, with Chen Xian by his side. At this moment, they were frantically escaping forward. Even after being specially granted a C-class extraordinary fruit and a bottle of first-level evolution liquid by Jiang Chen, Wu Wen's skills had become comparable to Chen Xian's. Soon, a bright light appeared ahead. Seeing this, both Wu Wen and Chen Xian were delighted. They quickened their pace and rushed out of the tunnel. The elite survivors of the Free Army who had survived this purging operation also quickly rushed out from the tunnel entrance. Wu Wen immediately pressed the mechanism for the underground exit, causing the tunnel to collapse. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. After looking at the unfamiliar location of this drainage outlet and confirming they had left the divine capital, Chen Xian directly collapsed onto the ground. The suddenness of it all was overwhelming. It happened so quickly that he hadn't even had time to react to the fact that the Free Army had suffered what could be described as a devastating blow. What shocked him even more was that while the 8 major Pioneer Corps were fighting outside, there were still such powerful forces within the divine capital. It's known that the military strength of the Free Army was not at all inferior to that of the shelters outside. In fact, their firearms and ammunition were even more plentiful. Yet, despite this, when facing the tens of thousands of punishing troops from the divine capital, the hundreds of thousands of Free Army personnel collapsed directly. Even the leader of the Free Army, the extraordinary Ji Chonglin, was forced underground, his life or death unknown. Wu Wen had previously made good relations with him, so their residences were relatively close. Therefore, after the incident, Wu Wen found him quickly and began to hide within the divine capital, eventually managing to escape. This experience of narrowly escaping death made Chun Xin extremely appreciative and grateful to Wu Wen. If it weren't for Wu Wen leading their remnant troops and acting with foresight, they would have been caught by the divine capital long ago. Brother Chun, let's part ways here. After resting for a while, Wu Wen looked at Chun Xin and sighed. Hearing this, Chun Xin fell silent for a moment. Then he looked at Wu Wan with a determined expression. Brother Wu, why don't you come to our Wanshui city? Wanshui city? We only have a few hundred remnants in the Free Army now. We can't help you in Wanshui city. Let's forget it. Wu Wen shook his head. Brother Wu, with our friendship, how can you say such things? Now that your Free Army has suffered heavy losses, I can't sit idly by. If you come to our Wanshui city, you can continue to expand the Free Army. Besides, Mr. G might still be alive. The Free Army still has hope. And now, Brother Wu, your troop is the cornerstone for the Free Army's resurgence. Chun Xin said to Wu Wen very seriously. Of course, his suggestion wasn't without selfish motives. He had seen Wu Wen's abilities and recognized him as an exceptionally talented person, being the second in command of the Free Army. Now, with the extraordinary fruit he found through the Free Army, Wu Wen had awakened as an extraordinary person with C-class abilities. This was far stronger than Chun Xin, who had D-class abilities. Moreover, with the elite of the Free Army behind him, Chun Xin was very confident that it wouldn't be long before Wu Wen could establish a new force. Such a talent, if he could stay in Wanshui City, would definitely be a great benefit to them, especially considering Wu Wen's identity. If Wu Wen joined them in Wanshui City, wouldn't it mean they also represented a part of the Free Army's legitimacy? This would also be extremely beneficial for Wanshui City. Hearing this, Wu Wen hesitated. Since Brother Chen says so, I will shamelessly visit your esteemed place. But Brother Chun, the people behind me are the last elite of the Free Army, so don't worry about that. Brother Wu, I can guarantee that you will be arranged in the rear. After you recover, whether you stay or leave is entirely up to you. Chun Xin said with a big laugh. Chun Xin didn't mind this point, as the current Free Army was not of much use with so few people. What he cared about was their identity. Moreover, Wu Wen's comment clearly indicated that he didn't want to get involved in the high-level matters of Wanshui City, which was even less of an issue for Chun Xin. Upon hearing Chun Xion's words, Wu Wen nodded. Thank you. Haha. You and I are brothers. Why bother with such formalities? Chun Xion laughed dismissively. Upon hearing this, Wu Wen also smiled, though a trace of unnoticeable sarcasm flashed across his smile. Yes, we are all brothers, so why say thanks? Chapter 117. The final battle for the recovery of Zhongzhou. Fengzhua, take everyone and go quickly. Crack! Blood spurted from Tang Wan's chest as he looked at her, her eyes gradually losing their light. No, Tang Wan. The world shattered like a mirror, plunging into an endless void of darkness. Looking at the layers of scenes extending to the infinite edges before him, he saw countless repetitions of his past life. The shattering moment he just witnessed was merely one of those countless images. Fengzhua stood before these images, his eyes blank. He no longer knew how many times he had seen this. Every time was a repetitive cycle. His memories felt as if they had been forcibly extracted, as if everything from his past life was being displayed without reserve. Even the memories in his mind were distorted. He struggled to remember whether he was the Fengzhua of this life or the Fengzhua of the previous one. Feng. His name echoed in this space, the voice dreamy, loud, unreal, like an ethereal divine command. He did not know who was calling him. He wanted to respond, but he found himself unable to speak. It was as if everything about him had been sealed away. In this ethereal void, that sense of loss filled the depths of his heart. Just then, a figure appeared ahead, enveloped in a halo of light. Draped in divine light, he stood upon a throne. He looked down at Fengzhua. Even though Fengzhua could not see his features clearly, he still felt a sense of contempt, sarcasm, and mockery emanating from the gaze directed at him. Who are you? Feng Zhuo wanted to ask, but when he opened his mouth, no sound came out. Yet, he could still hear, as if the voice that resonated in his ears was a divine whisper. It was him who had brought Feng Zhuo here. He was certain of that. He vaguely felt he knew who he was, yet at the same time, it felt like he did not know. It was as if a mysterious power was affecting his thoughts. Every time he tried to get closer, that power would shatter his thoughts. But this time, that power seemed to have faded. He began to think. At that moment, the lips of the figure on the throne moved slightly. No sound came forth, but the ethereal voice ringing in his ears transformed into another name. And that name caused Feng Zhuo's scattered gaze to solidify instantly, revealing fear and astonishment in his eyes. Jiang Chen, boom! As he instinctively whispered that name, the countless repetitive infinite scenes before him collapsed like a skyscraper. A powerful light surged into Feng Zhuo's brain. That pain felt as if his brain were being violently torn apart. The last thing he saw was a blinding white light, and then the world turned dark. Gradually, he seemed to hear some voices. Wait, Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Stop, Jiang Chen. You, don't hear, there are still. What voice was that? It sounded so familiar. Tang Wan? Yes, it was Tang Wan. What happened to her? Why did her voice sound so strange? He exerted all his strength, trying to see what was in front of him. In his struggle, a crack suddenly appeared in the darkness, light streaming through the fissure. Though the light was somewhat blinding, he still persevered, resisting the discomfort. Tang Wan was just outside in the light. He had to see her. Finally, with his unyielding willpower, he succeeded. He managed to open his eyes. Where's this place? Looking at the ceiling above, seeing the lights on the ceiling. A hospital? Why am I in a hospital? And, hearing his own heavy breathing, even with the breathing apparatus helping him, he felt a faint sense of suffocation. What on earth happened? Just as he was lost in thought about all this, a strange sound from beside him caught Feng Zhuo's attention, prompting him to turn his head instinctively. And with that glance, Feng Zhuo was stunned. From confusion to shock, then to rage, and finally a sudden surge of intense pain in his heart. What was he seeing? That was Tang Wan and Jiang Chen. What were they doing? Looking at Jiang Chen, who was tightly holding Tang Wan, pinning her against the wall and kissing her deeply. Feng Zhuo's whole body trembled. No, Tang Wan, why? Jiang Chen. In that moment, he felt as if he had surpassed every limit his body could bear. Extremely weak, softly, but in anger, he shouted those two words. And in that moment, he uttered those tiny words. Jiang Chen released Tang Wan, then smiled at Feng Zhuo. In the next instant, in Feng Zhuo's nearly collapsing gaze, he buried his head in Tang Wan's chest again. And at that moment, Tang Wan could not resist him at all. She could only tightly embrace him, as if wanting to merge him into her body. And this scene was fully exposed to Feng Zhuo's eyes without any concealment. No, it shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Tang Wan, reject him. You reject him. Tears streamed from Feng Zhuo's eyes. He wanted to roar in anger, but he had already exhausted all his strength when he called out Jiang Chen's name just now. And now, no matter how he opened his mouth, no sound came out. He could only watch helplessly as this scene unfolded, watching Tang Wan endure his affection, watching Tang Wan lost in his kiss. A nightmare. Yes, it must be a nightmare. A nightmare. Is it really a nightmare? Feng Zhuo? Just then, that voice echoed again in his mind. Feng, how his pupils froze. Jiang Chen, he roared in his heart. Don't be angry. Your current situation, if you get too worked up, it might really be impossible to save you. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the Free Army is now under my control. The vast majority of the Free Army members have been expelled. Their families too, of course, including your mother, sister, and that brother of yours. I'm sorry, they couldn't hold on. The moment they were expelled, they couldn't bear it and committed suicide. The moment Jiang Chen uttered those words, Feng Zhuo froze entirely. Mother, sister, Feng Hao committed suicide? You must remember, Their deaths are all because of you. All the responsibility lies with you. If you hadn't gone to find Tang Wan back then, you could have given them new identities, and your relatives wouldn't have died. If you hadn't joined a free army, your mother and sister wouldn't have been implicated, they wouldn't have died. And now, your family is shattered. All this responsibility lies with you. Do you understand? Asterisk, asterisk. If it weren't for you, their lives could have gradually improved. They could have been new citizens with a beautiful future. You destroyed everything for them. It was you who sent them to their doom. It was you who caused your family to die. Jiang Chen's voice echoed in Feng Zhuo's mind like a devil's whisper. His expression gradually became dazed. He desperately tried to recall all this. He wanted to refute Jiang Chen's words, but no, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like that. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me who killed them. It wasn't me. Tears flowed from Feng Zhuo's eyes. His expression turned fearful, trembling. At this moment, it felt as if he could see his relatives, mother, and sister's souls angrily calling his name. Feng Zhuo, you ungrateful son. Feng Zhuo, how could I have given birth to such a calamity like you? Brother, why did you have to kill us? Why, what did we do wrong? Cheng Hao held his sister's corpse tightly. He looked at him in despair. Feng Ge, is this the outcome you wanted? No, it's not. I just. All right, I'll take good care of Xiaowan from now on. Feng Zhuo, just like the last straw that broke the camel's back. At the moment Jiang Chen finished speaking, Feng Zhuo's chest trembled, and the last breath was completely stuck in his throat. Beat. At the same time, his heart monitor instantly returned to 0. And at that moment, in Jiang Chen's mind, ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing the Fate protagonist Feng Zhuo. Fate treasure box has been issued. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Chen took another bite of Tang Wan's other half sphere. This made Tang Wan instantly regain her senses. Feeling the pain in her chest, Tang Wan pushed Jiang Chen away in extreme embarrassment and anger. Jiang Chen, you're such a jerk. Looking at her expression that was more shy than angry, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. You see, your body is honest, but your mouth is unexpectedly tough. You. Hearing this, Tang Wan felt both shy and angry. She didn't know what kind of feeling she had for Jiang Chen now. But ever since she had that faint suspicion in her heart, she found herself less resistant to Jiang Chen's actions. Even when being kissed by him, she would gradually immerse herself in it. Thinking of this, Tang Wan felt a sense of shame arise within her. As for what Tang Wan was thinking, Jiang Chen didn't care. He walked to Feng Zhuo's hospital bed, looking at his eyes that were as big as cow eggs, gazing at the fear and pain that had not yet disappeared from his eyes. The smile at the corner of his mouth became even wider. Thank you for the gift you gave me at the end. After speaking, Jiang Chen extended his finger and gently tapped his forehead. Suddenly, Feng Zhuo's skull began to exhibit a strange squirming, as if something beneath his skull was trying to break free. Quickly, from the point Jiang Chen tapped, a small green thorn, only 3 to 4 millimeters long, emerged from Feng Zhuo's forehead. This small thorn was something Jiang Chen had left in Feng Zhuo's head during his divine intervention, but it was somewhat different from before. At this moment, the small thorn was no longer the translucent jade color, but instead was adorned with some golden brilliance. Feng Zhuo's heart monitor has stopped. After a brief silence, Tang Wan finally became calm again. She walked over and was taken aback when she saw that Feng Zhuo's heart monitor had completely stopped. You're more aware of his situation than I am. It's not surprising that his heartbeat has stopped, Jiang Chen said calmly. Upon hearing this, Tang Wan looked at Feng Zhuo and sighed. This person was one of the few members of the Free Army whose name she vaguely remembered. She had originally thought he was a talent that could be molded. What a pity. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of the hospital room. Come in. Tang Wan glanced at Jiang Chen and then said. The door was pushed open, and a girl dressed in plain clothes walked in. When the girl saw Tang Wan, she respectfully bowed to her. But when she saw Jiang Chen, A look of shock appeared on her face, which quickly turned into fear. Citizen ID 638-7067. Greetings, young master. She quickly knelt down, her body trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Chen turned around to look at the girl. A playful expression appeared on his face. Seeing this scene, Tang Wan fell silent for a moment and then actively held Jiang Chen's hand. Please spare her. She and her family are innocent. In response, Jiang Chen looked at Tang Wan, who was holding his hand tightly, and smiled gently. You can rest assured, Fengzhuo left me a gift when he left. I won't hold their rebel family identity against them. On the contrary, Jiang Chen looked at Feng Qian. From now on, you and your family should move to the main urban area to live. Don't disappoint my expectations, Jiang Chen said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Feng Qian was momentarily stunned. Then, a look of somewhat confused joy appeared on her face. She was so surprised that tears began to flow from her eyes. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. I will definitely not let you down. Feng Qian cried as she bowed deeply to Jiang Chen in gratitude. This scene made Tang Wan feel a bit uncomfortable. But this is also redemption, right? By the way, it seems your brother has passed away, Jiang Chen suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Feng Qian froze, and the next second, a complex look appeared in her eyes, followed by silence. Dead is dead. I just hope that in the next life, my family can teach him well, to be a good person next time. Fengzhuo's corpse was cremated. Jiang Chen even lent a hand for this. As he was leaving, Jiang Chen saw the light in Feng Qian's eyes, a bright and upward light of a new citizen. He had a premonition that this girl, the sister of the luck child, would become a rising star in the capital in the future. Leaving the hospital, Jiang Chen walked ahead, and Tang Wan closely followed behind him. She looked at Jiang Chen's back. In a daze, she seemed to see the figure in her dreams completely merge with him, although she already had the answer in her heart. But, you are him, right? Tang Wan suddenly said. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and turned to look at Tang Wan. At that moment, seeing the smile on Jiang Chen's lips that made her feel deeply moved, her heart became resolute once again. Yet, even so, she still wanted to hear his answer. Does it really matter whether I am him? Jiang Chen said softly. Besides, you shouldn't say I am him. You should say he is me because Jiang Chen is me, right? Looking at Tang Wan, Jiang Chen smiled and said. Upon hearing this, a smile also appeared on Tang Wan's face. Indeed, does it really matter whether he is him? She has always loved him, regardless of whether it is him or him. What difference does it make? From the very beginning, I fell into your trap. Tang Wan walked up to him, hesitated for a moment, and then cautiously looked around to see no one before reaching out her little hand to hold Jiang Chen's. She looked at Jiang Chen and snorted. This is not my trap. If you hadn't come to assassinate me, do you think this would have happened? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Then, if you could do it all over again, would you hope I come to assassinate you? Tang Wan bit her lip lightly, gazing at him intently. In response, Jiang Chen remained unchanged. It doesn't matter whether you come to assassinate me or not, because you will eventually meet me. The moment you met me, your fate was already destined, understand? Upon hearing this, Tang Wan's cheeks flushed slightly. She immediately turned her head away, not daring to look at him. Just as Tang Wan was thinking about continuing to wander around with Jiang Chen, enjoying their time alone together, the figure of the fifth knight suddenly appeared from Jiang Chen's shadow during Tang Wan's rubbing of her eyes. Young master, the reclamation war in Zhongzhou has successfully recovered 95% of the territory. Except for the current Wanshui city and a few other cities in front of the White Watcher Legion, all other legions have completed their mission objectives and are starting to converge towards Wanshui city. The combined command of the 8 major legions at the front estimates that the final liberation war in Zhongzhou will officially begin 5 days from now. The fifth knight respectfully reported to Jiang Chen. How was the progress at the Research Institute's 5th Bureau? The Valkyrie, the Empress, the Intelligent Brain, and the Holy Knight have all completed the current divine prohibition ceremony. They can be deployed to battle at any time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled, and a look of anticipation appeared on his face. Since the stage and the performers are ready, then this wonderful performance should begin now. Tell them to set off immediately for the reclamation front. The initial dance of the divine prohibitors should be announced with divine blood. Chapter 118. To resist the capital, we must take a different approach. Wanshui City ***. The air in the city was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and blood. After relentless slaughter by hundreds of thousands of troops and at considerable cost, the coalition in Wanshui City had finally cleared the city of zombies. However, there were still occasional gunshots echoing through the city, but they were no longer a concern. If nothing unexpected happened, in the coming days, they would transform Wanshui City into a massive military fortress to resist the advance of the forces from the capital. Wanshui City would be the last hope for the Zhongzhou Sanctuary. Former city government hall ***. A dozen figures sat solemnly. Each of these individuals was extraordinary, and judging by their aura, the lowest among them was in the late first rank of the extraordinary tier. Most were at the peak of the first rank, and some were even on the verge of breaking through to the second rank. These individuals were the leaders of the extraordinary who had fled from various sanctuaries in Zhongzhou after the outbreak of the capital's expansion war. Gentlemen, we have received news that the 8 major expansion corps from the capital have all gathered towards Wanshui City. A member of the extraordinary from Wanshui City stood up and announced this information to the group. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the extraordinary in the conference room changed slightly. Those who had previously encountered the capital's expansion corps displayed a hint of fear in their eyes. Let them come. We are no longer afraid of the capital. A tall and strong extraordinary replied coldly. His name was Xiong Qiu, and his aura was approaching the extraordinary second rank, making him one of the top figures among them. Most importantly, he had single-handedly held off a battle group leader from the Blackwatch Corps during a confrontation, even gaining the upper hand. Although he ultimately could not protect his own sanctuary, he managed to lead his elite subordinates to break out when the Blackwatch Corps was dealing with zombies. Thus, he felt no significant fear towards the capital's expansion corps, perceiving them more as an opponent with superior equipment. If he had a set of that kind of special combat uniform, he was confident he would be on par with those battle group leaders. Xiong brother is right. We have prepared so many strategic resources in Wanshui City, gathered so many extraordinary troops, and established so many fire defense lines. Even if the capital comes, we are not afraid. What can the capital do? Facing our united front, even the capital should be prepared to lose some teeth. Exactly. As long as the Free Resistance Army agrees to assist us, we can work together against the capital. We will make them suffer. To put it simply, if the capital wants to consume us, they should be ready for mutual destruction. The extraordinary in the conference room spoke firmly. The resistance spirit of the Wanshui City Coalition was extremely strong, which was unavoidable. After all, if they did not resist, they would truly be finished. The Wanshui City Sanctuary was their last hope in Zhongzhou. If the capital took it down, they would all become lost dogs. Therefore, they must fight this battle, and they must fight it well. Otherwise, given the capital's attitude towards these rebellious extraordinary from the outside world, even if they survived, they would be severely weakened. Seeing the reactions of the crowd, Jiang Chen nodded. The reason he had gathered these people in Wanshui City was to prepare for a life-or-death battle with the capital. And now everyone's resolve to resist was very strong, which he was quite satisfied with. Just then, an extraordinary knocked and entered the room. His expression was serious. Walking next to Zhao Chun, he whispered something. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen's expression subtly changed. He then looked at everyone with a solemn tone. Gentlemen, one of our crucial allies may not be able to join our resistance efforts. I have just learned that the Free Resistance Army suffered a brutal crackdown from the capital government a few days ago, and its 1 million members have been completely scattered. Even their leader, Mr. Ji Chonglin, has gone underground and his whereabouts are currently unknown. As Jiang Chen spoke, the expressions of the people in the meeting room changed dramatically. What happened to the Free Resistance Army? 1 million people were suppressed by the capital in just a few days. Weren't they said to be doing quite well inside the capital? How could they be dealt with so easily? That's right. Most of the capital's military strength is outside, being drawn away by us. How many troops do they have left in the capital? Even the garrison forces should be manageable. This sudden news cast a shadow over the hearts of the attendees. After all, they had been relying on the Free Resistance Army to support them from within. But now, before the battle had even begun, they were already down for the count? Without the support of the Free Army, can we fend off the 8 major expansion corps on our own? Isn't that a bit of a stretch? Someone frowned and asked. In their previous plans, the Free Army's assistance was a crucial part, essential to the success or failure of this war. But now, with the Free Army gone before the fight even began, what was happening? We must fight even if it seems impossible. We have no way out now. We can only fight, Xiongqiu said coldly. Moreover, I believe that with our current preparations, even without the support of the Free Resistance Army, we can still manage to hold our ground against the capital's forces. Yes, what Xiong leader says is correct. We have spent so long preparing and gathered so many like-minded brothers. Even without the Free Resistance Army's assistance, we can still confront the capital. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Once Jiang Chen finished speaking, the surrounding firm resistance faction also echoed their agreement. In an instant, the morale that had been somewhat shaken due to the news about the Free Resistance Army was steadied. However, just at that moment, Yuan Xiang, who was sitting next to Jiang Chen, picked up a teacup to take a sip and inadvertently sighed softly afterward. Hearing that sigh, Jiang Chen turned to look at Yuan Xiang, noticing the contemplative light in his eyes, and asked, "Brother Xiang, do you have something to say?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately sighed again and nodded. Since everyone has already made up their minds, I won't say much. However, I do have a significant concern that I must address in this critical moment. When Yuan Xiang expressed this concern, everyone turned their gazes toward him. Everyone knew that Yuan Xiang was Jiang Chen's trusted aide, but they didn't know much about him otherwise. Now, hearing his worried words, they looked at him with curiosity. "Brother Xiang, please speak your mind." Trusting Yuan Xiang's capabilities, Jiang Chen was indeed very confident in him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought him into the leaders' meeting specifically. "Well, since Jiang Chen leader has such a high opinion of me, I will share my humble concerns with everyone." Yuan Xiang stood up, looking solemnly at the others. "Gentlemen, let's put aside our hatred for the capital for a moment and speak honestly. Does our Wanshui city sanctuary really have the ability to resist the 8 major expansion corps from the capital?" Upon hearing Yuan Xiang's question, everyone frowned, not understanding his point. Even at this moment, a certain listening device installed in the conference room flickered with a faint light. Seeing everyone remain silent, Yuan Xiang spoke again. "Since everyone here cannot come to a conclusion on this matter, let me say it. It's difficult. In fact, I would even say it's extremely difficult. Among those present, many have experienced battles alongside the 8 great pioneer corps of the capital, just like me, as well as leader Zhao Hongfei and leader Jiang Chen. We all understand that just one pioneer corps is incredibly strong. Not to mention that what we are facing now is 8 pioneer corps. With such a gathering of corps, how powerful will the force they can unleash be?" As Yuan Xiang's words poured out, the brows of those in the conference room furrowed even deeper. Even Jiang Chen looked at Yuan Xiang in confusion, not understanding why he was saying these things. After all, these words were clearly diminishing his own authority and boosting the morale of the enemy. If it were anyone else saying this at this moment, he might have immediately shut them down, but since it was Yuan Xiang, he chose to let him continue speaking. He believed that Yuan Xiang would not say anything unreasonable. However, just because he believed in Yuan Ziong didn't mean others did. Xiong Xiu was a representative of that sentiment. He coldly stared at Yuan Ziong. What do you mean by all this? According to you, if the 8 Great Pioneer Corps are so strong, doesn't that mean our coalition is bound to be defeated? Faced with Xiong Xiu's icy gaze, Yuan Ziong met his eyes directly. He then said something that made even Jiang Chen's expression change. Leader Xiong is correct. Given that the Free Army, a crucial element, has already gone offline, if we were to confront the 8 Great Pioneer Corps of the capital head-on, our best outcome would be a miserable defeat resulting in a shattered coalition, with us scattering like birds and beasts. Moreover, that would be the better outcome. If things go badly, we might even end up trapped here, running out of ammunition and supplies, facing the army of the capital, and ultimately ending up with a tragic fate of being captured and executed. Yuan Ziong spoke as if he were stating a fact. Upon hearing this, the faces of the people in the conference room turned dark. Bang! Kid, do you even know what you're saying? Xiong Qiu was so furious that he stood up, pointing at Yuan Ziong, and was ready to curse him out. His extraordinary power began to coalesce, and if Yuan Ziong weren't Jiang Chen's trusted aide, he might have really wanted to take action against this guy who was shaking the morale of the troops. At this moment, Jiang Chen also took a deep breath. Ziong, what you're saying here is somewhat inappropriate. Faced with Jiang Chen's obviously warning tone and the cold stares of Xiong Qiu and others, Yuan Ziong took a deep breath. Everyone, I'm just stating a fact. Our situation is indeed like this. You're stating a bunch of nonsense. According to what you said, since the capital is so strong, we can't resist. Should we just announce unconditional surrender? Then we'd all become prisoners of the capital. Xiong Qiu shouted angrily at Yuan Ziong. Yuan Ziong did not back down at all. He continued to stare at Xiong Qiu. If we follow our current combat plan and engage in useless struggles, we might as well surrender. At least we would be able to keep our lives. You brat. Xiong Qiu was so enraged that he was about to explode. His extraordinary power surged, making his figure appear larger. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he now seemed to have grown to 3 meters. Moreover, his gaze turned wild and bloodthirsty as if he wanted to tear Yuan Ziong apart. It was at this moment that Jiang Chen, with a frown and a glimmer of thought in his eyes, released a powerful, extraordinary force. He suppressed Xiong Qiu's aura. Everyone felt Jiang Chen's extraordinary power and were astonished. Second level extraordinary. They could clearly sense that Jiang Chen had already broken through to the second level. Leader Jiang Chen, what do you mean by this? This kid is stirring up the morale of the troops, and you're protecting him? Xiong Qiu gritted his teeth and looked at Jiang Chen, speaking in a low voice. In response, Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Leader Xiong, calm down. Let Yuan Ziong finish speaking, and if he truly is shaking the morale of the troops, we can punish him afterward. Upon hearing this, Xiong Qiu coldly stared at Yuan Ziong, seeing that he didn't show any sign of fear. Moreover, knowing that the current situation was under Jiang Chen's control, he had to give Jiang Chen some face. Then I'll see what kind of reasoning you can come up with. He sat back down, glaring fiercely at Yuan Ziong. Ziong, please continue. Jiang Chen gestured. In response, Yuan Ziong politely bowed. Thank you, Leader Jiang Chen, and thank you, Leader Xiong Qiu, for allowing me to continue. Everyone, what I'm saying still stands. After the withdrawal of the Free Army, we absolutely cannot follow the old plans and engage in futile struggles. The outcome of that would only lead to our exhaustion and death. There would be no second option. It sounds nice, but do you have a better solution? An extraordinary person sneered. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ziong sighed. Currently, the disparity in strength between the enemy and us is too great. In such a situation, it's very difficult to think of a good solution. Our previous battle plan, which was a stroke of genius, relied on the Free Resistance Army to compensate for the hard power gap between us and the capital. But now, the Free Resistance Army is gone, and we have suddenly fallen into a predicament due to the gap in strength with the 8 Great Pioneer Corps. So, everyone, can we compete with the capital in terms of resources? Can we compete with the capital in terms of attrition? Can we confront the capital head-on? No, we cannot, because if we fight like that, we won't stand chance. Therefore, if we want to win, we must take an unconventional approach. If we want to reverse the outcome of this battle, we can only follow the 16 words. Strike when the enemy is unprepared. Use our strengths to exploit their weaknesses. Yuan Xiang said this very seriously. Upon hearing his words, many people furrowed their brows. Jiang Chen and some others with good judgment noticed the spark of understanding in their eyes, which was different from before. Xiang, do you mean? Jiang Chen and a few others seemed to have grasped the idea, and their eyes shone with a glimmer of hope. It's very simple, everyone. Currently, the capital's forces outside the city consist of only 4 corps, meaning that the true strength of the 8 Great Pioneer Corps is temporarily halved. As for us, our main forces have already gathered completely. If we talk about when the power comparison between us is the most balanced, it must be now. This is what we call exploiting our strengths against their weaknesses. Moreover, while the 4 corps have arrived outside the city, they certainly won't rush to attack us. They will definitely wait for the other 4 corps to arrive before launching their final assault with the most advantageous forces. If we can launch a surprise attack before they initiate their total offensive. At this point, as everyone listened to Yuan Xiang's words, the light in their eyes was fully ignited. This is what we call striking when they are unprepared. Yuan Xiang said with a smile. Everyone can discuss this freely. Is it better to engage in a futile struggle, or to take advantage of this delicate moment and launch a surprise attack to catch them off guard? Chapter 119. The trial. The judges are all my people. How can you compete with me? As Yuan Xiang's words echoed in the conference room, everyone began to ponder. It must be said that compared to their previous resistance plan, Yuan Xiang's proposal was definitely clearer. At the very least, it was much more proactive and feasible. The most crucial point was that Yuan Xiang's intelligence premise was mostly accurate. According to their gathered information, currently, there were only 4 expansion troops outside Wanshui City, and apart from the White Watchman Corps, the other 3 troops had only just arrived not long ago. If they followed Yuan Xiang's suggestion to launch a surprise attack while the troops were still unsteady, there was indeed a significant possibility of catching them off guard. With this in mind, many in the conference room showed signs of interest. After all, compared to facing 8 fully prepared expansion troops, taking the opportunity to ambush these 4 unprepared ones was clearly a better option. What do you all think of Brother Xiang's plan? Jiang Chen clearly had thoughts about Yuan Xiang's proposal. However, Wanshui City was currently a major alliance led by Wanshui City itself, so he still needed to seek the opinions of the other shelter leaders. At this point, everyone began to discuss energetically. It was apparent that Yuan Xiang's plan was much more proactive than the original, and the path he designed indeed seemed feasible. Even Xiong Xiu, who had previously been displeased with Yuan Xiang, was now tapping his fingers lightly, clearly finding the plan quite agreeable. Many shelter leaders showed significant interest in this proposal. However, there was also some hesitation in their hearts. After all, their initial idea was to rely on the architectural defenses of Wanshui City to resist the attacks from Shanjing, with the goal of wearing them down. They did not aim to defeat Shanjing, but rather to inflict enough damage to negotiate favorable terms. Now, Yuan Xiang's plan effectively overturned their previous strategy, making them abandon the defenses they had already built to launch a surprise attack on Shanjing. If the ambush succeeded, that would be great, but what if it failed? The risks involved were considerable. Everyone, we cannot continue to delay this matter. Our plan hinges on timeliness. We must act quickly, as any delay could lead to a change in circumstances, Yuan Xiang said seriously, looking at the hesitant expressions on everyone's faces. Hearing this, Jiang Chen also felt anxious. In his view, if Yuan Xiang's plan could succeed, then the siege of Wanshui City could be resolved. After all, if they could defeat these 4 troops, even if the other 4 troops then arrived with their morale at that time, they could definitely fight again. Even if things didn't go well, they could retreat back to Wanshui City, relying on its solid defenses to continue wearing down Shanjing. This plan that offered both offensive and defensive options was simply the best strategy for Wanshui City at this moment. Everyone, it is time to make a decision. Our success or failure hinges on this action. Jiang Chen said solemnly to everyone. I agree. Zhao Hongfei quickly expressed his support. Since the Gufang City shelter had already fallen, he was now tied to Wanshui City and naturally would support Zhao Chen. Damn it, I also agree. At this moment, Xiong Xiu slammed the table and said loudly. Seeing this, Yuan Xiang was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that the first one to support him, aside from Zhao Chen and Zhao Hongfei, would actually be Xiong Xiu. I'm just a rough man who knows how to fight. Your plan is good, so I recognize you, Xiong Xiu said to Yuan Xiang. Hearing this, Yuan Xiang smiled faintly. Thank you, Leader Xiong, for your understanding. With Xiong Xiu taking the lead, the rest of the resistance faction, after considering it, also raised their hands in support of the plan. Besides Zhao Chun and Xiong Xiu, they all felt that Yuan Xiang's plan was indeed excellent. If successful, it could completely alleviate the current predicament of Wanshui City. As most of the resistance faction nodded in agreement, the remaining shelter leaders hesitated for a moment before gritting their teeth and agreeing as well. Let's take a chance. A bicycle turns into a motorcycle. Seeing everyone agreeing, Zhao Chun let out a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. Yuan Xiang also smiled brightly, and those around him followed suit, as if they could already see the success of the plan. Everyone, this battle not only determines the fate of Wanshui City, but also our fates. So don't hold back. Bring out your best. This time, it's the initial battle that will decide everything. We need to fight to the death. Defeat Shanjing. Defeat the 8 great expansion troops. Yuan Jianye exclaimed loudly. His voice was uplifting, igniting the fighting spirit within everyone. Defeat Shanjing. Defeat the 8 great expansion troops. In an instant, the passionate voices echoed throughout the conference room. Meanwhile, in a hidden room outside Wanshui City, a shadow concealed in darkness was carefully listening to the sounds transmitted from the eavesdropping device. After the meeting concluded, he removed the headphones from his ears, revealing a mocking coldness in his eyes. Defeat Shanjing? What a dream. If you guys are holed up in Wanshui City, it would indeed take some effort to take you down. But if you insist on bringing your doom upon yourselves, it just saves us the trouble. Yuan Zong. Yuan Zong. This move of yours makes me wonder if your true purpose is to serve me. Outside Wanshui City, Command Center of the 8 Great Pioneer Corps. My lord, a report from Wanshui City. A clerk entered, speaking respectfully to the several battle group leaders guarding the entrance. After receiving the report handed over by the clerk, the battle group leader of the Dark Watch, Zhao Long, turned and entered the operations command room. Inside the operations command room, if the extraordinary beings in Wanshui City could see this scene, they would surely be astonished. Inside the command room stood 8 tall figures, exuding an imposing presence. They wore various colors of special combat armor, each radiating an awe-inspiring aura. From the heavy special combat armor they wore, it was easy to identify them. All 8 of them were wearing battle armor of the Corps Commander level. Among them were Zhao Long, the commander of the Dark Watch Corps, and Meng Jingtian, the commander of the Dawnlight Corps. They were prominently present. The other 6 figures, whose auras were on par with the 2 of them, needed no further introduction. General, a report from Wanshui City. Entering the command room, the battle group leader of the Dark Watch immediately handed the report to Zhao Long. Zhao Long opened a report and immediately revealed an expression of expected understanding. Everyone, the fish has taken a bait. Looking at his 7 colleagues, Zhao Long said with a smile. They really dare to think that way. Taking the report, a tall man dressed in black armor, with a sword pattern on his chest and an aura of bloodiness surrounding him, coldly smiled. He was the commander of the most feared corps in the God Capital's 8 Great Pioneer Corps. The Sword of Conquest Corps. When it's just a gathering of a few 100,000 ants. Not to mention 8 corps, even if it were just my Sword of Conquest Corps here, I could crush them completely. In response, another commander, whose armor bore the image of an iron fist, crossed his arms and shook his head. Zhuan, don't underestimate the current Wanshui city sanctuary. The leader Jiang Chen has managed to gather so many extraordinary beings, proving he has some skills. This man, with a circle of beard on his face, was the commander of the Empire's Fist, one of the 8 Great Pioneer Corps. Sure, Kai-shan. A bunch of rabble. Even if they gather, it means nothing. According to the intelligence, Zhao Chun has already advanced to level 2. If so, leave him to me to deal with. A powerful, extraordinary force surged from Zhuan, and the information in his hand turned into fragments. The young master will arrive tomorrow evening. Perfect. This battle's victory will be a gift for the young master's arrival. Ha ha. In that case, to ensure this grand gift is foolproof, we still need to prepare well. Otherwise, if any loopholes appear, it will be troublesome. The initial battle will be the decisive battle. Since they want to play, we will play along. Tomorrow evening, we will eliminate all their elites, and the day after, our 8 Great Corps will definitely flatten the entire Wanshui city. Let these people know that the will of the family and the will of the God Capital cannot be shaken. Anyone who dares to defy will meet blood and corpses. On the other side, asterisk, in a luxury car heading towards Wanshui city. At almost the same time, Jiang Chen received news from Wanshui city. Looking at the information, a smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Take a look. Jiang Chen handed the information to Fifth Knight and Tang Wan. In response, Tang Wan glanced at it, then moved the information away. In the past, she would have paid attention to such matters, but now, she really didn't want to pay any attention at all. Since becoming Jiang Chen's person, she gained a deeper understanding of the power of the God Capital, and the more she understood, the more silent she felt. She even suspected that what she currently knew might not even account for half of the Jiang family's background. Considering this, reflecting on their previous thoughts of overthrowing the Jiang family now seemed so naive. Standing by Jiang Chen's side, she realized that the previous Freedom Army was merely like insects that could be wiped out at any time in Jiang Chen's eyes. However, Jiang Chen still thought they had some value, which was why he kept them around. Now, in Tang Wan's eyes, the actions of the people in Wanshui City were no different from those of the previous Freedom Army. In the eyes of the Jiang family, Wanshui City was also an insect that could be crushed at any moment. It was just that compared to the Freedom Army, this insect was a bit larger. But even a larger insect is still just an insect. Tang Wan wasn't interested in this, but Fifth Knight was different. Of course, she wasn't interested in the information itself, but rather in the informant within Wanshui City. From the content of this information, it's clear that there are multiple informants in Wanshui City, and they all hold high positions. That's right, I heard they were personally brought over from Gufang City by the leader of the Wanshui City Sanctuary. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Young master, I think this person has the potential to be a shadow warrior. Fifth Knight had the thought of poaching. You might as well forget it. How many good seedlings have you already poached from the Military Intelligence Bureau? The military has already complained to me a few times. If you dig again, will the Military Intelligence Bureau still function? Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. Hearing Jiang Chen say this, Fifth Knight didn't say more. Her shadow warriors had expanded, and she already had more than 10 members, most of whom she had dug from the Military Intelligence Bureau. Well, can't just rely on one place for resources. By the way, what about the information regarding that person named Shang Yiji? Jiang Chen gently tapped the armrest of the car window with his finger and suddenly asked, Shang Yiji, the current nominal leader of Wanshui City. Upon hearing this, Fifth Knight immediately began searching. Quickly, she gathered all the information about Shang Yiji. According to the intelligence from Luo Wei, Shang Yiji basically hasn't made many appearances. She stays in that church all day, only leaving when there's prayer in the sanctuary. However, young master, based on the information provided by Luo Wei, this Shang Yiji seems a bit strange. Although she is not an extraordinary being, sometimes she exhibits extraordinary traces, and Luo Wei even felt that the power she possesses is subtly purer than extraordinary power. Fifth Knight said. Upon hearing Fifth Knight's words, a hint of a holy color flashed in Jiang Chen's pupils, and this holy color was surprisingly similar to that in the eyes of the intelligence angel. He revealed a meaningful smile. Hee, if she didn't have such power, she wouldn't be worthy of me personally bringing the god Restrictor to find her. Chapter 120. The War Begins. Night, Wanshui City. Inside the church. While other places are shrouded in darkness, the inside of the church is still brightly lit and full of light. Saint Yiji kneels under the cross, praying devoutly with a group of nuns. The sacred sounds of their prayers echo within the church, creating an atmosphere of holiness and solemnity. But suddenly, Saint Yiji, who is elegantly kneeling, trembles slightly. Her tightly closed eyes suddenly snap open, revealing golden pupils filled with shock. Just now, she felt as if she was being watched by something, and what shocked her the most was that the gaze was even more sacred than that of the Lord she believed in. No, it can't be. It must be her illusion. How could there be something more sacred than the Lord in this world? It must be the Lord. That was the Lord's gaze. It's all her fault. She actually mistook the Lord's gaze. How disloyal of her. Thinking this, Saint Yiji closes her eyes again, devoutly reciting sacred verses to calm the ripples in her heart. At this moment, a nun approaches from behind, bowing deeply in respect to Saint Yiji. Saint Lady, what is it? Saint Yiji continues with her prayers, eyes still closed. Leader Jiang Chen says there's something important to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Saint Yiji opens her eyes once more. Is it important? I heard it concerns the war between us and the capital. The nun replies earnestly. Upon hearing this, Saint Yiji continues to recite sacred verses, and after a few moments, she stands up from the mat and walks towards the back. Jiang Chen is waiting patiently in the prayer room. Good evening, Jiang Chen. A pure and gentle voice comes. Jiang Chen's eyes instantly light up, and he quickly turns to look at Saint Yiji. Although he has seen her many times, and Wanshui City was established under their leadership, every time he sees her, his eyes can't help but reveal admiration. Holy, beautiful, sacred. Her existence is always so dazzling, bright, and flawless. Good evening, Saint Yiji. Seeing Saint Yiji politely bow to him, Jiang Chen also returns the gesture. I heard from a nun that you have important matters to discuss with me. Saint Yiji asks. Jiang Chen had initially wanted to talk to Saint Yiji about lighter topics, like how beautiful the moonlight is tonight. But seeing that Saint Yiji's words go straight to the point, the words that were about to pour from his throat suddenly vanished. It's like this. This afternoon, we held a leaders' meeting, and we decided to launch a surprise attack tomorrow night, taking advantage of the 4 major military corps of the capital being stationed in place. Jiang Chen says to Saint Yiji. Upon hearing this, Saint Yiji nods. Actually, she doesn't understand much about these matters, but she knows one thing. The military of the capital is very strong. Doing this must be dangerous. How confident are you? She asks. At least 70%. Jiang Chen replies. Don't think that 70% is not enough. In a battle, having a 50% chance of winning is considered high, and surpassing 60% is enough to fight for one's life. Having 70% confidence is even more advantageous. Since that's the case, then you can proceed with confidence. The Lord's glory will surely guide you towards victory. Saint Yiji says with her hands clasped in prayer. Looking at the praying Saint Yiji, Jiang Chen at that moment seems to see a holy light shining beside her, making her existence even more sacred and flawless. At that moment, he feels an urge, a desire to confess his feelings to Saint Eg. The uncertainty of the decisive battle tomorrow night is too much if things go wrong. Thinking this, Jiang Chen looks at Saint Eg. He steps forward. Saint Eg, Jiang Chen, I know your feelings, but I am a servant of the Lord. My life is dedicated to serving him. Before Jiang Chen can express his feelings, Saint Eg smiles at him and calmly says. Hearing these words from Saint Eg, Jiang Chen stands silently in place. Is this the answer? Again, a sense of defiance arises in his heart, and at this moment, he even feels a bit of resentment towards the Lord she speaks of. But he doesn't dare to show it, because he knows that if he displays even a hint of disloyalty or any negative emotions in front of Saint Eg, he will be met with her coldest gaze. He can only deeply bury his dissatisfaction within his heart. Perhaps this is the reason he can only remain half a believer. But it doesn't matter, he can wait. He can wait. One day, he will make Saint Eg understand and feel that his love for her surpasses that of her Lord. I understand now. All right, then Jiang Chen, it's getting late. You should go back and rest. Saint Eg gently tells Jiang Chen. Okay, you too, Saint Eg. Watching Saint Eg turn and leave, as her figure completely disappears from his sight, Jiang Chen lets out a deep sigh and turns to leave. However, in the distance, Jiang Chen does not notice that every move he makes is exposed to a figure in black clothing. As he walks away, the figure in black also vanishes into the night. Time flies quickly. The next day arrives in an instant. In Wanshui City, early in the morning, a large number of combat personnel and various strategic materials are being mobilized. Most of the soldiers are still quite puzzled. After all, isn't there still some time before they engage in battle with the capital? But now, the movements within the shelter are what? However, when most of the combat personnel are armed and the time has already passed into the afternoon, they receive a new order. They will launch a surprise attack tonight, targeting the military of the 4 major corps of the capital station outside the city. Upon hearing this news, many soldiers are shocked. Among one of the defensive positions, a young man suddenly freezes upon hearing this news. What? The coalition is going to abandon the hard-won positions in Wanshui City and instead launch a surprise attack on the capital's troops? Exactly. This is the message just sent down from above. I told you why this morning there were changes to weapons and additional ammunition supply. It turns out there was this development. Honestly, I think this approach is great. Instead of just holding out, why not take the initiative and fight back? This way, we can seize the initiative. The young man's companion, a middle-aged man, nods in agreement. But at this moment, the young man feels a chill in his heart upon hearing this statement. A surprise attack on the capital's troops. If the capital's military corps were that easy to ambush, their shelter wouldn't have been completely wiped out before. He still clearly remembers this. When the expeditionary force attacked their shelter, they also attempted a surprise attack on the expeditionary force. But what was the result? The alertness of the expeditionary force, their intelligence, and all aspects of their foresight far exceeded their imagination. The army that launched the surprise attack hadn't even reached the camp of the Sword of Conquest when they were already anticipated by the Sword of Conquest. The Sword of Conquest battalion had even set up a siege circle waiting for them. The final result was that all the extraordinary beings in their refuge were captured alive and ultimately brought to the refuge, where they were cruelly slaughtered in front of the eyes of 10,000 survivors. At that time, they were merely a few extraordinary beings forming a surprise attack team. Wasn't that secretive enough? Yet, even so, they were still discovered. Not to mention that now, Wanshui City was making such a big move. According to the intelligence from the imperial capital, how could they not detect such a large military operation? This is going to be bad. Absolutely going to be bad. He even suspected that the person who proposed this plan might be an undercover agent from the imperial capital, abandoning the solid defenses of Wanshui City and instead leading so many troops to launch a surprise attack on the imperial capital. What if this was a trap set by the imperial capital? Thinking of this, Qin Zhuang's expression turned exceptionally grim. It's over if we act according to this order. These hundreds of thousands of people will all. Qin Zhuang wanted to remind the upper echelons of Wanshui City. But with his identity, he couldn't get in touch with the upper echelons of Wanshui City at all. What are you talking about? What do you mean it's over? The middle-aged man beside him looked at Qin Zhuang, whose face was gradually turning pale, in confusion, as he muttered to himself. Old Qian, do you have any way to contact the upper echelons of Wanshui City? Qin Zhuang hurriedly asked. Contact the upper echelons of Wanshui City? I'm just a foot soldier. How can I have any way? The middle-aged man shook his head. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuang gritted his teeth, looking at the setting sun in the distance, his eyes revealing a sense of despair. At this moment, he had already envisioned how bloody the night would turn out to be. However, I do have a friend. He recently made contact with a so-called Free Resistance Army. The people from a Free Resistance Army are not many right now. So, as long as we make contact, it seems we can meet their leader, whom I've seen a few times and seems to have a good relationship with Commander Chen Xian. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, Free Resistance Army. Hearing this name, Qin Zhuang's eyes suddenly brightened. He knew the Free Resistance Army. Their goal was to overthrow the rulers of the imperial capital, the Jiang family, to achieve peaceful coexistence between ordinary people and extraordinary beings. Although in the refuge before, when he heard this goal, his father and many extraordinary beings scoffed at it. But now, Old Qian, where's your friend? Tell him I want to make contact with the Free Resistance Army. I have something important I want to discuss with their leader. Qin Zhuang hurriedly said, this, looking at the sun that was gradually setting in the distance. All right, there's still some time. I'll take you to see. After saying that, the two of them headed in another direction. Not long after, at a certain office on the upper floor of Wanshui City, Wu Wen was processing the list of new members recently recruited into the Free Resistance Army. He had only been in Wanshui City for a day, but he had already absorbed over 1,000 new members. At this speed, and after tonight's battle, he believed that the growth rate of the Free Resistance Army members would soar. As for why? Because the action of the Wanshui City Refuge Coalition tonight would surely end in failure. At that time, he could take the opportunity to gather the remnants of the Wanshui City Refuge and strengthen himself. Thinking of this, a sinister expression appeared on Wu Wen's seemingly sunny face. How dare you, a small Wanshui city, oppose the family? You're truly asking for death. Knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on his door. Wu Wen's expression immediately became amiable. Come in. A soldier from the Free Resistance Army walked in, saluted Wu Wen, and respectfully spoke. Deputy Leader, there's a new member named Zhou Han outside who wants to see you. He says he has extremely important information to share with you concerning the survival of Wanshui City. Hearing this, Wu Wen was taken aback. Concerning the survival of Wanshui City? Yes, judging by his demeanor, it doesn't seem like a lie. The soldier from the Free Resistance Army said. Upon hearing this, Wu Wen hesitated for a moment before nodding. Let him in. Yes, Deputy Leader. The soldier from the Free Resistance Army nodded and looked towards the door. Zhou Han, the Deputy Leader wants you to come in. Zhou Han, who was waiting outside the door, took a deep breath. If he was willing to see him, that was good. He quickly stepped inside. He looked at Wu Wen behind the office desk, noticing the amiable expression on his face. Zhou Han felt a bit relieved. Greetings, Deputy Leader Wu Wen. Zhou Han, welcome to our Free Resistance Army family. I can see you are an ambitious warrior. Wu Wen smiled warmly at Zhou Han. Thank you for your praise, Deputy Leader Wu. Zhou Han felt that the people in the Free Resistance Army were indeed quite nice. He could sense that Wu Wen had a hint of extraordinary aura about him. This meant that Wu Wen was an extraordinary being, and the fact that he was so polite to him, an ordinary person, showed that the Free Resistance Army's ideals were genuinely being upheld by them. However, now was not the time to reflect on these things. Zhou Han had something much more important to discuss. Deputy Leader Wu Wen, I have an extremely urgent message concerning the survival of Wanshui City. I would like to ask you to relay this message to your friend, Commander Chen Xin. Hearing this, Wu Wen pretended to be surprised as he looked at him. Concerning the survival of Wanshui City? Is it that serious? In response, Zhou Han expressed his concerns and predictions regarding the actions of Wanshui City. Listening to Zhou Han's words, a cold glimmer flashed in the depths of Wu Wen's pupils. Although he didn't know exactly how the imperial capital planned to deal with the Wanshui City coalition tonight, what Zhou Han said aligned perfectly with his understanding of various military groups. Tonight, the Wanshui City refuge might indeed face a blow, as he described. But Wu Wen glanced at the setting sun outside, and a hint of sarcasm flickered in his eyes. So what if he guessed? The fate of Wanshui City was already sealed. No one could change it. However, he could certainly put on a show. After all, he had a better plan in mind, one that could allow him to completely swallow Wanshui City. Therefore, Wu Wen's expression suddenly became extremely serious. If what you say is true, then tonight's actions of Wanshui City are in extreme danger. Exactly. So, Deputy Leader Wu, please inform Commander Chen Xin immediately. He must stop the coalition's actions tonight. Zhou Han urged. Wu Wen took a deep breath. His actions were decisive. You wait here. I will go immediately. After saying that, Wu Wen left the office with Zhou Han's slight sigh of relief. However, he didn't notice that as he left, a fleeting cold smile appeared in Wu Wen's eyes. Stop? Huh. Do you really think I will stop? Chapter 121. Ambush. Brother Xiang, save me from the endless waters. Asterisk, asterisk. Time passed quickly, and the crimson sunset flowed through the window. The night was about to fall. Zhou Han paced back and forth in his room for a long time, but he still hadn't seen Wu Wen return. A look of despair appeared in his eyes. He knew that it was too late now. With that thought, Zhou Han gritted his teeth and turned to rush outside. Since he couldn't stop the event from the source, he could only go deep into the front lines and save as many as he could. Zhou Han left. Not long after he departed, Wu Wen's figure reappeared at the Free Army's encampment. Deputy Commander, Zhou Han has already left. A soldier from the Free Army reported at the entrance. Let him go. Immediately order the brothers to assemble. Something big is about to happen, and we can't stay in this endless water any longer, Wu Wen commanded. Yes, Deputy Commander. The soldier from the Free Army nodded in response. Wu Wen looked at the increasingly gray sky, and a strange expression appeared on his face. As night fell, outside the city, a large number of soldiers had finished assembling. Under the cover of darkness and the many dilapidated buildings in the city, they stealthily advanced towards the Xinjing Brigade. Along the way, various frontline reports kept arriving at the command center for this ambush operation. The latest news is that there's been no unusual movement from the Xinjing Brigade. Everything is as usual, a superhuman reported to everyone in the command center. I don't think these Xinjing folks ever considered that we would ambush them, but it's understandable. After all, when we faced them before, just resisting was extremely difficult, let alone launching a surprise attack, another superhuman said with a laugh. Haha, you could say that the helpless defeat we faced before has, in a way, turned into an advantage for us. These Xinjing troops must think we would only hide behind constructions and wouldn't dare to launch an attack. Exactly. I'm really curious to see what the expressions of the Xinjing side will be after our ambush succeeds. The superhumans discussed, all laughing, and some even began to prepare to pop champagne. This plan had been progressing favorably from the beginning, and as long as they maintained this momentum, their ambush plan would undoubtedly succeed. Celebrating now is too early. Get back to your tasks. If any mistakes occur because of your carelessness, don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Chen, carefully observing the incoming information, scolded upon hearing the discussions of these superhumans. They had all staked their lives on this plan. Even though everything was going smoothly now, Jiang Chen still remained cautious. He wouldn't rest easy until the plan was completely successful. Hearing Jiang Chen's scolding, the superhumans shrank back a bit. As the only level 6 superhuman among them, Jiang Chen held significant authority in their eyes. Isn't it a bit too smooth? At that moment, Yuan Xiang pondered for a moment and suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at him. Luo Wei's heart skipped a beat. Our plan hasn't been discovered by the Xinjing side, so it's normal for things to go smoothly, right? Luo Wei said calmly. While that may be true, it's still better to be cautious. I suggest we send a small team ahead to ascertain the situation. Once we confirm it's safe, we'll have the main force continue moving forward. Yuan Xiang lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement upon hearing this. He had the same intention. Xiang is right. No matter what, this operation must be approached with utmost caution. He phoned, take a group of brothers as the vanguard to check the situation ahead. Jiang Chen immediately directed one of his trusted superhumans. Yes, Commander. The superhuman promptly nodded and left to carry out the order. Seeing this, Luo Wei's eyes revealed a barely noticeable gloom. He couldn't continue to speak. If he said anything more, he might draw suspicion. Now, he could only trust the military judgment of the commanders. The main force moved forward slowly, while Hefeng's small team quickly navigated through the suburban ruins. Soon, as Hefeng led the vanguard out of the endless waters and spotted a lit area in the distance within the mountains, he ordered the team to slow down. Advancing stealthily under the cover of night, they discovered several Xinjing soldiers and even super soldier outposts along the way. For ordinary people, these outposts might be challenging to deal with, but as superhumans, even super soldiers were no different from ordinary people in their hands. Before long, under Hefeng's command, several superhumans approached these outposts and swiftly dealt with the ordinary soldiers and super soldiers inside. Humph, these damn guys have pretty good equipment. He picked up a bomb rifle from a super soldier, and if time permitted, he would have wanted to strip the special combat suits off these super soldiers. Looking through the scope at the distant Xinjing Brigade's camp, where soldiers were roasting and laughing around a campfire, Hefeng's eyes revealed a cold smile. Laugh now. Soon I'll make you cry without tears. Immediately inform the main force that all is normal. We've dealt with the outposts along the way, and we're moving closer to the Xinjing Brigade's command center. After sending the information back to the main force, Hefeng and his team once again moved towards the Xinjing Brigade's command center. However, just as they were leaving, they failed to notice several night vision scopes aiming at them from the forest above. Report to the command center. The fish's vanguard has entered the net. Over. Command center received. Continue to stand by. Remember not to alert the enemy. Over. Understood. Over. At the Joint Army Ambush Command Center, the atmosphere in the entire command center had become tense. Jiang Chen and others were silent, and under their arrangements, the Army's pace had slowed down, with even the front units halting. After all, advancing further would mean entering the endless waters completely, and once they did, they would face the final battle. Jiang Chen and others were extremely cautious about this step. They were waiting for news from the vanguard. Only when the vanguard confirmed that there was no danger ahead would they continue their operation. Report. At that moment, a voice made Jiang Chen and others' hearts leap. Message from Commander Hefeng. Report, Commander. Everything is normal. We've dealt with the outposts along the way, and we're stealthily approaching the Xinjing Brigade's command center. The Xinjing side remains unaware. I suggest launching a surprise attack on the Xinjing Brigade as quickly as possible. My team will surely achieve great victory. Hearing this news, Jiang Chen and others all let out a heavy sigh of relief. Luo Wei nearly couldn't help but laugh out loud. Since the vanguard has already cleared the way for us, we cannot delay. Delaying will lead to changes. Immediately notify the entire army. Advance stealthily following the vanguard's route. Jiang Chen decisively commanded everyone. Yes, Commander. Soon, with orders being issued one after another, the joint forces stationed at the edge of the endless waters promptly moved towards the mountains outside the city. Along the way, the joint army followed the path laid out by the vanguard, encountering little resistance apart from some challenging terrain. Even the aberrations and some zombies in the forest had been cleared in advance. Before long, the joint forces saw the brightly lit command center of the Xinjiang Brigade not far away. Seeing this, everyone's hearts filled with excitement. If they advanced a bit further, the rocket launchers and individual mortars they carried would be able to reach the Xinjiang Brigade's command center directly. Continue forward. Remember, at this moment, we must be even more cautious. Success is right in front of us. Everyone, hold your breath. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. His heart was pounding rapidly at this moment. Everything had gone too smoothly, so smoothly that it made him a bit incredulous. However, thinking back, their ambush operation was predicated on requiring such smoothness. He felt as though he could already see the scales of victory tipping in their favor. The army continued to advance. The joint forces at this moment had completely filled the forest, all watching the Xinjiang Brigade's command center in the distance, not daring to breathe a word. Commander Jiang Chen, I'll take a team to the front to join up with Hefeng. I'm worried that Hefeng alone might not withstand the Xinjiang Brigade's counterattack when the fighting starts. At that moment, Yuan Xiang suddenly said to Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Then I'll entrust it to you, Xiang. I'll allocate the elite 5th Regiment to you. Okay. Thank you for your trust, Commander Jiang Chen. Yuan Xiang cast a deep glance at Jiang Chen, then looked at the many superhumans staring intently at the Xinjiang Brigade's command center. After exhaling a deep breath, he took the soldiers of the 5th Regiment and swiftly left the main force to gather with the 1st Regiment ahead. Meanwhile, Luo Feng watched Yuan Xiang leave, his eyes flashing with cold light. Immediately, taking advantage of everyone's attention being focused on the command center of the Xinjiang Legion, he quietly disappeared into the night. At this moment, within the rear forces of the Allied army, Zhou Han looked around at the pitch-black surroundings. Even the moon in the sky was obscured by dark clouds, and the leaves rustled in the night, creating a chilling sound. The further they advanced, the colder Zhou Han's heart became. It was too smooth, just like when they ambushed the Sword Legion in their sanctuary. However, at this moment, Zhou Han had no choice but to keep moving forward. He had already voiced the drawbacks of this ambush to the people around him, even to the squad leader of his unit. But the other party didn't believe him at all. In fact, they warned him that if he continued to spread such demoralizing words, he would face military punishment. So what else could Zhou Han say? Sigh. He turned back to look at the forest behind him, quietly letting out a sigh. Just then, as he looked back at the forest, a scene that made his pupils constrict appeared. From the dense shadows in the forest on both sides, figures were rushing out rapidly. The rear soldiers didn't even react before their throats were slashed. They were like assassins in the dark night, quickly reaping the lives of the rear soldiers. Zhou Han felt a chill all over his body. At this moment, he was almost exhausting all his strength. Ambush! There's an ambush! The moment his scream echoed out, in an instant, before the other Allied soldiers could react. Boom! 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 Da 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 da. The violent sounds of artillery erupted. Even that scarlet firelight lit up the sky in an instant. Countless Allied soldiers were still in a daze, being blown away by the sudden onslaught of fierce artillery fire. They were annihilated. The next second, the previous silence was no more, replaced by the sounds of screams and wails, and even louder than the screams were the sounds of explosions. The roar of destruction. Zhou Han had no idea what happened afterward, because the moment he shouted that out, he was blown away by the shockwave of a shell, and he was quite lucky to have been knocked into a tree hollow, where he promptly lost consciousness. At this moment outside, with a thunderous roar of artillery echoing, the entire Allied army, whether it was the front, middle, or rear forces, suddenly plunged into terror. Boom! 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 The sound of shells roared. The overwhelming shockwave of the explosions left the Allied forces in complete confusion about what was happening. Just a second ago, they were still confidently thinking about how they would achieve great victory in tonight's battle. But now, looking at the soldiers around them, panicking and fleeing for their lives, everyone, including Jiang Chen at that moment, was dumbfounded. But the next second, Jiang Chen quickly reacted. He shouted angrily at those around him. "It's a trap. We've fallen into a trap. Retreat. Withdraw immediately." As the leader of Wanshui City, Jiang Chen's authority was still intact. With his furious shout, many bewildered soldiers were awakened and hurriedly followed Jiang Chen. However, the next moment, a piece of news that filled Jiang Chen's heart with despair arrived. "Leader, not good. Our retreat path has been blocked. The rear forces are under attack from unknown artillery fire. Moreover, there's a mysterious unit encircling our escape route." Damn it! What unknown source? What mysterious unit? "It's all the Shunjing Legion. We've been deceived," Jiang Chen exclaimed angrily. "Who leaked the information?" Xiong Xiao and others were equally terrified at this moment. Now is not the time to discuss that. "Everyone, we must unite. Break through, or else we will all die here." Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. Under Jiang Chen's command, the Allied army began their desperate breakout. However, under the intense bombardment from the Shunjing artillery, it was incredibly difficult for them to break through. The troops had completely fallen into a state of panic, and over a dozen extraordinary individuals had been killed in the recent artillery strikes. "We can't go back. The retreat route is blocked. Trying to break through from the rear is no longer realistic." Jiang Chen led a group of extraordinary individuals and soldiers to charge several times, but each time, the exploding artillery fire would send them flying. Even with the extraordinary individuals at the front blocking, it was to no avail. "If we can't break through from the rear, where else can we break through?" Xiong Xiao shouted amidst the sound of explosions. At this moment, he had transformed into a giant towering 4 meters high, his entire body covered in dark bear fur. Logically speaking, after his beast transformation, ordinary bullets would feel like nothing more than a tickle to him. But the problem was, these were not bullets, they were shells. At this moment, the bear fur, hard as iron, was being shredded by one shell after another. From the front, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, looking at the road ahead. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. It wasn't going forward, just going deeper into the encirclement of the Shunjing forces. "If we stay here, we will eventually be blown to pieces. Moving forward at least gives us a little more time to live." Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and said. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, everyone's eyes were filled with uncertainty. But with a penetrating shell exploding in front of them, boom! The immense force of the explosion instantly tore 2 extraordinary individuals apart before their terrified eyes, along with a surrounding circle of over 100 soldiers. Seeing this, everyone dared not hesitate any longer. Just as Jiang Chen said, staying here with no way to break out meant certain death. Rushing forward, although it would only deepen the encirclement, at least they wouldn't die so quickly. "Follow me." Jiang Chen waved his hand, and the soldiers and extraordinary individuals around him followed his figure, rushing forward. Meanwhile, at the forefront, near the command center of the Shunjing Legion, He Feng's unit was hidden. When they heard the sounds of artillery, he initially thought it was the Allied forces launching a surprise attack on the Shunjing Legion. But soon, he sensed something was wrong. The sound of artillery had echoed a round or two, but not a single shell had fallen on the command center of the Shunjing Legion ahead. Not good. That sound is from large-caliber heavy artillery. This is the artillery of the Shunjing forces. He Feng quickly stood up, took out his binoculars, and looked back. And with one look, He Feng's face instantly turned pale. He saw the location of their allied forces, where countless shells were tearing through the sky. He even witnessed a hapless, extraordinary individual unable to activate his extraordinary abilities before being directly hit by a shell, turning into a pile of minced meat. Quickly, change the combat plan immediately, return, and support the leader. Yes, the 1st Regiment, as the vanguard of the Allied forces, was one of the 3 elite units of Wanshui City. Its members were all seasoned veterans from Wanshui City, rich in combat experience, and their loyalty was unquestionable. Now, seeing that Jiang Chen and the others were in trouble, they hesitated not at all and directly headed back to provide support. However, before they could take a few steps, they encountered the 2nd Regiment led by Yuan Xiang head-on. Yuan Jiang, what are you doing here? The leader is in trouble. We need to hurry back and support him. Yifeng hurriedly said. To this, Yuan Xiang's pupils flickered unconsciously. The elite veterans of Wanshui City were divided between Yifeng's 1st Regiment, his own 2nd Regiment, and the 3rd Regiment still with Jiang Chen. The situation of the 3rd Regiment was not worth discussing, but they couldn't afford to waste the 1st and 2nd Regiments. Brother, wait a moment. Seeing his 2nd Regiment wanting to follow Yifeng back to provide support, Yuan Xiang immediately stopped them. What are you waiting for now? Yuan Xiang, if the leader is in trouble, you and I will both be guilty. Yifeng grabbed Yuan Xiang's collar and shouted angrily. Brother, I understand your feelings right now, but can we change anything by going back for support? Yuan Jiang shouted loudly. Even if we can't change anything, so what? We'll die together with the leader. With that, Yifeng threw Yuan Xiang aside and led the 1st and 2nd Regiments back. Brother, if you really want to save the leader, there's only one way for you now. Attack the command center of the Shunjing Legion ahead. Only in this way can we relieve the pressure on the leader and let them break through. Yuan Xiang shouted loudly at Yifeng's retreating figure. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's figure stiffened, but the next moment, he immediately turned around. He walked up to Yuan Xiang, then bowed deeply to him. Brother Xiang, my 1st and 2nd Regiments of veterans, including myself, from now on, will follow your command. The fate of the leader and the fate of everyone in Wanshui City is now entrusted to your hands. Chapter 122. Who is the traitor? It's you, Luo Wei. ***. Looking at Yifeng and the thousands of veteran soldiers behind him, Yuan Xiang took a deep breath. Follow me. With that, Yuan Xiang led everyone towards the command center of the Xinjing Corps. Keep up. Yifeng followed closely behind with the veterans from the 1st and 2nd Regiments. However, they had not gone far when a familiar figure appeared in front of them, blocking their path with a unit of Xinjing troops. Long time no see, gentlemen. Yifeng's eyes widened in shock as he looked at this figure, especially at the super soldiers behind him. Not only Yifeng, but even Yuan Xiang was stunned. Luo Wei. So you were the traitor. Yifeng exclaimed in surprise. In that moment, he understood everything. What traitor? Speak more politely. I was never one of you from the beginning. I was just passing through Wanshui City, and you insisted on bringing me into the fold. Who can you blame for that? Luo Wei said with a cold smile. You, Luo Wei. We treated you well in Wanshui City. Why would you do such a heartless thing? Yifeng said angrily. Haven't I already said? I was always a person of Xinjing, and serving Xinjing is only natural, right? Luo Wei said, digging in his ears and smiling. He then looked at Yuan Xiang. Yuan Xiang, do you remember what I said to you back at Gufang City? What did you say in Gufang City? Yuan Xiang pondered, trying to recall. Soon, he remembered, and his expression became somewhat strange. It turned out that what Luo Wei had referred to as an opportunity was not in Wanshui City, but in Xinjing. Right now, my offer is still valid. Surrender now, and you can become one of us in Xinjing. Luo Wei, you scoundrel. How could Brother Xiang surrender to someone like you? Yifeng shouted angrily as he saw Luo Wei trying to entice Yuan Xiang. Brother Xiang, I'll hold them off with the 1st Regiment. You take the 2nd Regiment and leave immediately. Feng said, looking directly at Yuan Zhang, gritting his teeth. Right now, Yuan Zhang was their only hope. If he surrendered, Wanshui City would be doomed. Yuan Zhang, you're a smart person. Smart people should make smart choices. You don't need to continue associating with these fools. Luo Wei said again. Luo Wei, stop your deceit. I'll fight you. As soon as Luo Wei finished speaking, Feng charged towards him. Seeing this, a scornful look appeared in Luo Wei's eyes. So eager to die? Then I'll send you on your way. Supernatural power erupted. The aura reached the peak of a first-level extraordinary being, already on par with Feng. At this moment, the super soldiers behind him also raised their explosive guns, ready to fire at the 1st Regiment soldiers. Seeing this, Yuan Zhang felt anxious. If those super soldiers fired in unison, the 1st Regiment would be finished. Just then, Luo Wei. So the traitor is you. A furious voice came from behind. Hearing this voice, Luo Wei narrowed his eyes, but there was no fear in his gaze. Yuan Zhang and Feng quickly turned to look back, and in the distance, Jiang Chen and his allied forces, numbering over 10,000, were rushing towards them. Retreat. Luo Wei decisively ordered a retreat. The super soldiers behind him immediately fell back. Feng wanted to pursue, but was stopped by Yuan Zhang. Let's regroup with the leader first. Feng gritted his teeth. Although he was reluctant to let Luo Wei escape, they had no choice. Leader. The troops regrouped. Feng quickly ran to Jiang Chen's side. Yuan Zhang followed suit. Leader, what should we do now? Feng asked hurriedly. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. He looked at Yuan Zhang. Brother Zhang, what do you think? Yuan Zhang was silent for a moment. Right now, we are completely surrounded. With enemies blocking us in front and pursuing us from behind, the only option left is to attack the enemy's command center directly. If we can destroy their command center, we might just be able to escape amidst the chaos. Otherwise, Yuan Zhang said. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grim. It's all that Luo Wei's fault. Damn it, I will definitely kill him. Xiong Qiu shouted angrily. Tens of thousands of troops, nearly 70 extraordinary beings. How long has it been? Most of their remaining forces were surrounded, and only over 30 extraordinary beings, plus more than 30,000 elite troops, had broken out of the encirclement. As for the others, listening to the continuous sounds of cannon fire from behind, everyone fell silent. This is not the time to be angry. We follow Zhang's plan and continue forward. Our target is the command center of the Xinjing Corps. Everyone, our chances in this battle are already quite slim, but even if there's a slim chance, we must face it. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. He tightly gripped the Bible in his hands. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming hope that perhaps the divine would manifest. Could it be possible? At this moment, in Wanshui City, inside the church, Saint Yiji, who was praying, suddenly saw a brilliant light in her eyes. She was filled with excitement because she had once again received the divine message. Yes, the guidance of the divine. Jiang Chen, only in moments of despair will you understand the true meaning of faith. When you become a true believer, hope will descend upon you and lead you out of despair. After speaking, Saint Yiji waved her hand to the surrounding nuns. Seeing this, the nuns nodded devoutly. Then, they respectfully entered the sanctuary and pushed out several statues of saints. In their gaze, these statues were flawless like works of art, with wings on their backs, adorned with golden radiance, sacred and unmatched. They were true angels. However, behind this glamorous facade, no one noticed its desecrating appearance. Saint Yiji continued to pray. Her voice resonated within the church like a dreamlike divine decree. In the most critical moments, we still need the true messengers to come and protect us. Those who come from the divine capital, you will come to know that the radiance of the divine is everything to you. The power of the divine is everything. You will kneel beneath the glory of the divine, kneel beneath the gifts of the divine. Amen. The news that the Allied forces were surrounded had already spread throughout the entire Wanshui city. Chen Xin and the others who remained in Wanshui City were anxious and restless. Currently, the forces in Wanshui City numbered only about 10,000, and there were fewer than 3 extraordinary beings. Even if they knew that the Allied forces were surrounded, there was nothing they could do. With their limited manpower, maintaining order in Wanshui City was already a challenge, let alone helping the Allied forces. What should we do? We can't just sit by and watch as our leaders are eliminated, can we? One extraordinary being gritted his teeth and said, "What does Lady Saint E.G. say?" Chen Xin furrowed his brow and asked, "The church is currently closed to everyone. The only message that Lady E.G. brought out was for us to faithfully believe in the divine, assuring us that as long as the divine is present, we will be safe." Another extraordinary being sighed. Hearing this, Chen Xin couldn't help but close his eyes in pain. What time is it? How can Lady Yi still be talking about the divine? "Commander, Mr. Wu Ji from the Free Army has arrived." At that moment, a soldier outside suddenly said, "Wu Ji." Chen Xin's eyes lit up at the mention of the name. "Quick, invite him in." "Yes. Mr. Wu Ji, please come in." "Brother Wu." Seeing Wu Ji, Chen Xin hurried forward and grasped his hands. "Brother Chen, I've learned about your force's situation." Wu Ji took a deep breath and said. At this, Chen Xin sighed, his eyes filled with despair. "The situation of our leaders is critical, yet we are without any brave soldiers. Wanshui City is in a precarious state." Upon hearing this, Wu Ji fell silent. Chen Xin then looked at Wu Ji with hope. After a moment, Wu Ji lifted his head and looked at Chen Xin very seriously. "A few days ago in the divine capital, it was Brother Chen who received me upon my arrival at Wanshui City. Without Brother Chen, I, Wu Ji, and all the brothers of the Free Army would still be wandering souls. Now that Wanshui City is in danger, my Free Army will definitely not stand by and do nothing." Brother Wu. Hearing this, Chen Xin was so moved that tears almost flowed down his face. "However, Brother Chen, our troops in the Free Army are truly lacking. If we want to mobilize, I fear we might be powerless," Wu Ji said with concern. In response, Chen Xin gritted his teeth. "Brother Wu, I now give you the authority to recruit freely among the citizens of Wanshui City for the Free Army. This, since Brother Chen has said so, I won't be modest. Brother Chen, time is of the essence. I'll go right away." Wu Ji took a deep breath and said to Chen Xin very seriously, "Good, Brother Wu. From now on, Wanshui City will depend on you. For freedom, for freedom." Under Chen Xin's call, the news of Zhao Chun and the others being surrounded spread throughout Wanshui City. Many young people eagerly signed up to join the Free Army. In just a few hours, the number of Free Army members swelled to tens of thousands. Moreover, to arm this new force, Chen Xin also took out the last bit of his savings in Wanshui City. Thus, these newly recruited Free Army soldiers, most of whom had hardly ever held a gun, were quickly sent to the front lines. However, unbeknownst to Chen Xin in the rear, just as this army was about to step out of Wanshui City and into the surrounding mountains, Wu Ji ordered them to hold their positions and wait. This left many of the new recruits puzzled. There even erupted significant conflict over this. In response, Wu Ji dealt with these individuals decisively, letting them leave the city and delve deeper into the mountains. But as soon as they ventured a short distance out of the city, they were hit by drone squads lying in ambush and turned into a sieve. Seeing this scene, those new Free Army soldiers who remained within the city were filled with terror and dared not re-enter the mountains. For Wu Ji, those new Free Army soldiers who were shot by the drones did not evoke any feelings of sympathy. On the contrary, this was precisely what he hoped for. After all, these individuals seemed to have joined the Free Army, but in reality, their hearts had never been truly with the Free Army from the start. Only when these people were dead could the remaining new Free Army members truly become part of the Free Army. Following this, Wu Ji showed no intention of leaving the city. He continued to have the veteran Free Army members brainwash the new recruits while dealing with Chun Xian's inquiries. As for whether to leave the city, Wu Ji directly let these new Free Army soldiers make the choice. In response, those new Free Army soldiers who remained in the city expressed that if they could avoid leaving the city, it would be best not to. After all, right in front of their city, there were still hundreds of corpses lying there. As this delay continued, the sound of cannon fire from the mountains gradually faded away. Everyone knew that this was not a signal of the trapped Wanshui city troops breaking through successfully. On the contrary, it was a signal that they were about to be completely eliminated. However, it must be said that the coalition composed of the elite from more than a dozen shelters truly lived up to its reputation. Under such bombardment from the divine capital, they held out for a whole day and a half before the surrounded forces were mostly eliminated. Of course, many chose to surrender. As for those who surrendered, the divine capital did not kill them. They were simply unified and detained, awaiting further disposition. As the majority of the forces were wiped out, at this point, Jiang Chen and the others had successfully reached the front of the command post of the divine capital's troops. However, rather than saying they reached this point, it was more accurate to say that the divine capital's troops had deliberately allowed them to come here. When they arrived at this location, upon seeing the 8 imposing figures that had long been waiting here, everyone from the Wanshui city shelter, including Jiang Chen, felt despair. Yet, even more despairing was the scene that followed. They watched as, under the respectful gazes of the 8 troop leaders, in the reverent eyes of all the super soldiers, and in the deadened eyes of Jiang Chen and the others, a young figure stepped out of a luxurious car that had just arrived, causing their hearts to seemingly skip a beat. At that moment, there was silence. Jiang Chen's dark pupils scanned the crowd, finally resting on Jiang Chen. A smile broke across his handsome face. Seems quite lively, huh? Chapter 123, Just a Foolish False God. Greetings, young master. Long live the young master. Long live the family. Long live the divine capital. Long live the young master. Long live the family. Long live the divine capital. At this moment, the 8 major pioneering legions and their 8 legion leaders all knelt on one knee before Jiang Chen. In an instant, the sound was like a rolling wave crashing in, deafening and resounding in their hearts. Jiang Chen and the others listened to the booming, thunder-like call that echoed all around them. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. What a magnificent and spectacular scene this was. Even many of the people Jiang Chen brought with him began to kneel down before Jiang Chen. They looked at Jiang Chen in terror and shock. At this moment, they understood what it meant to be the pride of the divine capital, what it meant to be at the pinnacle of humanity. The shouts of the soldiers spread across the mountains like a whirlwind. Such loyalty was beyond their imagination. Jiang Chen gently pressed his hand down. In the next second, the once rolling shouts instantly ceased. If it weren't for the lingering echoes in Jiang Chen's ears, they might have doubted whether everything they just heard was real. To obey orders without question. Terrifying indeed. Such an army deserved to defeat them so utterly. They could conquer the entire central continent. At this moment, the vast majority of the people in the Wanshui city shelter had completely lost their will to resist. In their hearts, there was despair. How could they possibly defeat such an army? Jiang Chen stared blankly at Jiang Chen. At this moment, he didn't know what he was thinking, but he undeniably felt a deep sense of envy and jealousy. He thought he had reached the peak of his abilities after the apocalypse, but at this moment, facing Jiang Chen, the pride of the divine capital, he felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority. This was not just from his heart. It surged from the depths of his soul. Jiang Chen was like a sun shining with unparalleled brilliance, illuminating the entire world, while he, in front of him, was hardly even Firefly. At this moment, a terrifying thought even arose in Jiang Chen's heart. If there really was a god in this world, then it would probably be someone like Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Chen, and his gaze made Jiang Chen dare not meet his eyes. Ding! Detected the aura of a fateful god. System analysis in progress, asterisk asterisk. Name, Jiang Chen. Extraordinary ability, S-level metal frenzy. Extraordinary level, 2. Killing/capturing Jiang Chen will reward you with a destiny treasure chest. Infinite divine, I is copying and excessively integrating S-level metal frenzy. Copying complete. Excessive integration in progress. 10%, 16%, 40%, asterisk asterisk. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly. He was not surprised that Jiang Chen was a fateful god. Instead, he was more concerned about something in his pocket. I sense it, the aura from an alien god. The voice of the intelligent angel echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen was not surprised by this statement. After all, he had already known there was something amiss in Wanshui City since he received the news about the church there. Jiang Chen's fingers moved lightly. In the next second, Jiang Chen's pupils constricted as he saw the Bible floating out from Jiang Chen's pocket. Seeing this, Jiang Chen quickly reached out to grab the Bible. After all, this was a gift from Saint Yijie, the only one given to him. Just as he raised his hand halfway, the next moment his face suddenly turned pale. He felt as if two massive mountains had suddenly appeared on him. Ah! Jiang Chen let out a tremulous and desperate scream. His profound, supernatural power surged within him. As a level 7 transcendent, he had awakened an S-level ability as a level 7 transcendent. In the eyes of the Allied forces in Wanshui City, Jiang Chen was their number one. At this moment, no matter how Jiang Chen struggled, that powerful pressure crushed down upon him like a dam breaking, instantly pinning Jiang Chen to the ground. Bang! Both knees hit the ground. Even the earth beneath him sank by half a foot. If it weren't for Jiang Chen being a transcendent with physical qualities far beyond ordinary people, his knees would have been completely crippled from this kneeling blow. Even if they weren't broken, the pain still surged through him like a drilling agony. Of course, for Jiang Chen, the physical pain was secondary. The key was that, at that moment, with so many eyes upon him, he was being forced to kneel before Jiang Chen. That mental humiliation was driving him to despair. He howled and struggled endlessly, yet his legs showed no sign of response at all. Leader! Behind him, Feng, witnessing this scene, rushed forward in anger. His supernatural power surged. In the next moment, Jiang Chen cast a calm glance at him. In that instant, Feng, who had charged towards Jiang Chen, came to a halt. The anger on his face vanished, replaced by a sense of fear, a terror that surged from the depths of his soul. He wanted to speak, but the next second, under the stunned gaze of the crowd, his body exploded. Bonk! No flesh or bones remained. Feng! Jiang Chen watched this scene, seeing his most loyal subordinate die so tragically before him, and he let out a continuous, shocked roar. At this moment, however, no one responded to him. Even the usually hot-tempered Xiong Qiu trembled as he stared at Jiang Chen. He knew that he hadn't even seen this man display any supernatural power. And yet, that was the reality. A level 7 transcendent was effortlessly suppressed by him. A late-stage level 1 transcendent was killed by a mere glance. Jiang Chen's transcendent level was absolutely beyond level 7. Level 3? Level 4? At this moment, apart from Jiang Chen's sorrowful cries, there were no other sounds. Jiang Chen gazed at the floating scripture before him, his eyes calm. And within his mind, the voice of the wise angel echoed again. Master, I have sensed her presence, just a lowly alien deity. Her will has descended upon Wanshui City, right? In the eyes of the crowd, Jiang Chen seemed to be speaking to himself. That's right, Master. She is fortunate to have found a perfect divine candidate. If I'm not mistaken, she plans to use the body of that perfect divine candidate to bear her descent. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. His gaze turned toward the distant Wanshui City. Ah, the deluded false god thinks she can compete with me for the saint? How ridiculous! Take them and enter Wanshui City. With a slight flick of his finger, the floating scripture before him transformed into a cluster of starlight and dissipated under Jiang Chen's pained gaze. Yes, young master. The 8 army leaders all bowed and spoke. Then they waved their hands, and the countless super soldiers all turned in unison. All troops move out. Target Wanshui City. Chapter 124. The Arrival of the Angel. Wanshui City *. Edge of the Free Army Defense Zone *. The new recruits of the Free Army, marked with the emblem of the wings of freedom, listened to the distant silence of the cannon fire that had completely ceased in the mountains and forests nearby. They were filled with a complex array of emotions. I wonder how our leaders are doing right now. Well, things can't be good. We Wanshui City have so many allies and so many extraordinary beings, but they wanted to support their leaders. But as mere recruits with only the most basic training, how could they possibly confront the Divine Capital's army that even their elite coalition couldn't defeat? When they responded to the call of the Free Army, they felt fearless and had thought about it this way. But when they arrived here and faced the front lines, not to mention the Divine Capital's super soldiers, even the drones hidden in the mountains and forests became an insurmountable wall before them. Boom, boom. At that moment, the new recruits of the Free Army, hiding in the trenches, suddenly heard a deep sound approaching. They looked at the water bottle in their hands, watching as the water rippled, and saw the dust falling from the edge of the trench due to the vibrations. They froze for a moment. In just that brief moment of daze, the vibrations became stronger and stronger. They could even clearly feel it themselves. Not only the vibrations, but also a rough voice that made their backs chill came from the forest in the distance. They quickly stood up, their eyes trembling as they stared at the forest in the distance. As they looked, even their hands gripping their weapons started to tremble uncontrollably, and their eyes revealed waves of horror. Countless trees in the forest were being crushed. Whole patches of forest were collapsing as if there were some prehistoric beast charging forward, crushing everything in its path. What? What is that? I don't know. In the forest, something is coming towards us. Seeing this scene, all the new recruits of the Free Army shouted in terror. Everyone, immediately disengage the safety on your weapons. All troops, take cover in the nearest buildings. Quick, anyone who dares to make a sound, I'll kill them. At that moment, a commanding officer from the elite Free Army suddenly shouted. Hearing this voice, the tens of thousands of new recruits quickly rushed to hide in the nearby buildings, running faster than anyone else. They took cover in the buildings and trembled as they looked into the distance. Meanwhile, Wu Wen and a group of elite resistance members were also tense, watching from the top of a building in that direction. However, unlike others, while Wu Wen's expression was serious, his eyes also contained a loyalty and madness akin to that of a worshipper. He had received news that the great young master had also arrived in Wanshui City. Boom, boom, boom. The sound like rolling thunder was now very evident. In the tense gazes of everyone, almost to the point of being unable to breathe. Boom! A tank was the first to charge out from the forest. Like a steel beast, it crushed everything in its path. The roar of its engine was even more terrifying than a tiger's roar. But what shocked them even more was what followed. As the tank units surged out, behind them, in a neatly lined formation, super soldiers in uniform combat gear marched out with powerful strides. They carried explosive rifles, and the crimson cybernetic eyes displayed on their tactical helmets gave an overwhelming sense of pressure. Bang, bang, bang. With every step they took, the ground seemed to tremble beneath their feet. The hearts of those new recruits in the Free Army almost stopped for half a beat. This was an invincible army, a king's army that they would never be able to defeat. At this moment, those new recruits, who still harbored some thoughts of resistance, fell utterly silent. They watched through the gaps in the buildings as the army marched toward the city center. No words, silence, stillness, and even fear had completely enveloped their hearts. Until later, when they saw their leaders, their commanders, the extraordinary beings of Wanshui City, and those coalition forces they once took pride in being escorted like pigs toward the front. They didn't know how to react. Sorrow, despair. Some angrily wanted to shoot, but before they could make a move, they were forcefully stopped by other new recruits nearby. We don't want to die. This was the unspoken thought in their hearts. That's right, who would want to die? Who would choose death? They had barely survived the early days of the apocalypse, enduring the most difficult trials, and now they just wanted to continue living. As for how to live, they thought it didn't matter. The divine capital was extremely cruel to resistors, but for those who complied, they could be considered good. So, even if Wanshui City's shelter fell, so what? They just wanted to live. Thus, they watched as this Iron Army marched toward the city center, which was also the core of their Wanshui City shelter. They made no attempts to obstruct, their eyes shifting from sorrow to calm and numbness. At this moment, they understood a principle clearly. The divine capital was invincible. Center of Wanshui City asterisk. At this moment, the remaining survivors here had become panicked. Chaos, like the moment when the apocalypse first arrived, had descended upon this city once again. The news that the divine capital's forces had entered Wanshui City was already known to everyone. At this moment, they even felt they had no strength to resist at all. Even more than 10,000 remaining soldiers were thinking of escaping Wanshui City. But if they escaped Wanshui City, where could they go? In an instant, confusion and despair filled everyone's hearts. Even Chen Xian and the remaining extraordinary beings were at a loss for what to do. At this moment, the only thing that could give them a glimmer of hope was the ground they were kneeling on. The civilians of Wanshui City, the military, and the few remaining extraordinary beings were all kneeling before the door of the church. They prayed, praying that the saint inside could save them, praying that the legendary Lord could redeem them. At this moment, the whole Wanshui City was lit only by the church, still radiating light, but accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds. All the people of Wanshui City, kneeling in prayer, turned in fear to look. They saw that at the end of the road leading to the church, a torrent of iron was rushing toward them. Just when they were about to fall into utter despair, the doors of the church slowly opened. From within emerged a figure cloaked in shimmering golden light, her calm gaze fixed on the approaching divine capital army, without a trace of fear or panic. Her expression was as gentle as if she were looking at her faithful followers. Under everyone's gaze, she, surrounded by a group of nuns, approached them. In her hands, and in the hands of her nuns, there were no weapons, only a Bible radiating a golden glow. She looked at the tanks charging toward her, at the towering super soldiers, at the coldly gazing 8 army commanders, and at the young figure standing tall among them, resembling a mountain peak. Her expression showed no change, still so gentle, so pure and kind. Hello, lost ones from the divine capital. Welcome to this holy place to seek the glory of the Lord. Her voice seemed to contain a mysterious power that could easily penetrate people's hearts and reach the most profound depths of their souls. Even some super soldiers were faintly affected by her, their eyes showing a hint of bewilderment. But the next moment, as a faint voice sounded, "Open fire," completely disregarding the norm. Even Saint Yiji was taken aback for a moment. In an instant, Saint Yiji, be careful. Still behind, Jiang Chen woke up from a nightmare, shouting loudly. Only then did Saint Yiji react. But what could she do after realizing it? Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, an incredibly intense gunfire erupted. In just half a second, thousands of bullets shot towards Saint Yiji. No! Jiang Chen let out a cry of anger and despair. The others were also dumbfounded, watching this scene. In their eyes, the holy and radiant Saint Yiji seemed to have turned into a pile of shattered remains. Buzz! But in the next second, a scene that pulled them from despair to confusion, then to shock appeared. In everyone's eyes, at this moment, a brilliant light suddenly flickered around Saint Yiji. Under the illumination of that light, the thousands of bullets seemed to have their time suspended, hovering in the void. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Even the 8th Brigade leaders frowned. Only Zhao Long, looking at the holy light around St. Yi, revealed a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets hovering in the air fell one by one to the ground. St. Yi continued to look at them gently, without a trace of fluctuation in her eyes. This is the glory of the Lord, which no one can desecrate. Confused ones, your actions have already made the Lord sad. Now, for the Lord, lay down your weapons. What you need is the Lord's love and forgiveness. St. Yi said. Her voice was not loud, but it resonated clearly in everyone's hearts. She opened her arms, gently smiling at the crowd. Behind her, holy light flickered, and at that moment, everyone seemed to see an unparalleled existence from her figure. She cried. She showed compassion. She was pitiful. She was brave. She told them that she was the only savior in this world. Only by believing in her could they remain unstained and return to paradise. Playing God, seeking death. Just then, the leader of the conquering sword brigade, Zorn, shouted coldly. The aura of slaughter burst forth from him. He drew out a huge sword from his waist. Without any hesitation, Zorn rushed towards St. Yi. He did not believe in this so-called God. Even if there was a God, it was their young master, the great lord of the imperial capital. As a second-level transcendent, Zorn's power was absolutely among the top in this world. Even at this moment, St. Yi, surrounded by golden light, seemed to become faint in the face of Zorn's immense transcendent power. But St. Yi still looked at Zorn with compassion. The glory of the Lord cannot be broken. Bang! Zorn's giant sword collided with the golden light surrounding St. Yi, and for a moment, it actually did not break through. Then I want to see how much power your Lord can withstand. Zhao Long shouted coldly, following closely. St. Yi's delicate brows furrowed slightly, but she still stood her ground. In the eyes of the crowd, this was simply unbelievable. Even Jiang Chen and the other transcendent beings from Wanshui City were dumbfounded, knowing that these were the leaders of 2 pioneering brigades. Each had the strength of a second-level transcendent. Yet they were being blocked by St. Yi, who was not even a transcendent. Interesting. I want to know why the young master would personally come here. Meng Zhengtan, the leader of the Radiance Brigade, laughed heartily, and then his transcendent power flickered. He also charged at St. Yi. This time, under the combined attack of the 3 brigade leaders, the smile on St. Yi's face gradually faded. The key was that the other 5 brigade leaders were also squinting their eyes, ready to act at any moment. Thinking of this, St. Yi took a deep breath. When she looked back at the people from the imperial capital, her gaze had already turned to one of pity. Your desecration has already angered the Lord. Now it is not too late. To this statement, Zhao Long and the others sneered. Immediately, the transcendent power released from their bodies grew even stronger. Pure. It made the golden light surrounding St. Yi become even fainter, without radiance. St. Yi's face began to pale. Clearly, under the pressure of the 3 brigade leaders, she was about to give in. But she still did not retreat. Her eyes closed tightly, and she began to chant sacred words. Accompanied by her, the nuns beside her also started reciting sacred words. The sounds resonated around like a sacred chant, causing Zhao Long and the others to frown. Meanwhile, the 5 brigade leaders from the Black Watch were already on high alert. First, we must push her back with all our strength, Meng Jingtian said in a deep voice. Understood. Zorn and Zhao Long both nodded. In the next second, all 3 released their full power. The already thin holy light was instantly broken through under the combined force of the 3. As the attacks were about to land on St. Yi, at that moment, buzz, 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 buzz. From within the church, 5 beams of golden light shot up into the sky, illuminating the heavens. These 5 beams of light were incredibly holy. Sacred. Along with these 5 rays of light came the resonating sacred chants that echoed throughout the sky. Watching this scene, the citizens of Wanshui City opened their eyes wide, filled with disbelief. Snow-white wings, a solemn and holy visage, a body sculpted like a work of art, and the divine radiance surrounding them. As the holy light shone, it illuminated everyone below. Saint Yiji smiled at the sky, her hands clasped together, her gaze devout. "Welcome, the angel of the Lord has arrived. Welcome, the angel has arrived." At this moment, the citizens of Wanshui City, illuminated by the holy light, could not help but kneel to the ground, as if in worship, following Saint Yiji's lead, shouting in unison. The holy light not only illuminated the citizens of Wanshui City, but also enveloped the soldiers of the imperial capital. That holy light was warm, but also forced them into worship, just like the citizens of Wanshui City, to kneel down. However, at this moment, all 8 brigade leaders were gritting their teeth, resisting this pressure. They came from the imperial capital. The glorious declaration of the great imperial capital's code made them kneel only to the young master, only to their family, only to the imperial capital. Everything else, even if it was a god, they would not kneel. This was their honor, their pride. At this moment, something was trying to strip away their pride. How could they allow it? At this instant, all 8 brigade leaders and the transcendent beings from the imperial capital roared to the heavens. The powerful transcendent power gathered together, forcefully resisting the assault of the holy light. Seeing this, the 5 angels hovering in the void looked down at them coldly. Rejecting the divine, favored ones is desecration. You are condemned. The price is your souls. Boom! As soon as the cold words of the 5 angels fell, a heavenly might suddenly descended upon the heads of the 8 brigades. That overwhelming pressure made even the brigade leaders change their expressions. But just then, in the distance, 4 figures shot over like shooting stars. Accompanied by them was a surge of power that instantly shattered the pressure above the heads of the 8 brigades. A mere false god dares to pass judgment on our imperial capital brigade. Who gave you the courage? Boom! As soon as this domineering sentence fell, an incredible force of gravity collapsed down from above the 5 angels, like a mountain falling from a peak. In the stunned gazes of the crowd, it suppressed the divine radiance of the so-called angels into oblivion. Chapter 125. Lord, do you deserve it? Asterisk asterisk. Silence, quiet. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. At this moment, everyone looked at the angels that had been swatted down like pesky mosquitoes, and they were all astonished. Even Saint Yiji, who was present, stared blankly at this scene. To think, these were the Lord's angels, the representatives of his great power. But at this moment, blasphemers, after being caught off guard by this sudden attack, the angels reacted once more. They flew back into the sky. But at this moment, the indifferent expressions on their faces had completely disappeared. In their place were anger like that of mere mortals. What had just happened had stripped away their divine demeanor. They looked at the 4 figures in the void above. Their furious gazes seemed ready to tear apart their opponents. Regarding the 4 women who had suddenly appeared, the crowd was filled with confusion. Even in the divine capital, the majority of people were looking on in bewilderment. Only the leaders of the 8 exploration battalions observed the 4 women with knowing looks. The leader among them was a woman with long, dark purple hair, clad in a special nanotech battle armor. Only her face was visible, adorned with a mechanical mask that glimmered with a dark purple light. Only the upper part of her nose was exposed, her cold, pitch-black eyes resembling the depths of death. Sequence 01, Valkyrie. Beside her was a woman with long, icy blue hair, also covered in a specially designed white nanotech armor. However, unlike the Valkyrie, her armor appeared even more domineering and aggressive. She exuded an air of pride. Sequence 02, Empress. Behind these two, there was a woman dressed in golden-haired paladin armor with blue eyes. Sequence 09, Holy Night. And beside them stood a delicate-looking girl with blue hair, who was holding a book in her hands, standing next to them. A pair of white-framed glasses perched adorably on her petite nose. Her appearance and attire seemed somewhat mismatched with the other three. But, looking at the intelligence gleaming in her eyes, anyone who dared to underestimate her would surely regret it for a lifetime. Sequence 05, Mind. Regarding the origin of these four women, they had no idea. But feeling the immense power radiating from them, their brains were momentarily overwhelmed. What on earth had happened today? They gazed blankly at the scene unfolding in the sky. I can sense the aura emanating from your bodies. I feel blasphemy, unparalleled blasphemy. You should have been buried in the rotting ground of sin forever. The angels roared at the four women. At this moment, he didn't seem like an angel, but rather like a wild beast. In response to this statement, the other three women said nothing. Only the Empress, looking at this angel, grinned and revealed a mocking smile. She uttered two words that instantly ignited the fires of battle in the sky. Trash! Boom! The moment those words left the Empress's lips, golden holy light surged towards the four of them. Seeing this, the Valkyrie's indifferent eyes remained unchanged. However, at that moment, a mechanical voice resonated from within her nanotech armor. Sequence 01. Valkyrie, testing grade, divine, forbidden ascension armor. Activating. Virum. It sounded like the activation of a nuclear reactor. In the next second, a dark aura, intermingled with crackling black and purple light, erupted from her. That power seemed to threaten even the fabric of space itself, revealing traces that resembled fractures. Boom! In an instant, the dark purple light collided with the holy light. The Empress, witnessing this scene, her eyes flashed with a cold gleam. She drew out the metal command knife from her waist. Her figure surged forward in an instant. With one slash, it seemed as though even matter responded to this strike. Feeling the impact of this blow, even the angels revealed expressions of shock in their eyes. They could not comprehend why such a backward planet could give rise to such beings. You take two, I take two, and the last one will be left to them. How about that? Forcing the angels back, the Empress glanced sideways at the Valkyrie, sensing the destructive power emanating from her, her eyes revealing a hint of trepidation. The Valkyrie said nothing, but her destructive power transformed into dark chains. She separated two of the angels. Then, she drew her metal knife and shot forward like a wisp of dark light. Seeing this, the Empress clicked her tongue, then redirected her displeasure towards the other three angels. The Holy Knight and the Mind naturally had no objections to this. After all, in front of these two, they could only play the role of sidekicks. Soon, the angels were divided. In the sky, it was as if gods were fighting, leaving the mortals below dumbfounded. What shocked them even more was that as the battle progressed, the angels were completely being suppressed, not to mention the golden-haired woman and the blue-haired girl teaming up against the angels. The other four angels were facing off against two opponents. Yet at this moment, they were being beaten to the point where they couldn't even retaliate. Blasphemy! At that moment, the two angels fighting the Valkyrie suddenly let out a furious roar. The crowd stared in disbelief. At that moment, the Valkyrie was enveloped in deep purple-black light. The destructive power shattered every holy light that was hurled at her. The angels howled in rage. The holy flames burned upon them. But in the next second, the lifeless gaze in the Valkyrie's eyes erupted with an unimaginable, terrifying power. The purple-black light instantaneously transformed into several black chains. They shot towards the two angels. The speed seemed to pierce through space itself. Even the angels had not reacted before the chains pierced through their palms and chests. Blasphemy! Blasphemy! The angels let out ferocious howls. They struggled incessantly, but all they received was the Valkyrie advancing step by step toward them. With the enhancement of the purple-black light, the Valkyrie's metal knife became frightfully terrifying. Even the blade extended 2 to 3 meters outward. Flames of purple-black danced upon it. She approached the two angels with a calm and indifferent expression, her pitch-black pupils staring at them without a hint of emotion. At this moment, everyone below who was witnessing this scene had their mouths agape. Even Saint Hiji and the nuns were trembling and collapsed to the ground. They couldn't imagine what sacrilegious act she would commit against the angels next. But soon they would see it unfold. The Valkyrie raised her metal knife, the purple-black flames surging and burning. In the eyes of the stunned and disbelieving crowd, with one slash, clang, the sound of the blade echoed. So-called gods, angels at this moment, were like ordinary mortals, even livestock. They were cleaved in half from head to toe. The holy light extinguished. The angels plummeted from the sky. God had fallen, just as the crowd was still processing this shocking scene. At this time, the battle between the Empress, Holy Knight, and Mind had also concluded. Among them, the two angels facing the Empress met the most tragic fate, almost being torn apart by her. The Empress relentlessly hacked away at their bodies, shouting angrily, asking why they resisted, why they didn't just stand there and let her kill them. You trash. You made her lose to her. In contrast to the Valkyrie and Empress, the Holy Knight and Mind were much more humane. They left the angels' bodies intact. In fact, the Holy Knight even specifically placed their corpses in a sarcophagus capable of shielding against extraordinary powers. It was sent down to the divine capital core, causing the researchers in the evolution research room to express their overwhelming gratitude. Thus, the 5 angels, gods, just like that, they left cleanly and neatly. At this moment, everyone still felt a bit unreal. Is this really a god? Could be too weak? Especially Saint E.G. and the group of nuns. Their gazes were dull, their eyes completely devoid of light. The messengers of the god, the angels by the god's side. Just like that, they were slain. Why did this happen? It shouldn't be like this. The god is omnipotent. Her angels shouldn't lose. How could the angels of the god lose? And lose so miserably? This is what you believe are angels. At that moment, the paladin raised the holy white spear in her hand. Everyone looked over, staring at the dark object that was impaled on the spear tip, stunned. That is an angel? That is an angel? No. How could it be an angel? Aren't angels supposed to be sacred? Why at this moment? Looking at that dark, rotting flesh, the leather-like texture resembling a beast, the flesh resembling a virus. This is an angel? No, it can't be. Why is this happening? Saint E.G. rushed over uncontrollably. She looked at the dark, putrid flesh, unable to believe it. She wanted to say this was fake, that they were deceiving her. But when she turned to look at the remains of the angel that had been killed by the Valkyrie, and the remains of the angel that had been slain by the Empress, at that moment, her eyes completely lost their light, and she collapsed onto the ground. Angels, how could they be such filthy beings? The angels of the god, how could they be such a vile existence? Saint E.G. felt her faith was about to collapse. This was not the angel she had envisioned, the one serving by the side of the god. It was not, truly, a place that makes one feel disgusted. The Empress completely ignored Saint E.G.'s reaction after witnessing the truth. At this moment, she was still filled with rage. She looked at the church ahead, at the golden, radiant church. The filthy existence of the false god should not exist in this world. Oh, artillery! Aim at that filthy building for me. She raised her command staff and issued orders to the divine capital core below. Hearing this, the super soldiers of the divine capital were taken aback, looking towards the core commander. The core commander then looked back. Immediately, she nodded. Artillery adjusted. Aim at the church. Fire for me. The Empress shouted angrily. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, numerous shells rained down on the church. But at that moment, Surging holy light poured down from the sky like meteors, wrapping the entire church within it. The holy radiance, once again shining upon the world. Moreover, compared to the previous 5 angels, the holy light at this moment was even more brilliant, even more sacred. Even Saint Yi, whose faith had collapsed, could not help but look towards the direction of the church. God, she muttered in a daze. Her voice was filled with doubt and anxiety. If it were before, she would have scolded herself for feeling this way. But now, she was actually doubting the God. However, after witnessing the angels being slain and revealing their blasphemous true forms, everything she had experienced made Saint Yi unable to do anything but doubt. Is this really the God? Countless holy lights continued to gather. Eventually, in the eyes of everyone, it formed a huge female figure. She was magnificent, noble, sacred. She held a battle sword, like a goddess of war, making people bow before her. She looked down at humanity below. Her gaze was indifferent, high and mighty, overlooking everything. My believers, the blasphemer has blinded your eyes, leading you into confusion. My will is to shatter the falsehood and cleanse the evil. God, upon hearing this, the shattered faith of Saint Yi seemed to begin to coalesce anew. False God. But at that moment, the Empress and the Valkyrie charged forward. Powerful forces surged forth wildly. That power even made the god slightly turn her gaze. Blasphemer, you shall be buried in the eternal land of decay. She extended her finger and lightly pointed. In an instant, the sky lost its color. Feeling that overwhelming, inhuman force, both the Empress and the Valkyrie felt their pupils constrict. But neither of them showed any sign of retreat. They still bravely charged forward. Foolish, 2 bland words, filled with the god's high and mighty presence. Boom! In just an instant, an unmatched divine might descended upon the Empress and the Valkyrie. Their bodies fell like birds with broken wings, plummeting down. At this moment, I declare judgment upon you. Your flesh shall be buried in the land of filth, and your soul shall become eternal decay. This is the decree of the god. Just as the words of the god fell, the Empress and the Valkyrie only felt a chill rise all over their bodies, despite the divine suppression power constantly resisting that incomprehensible force. But at this moment, they were ultimately just divine suppressors who had undergone a basic divine suppression ritual. Facing a true god, they were still too weak. They fell helplessly down. Everything around them seemed to lose its color in their vision, just as the world was about to freeze in their eyes. Suddenly, a sound like rippling water echoed in their minds, and even in the minds of everyone present, including that god. Judge my dear attendants, do you even qualify? At this moment, it felt as if time had stopped. The Valkyrie and the Empress, like birds with broken wings, slowly descended, their toes lightly touching the ground, and the oppressive force that had been upon their bodies and souls had completely disappeared. That cold voice not only echoed in the ears of others, but also resonated in their ears. They looked towards the source of the voice. Gazing at that ethereal figure, the Empress's eyes sparkled, and even the Valkyrie's deadpan pupils rippled. Not only them, at this moment, everyone present, including the so-called God, looked towards his figure. As he stepped forward, he did not walk on a path, but on the void. With each step, the void rippled. Around him, powerful energies began to brew. A golden throne, sparkling magnificently in the radiance. The light of shadows, surrounding his existence. The holy light, recklessly blooming behind him. That overwhelming power, which made everyone present, even the god, shrink their pupils, surged outwards from him like waves. Jiang Chen sat upon the golden throne. At this moment, he was shrouded in ethereal shadows, surrounded by flames, with sacred sounds resonating around him. Snow-white wings of light fell around him. Most importantly, at this moment behind him, a massive angel with 10 wings embraced him. At this moment, He was like a god among gods. He gazed at the god across from him, and that corner of his mouth, which could be described as devilishly beautiful, revealed an incredibly disdainful arc. Having seen the true God, why not kneel and worship? Chapter 126. The Day of Becoming a God. Silence. At this moment, everyone was brewing in their hearts. They stared with wide mouths at the figure seated on the golden imperial throne, gazing at the presence that resembled a deity even more than the gods themselves. At this moment, they could not even find words to describe the shock within them. God facing God? What situation is this? Jiang Chen, the lord of the divine capital? Is he also a god? The most important thing is that at this moment, the sacred aura emanating from Jiang Chen was even more pure and noble than that of the Master. Saint Heavenly Master, Eternal. At this moment, the Holy Knight inserted the holy white spear in her hand beside her, kneeling on one knee in the highest knightly etiquette before Jiang Chen. The nano armor clashed against the ground, making a clear sound. She worshipped devoutly, her emerald eyes filled with sincerity. She was not only the chief holy knight of the Master, but also the most exalted believer of the one true Master. And this Master is the one true Master, the only Saint Heavenly Master, Jiang Chen, Eternal Saint Heavenly Master. At the moment the holy knight knelt, all the soldiers of the 8 pioneering legions behind her, including the 8 legion leaders, the Empress, the Valkyrie, and the Wise Brain, all knelt before Jiang Chen. In an instant, a sacred radiance erupted from Jiang Chen's body. The divine figure of the wise angel became even more real. It was as if she had come to life, embracing the golden imperial throne. Her 16 golden wings gently fluttered. The sacred featherlight fell like white snow, and anyone touched by this sacred featherlight, whether they were soldiers of the pioneering legions or citizens of Wanshui City, felt a warmth arising from their hearts. It was a warmth they had never experienced before. Like a bowl of warm soup in winter, it penetrated their hearts. Even some of the injured under this golden feather light miraculously healed. Hunger was satisfied. Illness was cured. Anxiety was calmed. Confusion found direction. This was the true divine miracle. God, this is the true God. Those who were injured looked at their wounds healed and were filled with joy and shock. Even though many of them belonged to Wanshui City, at this moment they gazed at the golden imperial throne embraced by the angel above, at the God on that throne, the only Saint Heavenly Master. They wept tears of joy. Their hearts held unparalleled loyalty as they worshipped. Great Saint Heavenly Master, Eternal. Great Saint Heavenly Master, Eternal. In an instant, those citizens of Wanshui City, who originally worshipped the Master, all knelt before Jiang Chen, more devout than when they worshipped the false god, more loyal than when they worshipped the false god. The great name of the Saint Heavenly Master spread throughout Wanshui City. Even at the edge of Wanshui City at this moment, Wu Wen led all the soldiers of the Free Army, also worshipping. They knew that the Saint Heavenly Master was Jiang Chen. But at this moment, they no longer cared. They only knew that this figure was the great Saint Heavenly Master. Saint Yi was bewildered. She looked at the existence in the sky that was even more sacred than her master, watching the citizens around her devoutly worshipping him. Even some of the nuns beside her were kneeling before Jiang Chen, silently pleading for the Saint Heavenly Master's forgiveness. Saint Yi looked at all this, her originally sincere pupils becoming completely confused at this moment. She wanted to know who is truly the Master. Not only her, but even her master at this moment was also transfixed while looking at Jiang Chen. She could feel the aura emanating from Jiang Chen, especially that divine might, which was incredibly dense. It was even more potent and pure than her own divine might. Why was this the case? Wasn't he just a human? How could a human possess such pure divine might? She didn't understand, and at this moment, she didn't want to understand. Her faith was being questioned. Her saint was plunged into confusion. She absolutely would not remain indifferent. Looking at Jiang Chen, a cold gleam appeared in the master's eyes. In the next moment, before anyone could react, she drew the holy sword in her hand and instantly slashed towards Jiang Chen. The surging holy fire seemed to burn the very space to ashes, creating a despairing abyss that pointed directly at Jiang Chen. Witnessing this sudden scene, the worshippers below were all taken aback. Some of the recently blessed faithful, who had become crazily loyal, were enraged by this blasphemy against the false god. Among them were the nuns who had previously revered the glory of the Master. After bathing in divine grace, they had become more devout and loyal than anyone else. That voice made Saint Yiji's delicate body tremble. "Master, why has it come to this? Why?" She didn't understand. And at this moment, this battle in the sky would determine who the true master was. Looking at the holy fire surging and engulfing him, Jiang Chen revealed a hint of interest in his eyes. He could feel that this holy fire was indeed quite extraordinary. Even the archangel had misjudged it. But even so, what of it? In the current blue star, he was the strongest existence, without a doubt. Although I don't know how you, a mere mortal, managed to feign the majesty of a deity. In the end, a mortal is just a mortal. Even if you don the guise of a god, you are still just a mortal. The master coldly looked at Jiang Chen and spoke. It seemed she could already envision the holy fire incinerating Jiang Chen, picturing the scene of his soul being obliterated. This was the fate of provoking a god. Was it really like that? Whoosh! The holy light feathers of the archangel roared instantly, forming a curtain that blotted out the sky and the master's narrowed pupils, protecting Jiang Chen within. The sacred holy fire had no trace of burning on him. In fact, as the light feathers spread out again, the holy fire was actually being played with in the palm of Jiang Chen's hand. He was the master of all fires. Even the holy fire had to submit to him. On the other side, seeing Jiang Chen play with the holy fire in his hand, the master's expression became much more serious. Your existence surpasses the trials of natural disasters. Surpass? Ha ha ha. My existence is far beyond what mere natural disasters can encompass. Jiang Chen crushed the holy fire in his hand. He looked at the master across from him, his smile growing wider. The master's expression changed in that instant. She immediately retreated, and just where she had been standing, two chains of shadow pierced through the void. That immense power was something even gods would fear. At that moment, the ease in the master's eyes disappeared completely. She looked at Jiang Chen with a serious expression, gripping the holy fire sword tightly in her hand. This mortal strength exceeded her current understanding. Chapter 127, Judging the False God. Welcome the Holy Lord's descent. Asterisk asterisk. In the sky, the holy fire flickered and was extinguished more than once. The more she fought with Jiang Chen, the more shocked the Lord felt. The natural disaster trial could only master one source of power, which is an immutable truth since ancient times. But this mortal, how many types has he already unleashed? Moreover, each of them was incredibly powerful. All possessed divine qualities. Whoosh! Suddenly, shadowy chains shot out from beneath her feet once again. The Lord changed her expression and was about to retreat, but at that moment, a powerful pressure instantly delayed her movements. Just in this fleeting moment, the shadowy chains wrapped around her smooth ankle. The Lord maintained a calm demeanor and swung her sword to try to cut the shadowy chains. But the next second, golden, brilliant flames suddenly ignited from the chains. The scorching sensation made her waver uncontrollably at that moment. Is it over? Impossible. Jiang Chen smirked. In the next moment, countless old cars and metallic objects below began to tremble. Among them, Jiang Chen looked at this scene with disbelief in his eyes. This familiar power, how could this be possible? This is his ability, the violent metal power wave. No, it exceeds that. Even more so, it is far stronger than his S-class ability. Crash, 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 crash. In an instant, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, countless metals were disassembled. They transformed into sharp swords shooting up into the sky. This scene was overwhelming. Even the sunlight seemed to be obscured by these swords that covered the sky. Jiang Chen looked at this scene, completely stunned. He tried to communicate with his ability, but what he received was a pressure that felt like heavenly might. In the sky, countless sword edges were aimed at the bound Lord. Seeing this scene, the Lord completely lost her composure. She swung her holy fire sword to try to cut the chains, but from the void, 2 more chains shot out and directly bound her hands tightly. Moreover, what shocked the crowd below the most was, in the void, a wooden cross appeared behind the Lord. The shadowy chains wrapped around it, binding the Lord to it amidst her furious shouts. She wanted to struggle, but that force felt as if the entire world was rejecting her, making it impossible for her to move. "Mortal, do you even know what you are doing?" Bound to the cross, the Lord glared at Jiang Chen with rage. To this, Jiang Chen smiled slightly, speaking words that only she could understand. "You may not know, but from the moment you descended, I could have killed you instantly. But do you know why I have been playing with you for so long?" Upon hearing Jiang Chen's divine words, the Lord narrowed her pupils. Divine words? Why can Jiang Chen speak divine words? I know you have many questions in your heart, but those questions are best saved for next time. Right now, it is the moment to judge the false god in front of countless witnesses. In the name of the true God, judge the false god. Jiang Chen smirked. Below, the prepared holy knights had already aimed their cameras at this scene in the sky. At this moment, inside and outside the holy capital, in the areas ruled by the holy capital, all the big screens displayed this scene. In the holy capital, the pilgrims outside the city watched the image on the black wall with the most devout eyes. Inside the holy capital, countless people took to the streets. Commoners, new citizens, upper-class citizens, and even members of the Jiang family all stared at the screens in the center of the city, watching the scene of the Holy Lord judging the false god. Jiang Chen could feel that the power of faith was surging in from all directions. The archangel in his mind let out a long sigh. And this was what Jiang Chen had designed. The day of the great god's descent. In the name of judging the false god, forging his own supreme divine throne. Mortal, you will face divine punishment. You will face divine punishment. The Lord shouted angrily at Jiang Chen. She had already discerned Jiang Chen's intentions. Her heart was shaken, shocked, and even terrified. She couldn't believe it. This mortal actually dared to forge a throne of nothingness using her divinity. Divine punishment? Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with mockery. He had heard these 2 words far too many times before. In the next moment, his gaze turned incredibly cold. Before I suffer divine punishment, you should first experience the punishment that belongs to me. As soon as his words fell, countless swords condensed in the void, burning with golden flames. Like a rain of arrows, they shot towards the Lord locked on the cross. Clang, 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 clang. Thousands of arrows pierced the heart. The divine being let out a furious roar, but no one paid any attention to that anymore. Everyone was devoutly watching this moment of judgment against the false god. In their hearts, sacred words rose. Chanting voices echoed endlessly. Countless people knelt before Jiang Chen's figure, for at this moment, he was the one true God. Humanity will not end here, will not end here. When I return next time, the wrath of the gods will burn away your existence. Let your body and soul never transcend in eternity. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. In the next instant, tens of thousands of swords instantly condensed into one place. A massive sword, several meters long, appeared in midair. Mysterious sacred words were inscribed on it, and golden flames burned on the inscriptions. I'm waiting. As the 3 words fell, The giant sword slashed down towards the Lord. At that moment, the already ethereal Lord dissolved into nothingness, his will extinguished from this world. Thud! It was also at this moment that Saint E.G. collapsed weakly to the ground. Her eyes had already lost their color. Her Lord was gone. The surrounding voices were all praises for the great holy Lord. But her Lord, gray, confused. At this moment, Saint E.G. felt an overwhelming sense of loss. Her future had vanished, severed. She thought about falling into eternal darkness, just like this. But just then, a beam of golden light illuminated before her eyes. She dumbly lifted her head, looking at him clad in holy light, looking at him who was praised as the Holy Lord. He reached out his hand towards her, under the shining divine light. It seemed that all her confusion was dispelled. Her cold heart once again felt warmth, and the gray world was once again illuminated by light. At this moment, tears flowed continuously from Saint E.G.'s eyes. She looked at him. She no longer knew how to describe her feelings deep in her heart. But wanting to be redeemed, wanting to feel his warmth, wanting him, but betrayal, disloyalty. Why did it come to this? My devout disciple, the light of the false god has deceived you, leading you into confusion, making you unaware of praying sincerely to the true God. But I don't care, for you are not yet a perfect being. I forgive your previous disloyalty, and now come back to my side. Child, return to my embrace. You named Saint E.G. will become the vessel of my will. You will become the spokesperson of the Holy Lord, my apostle, born on the day of the divine's arrival, the first pope. This is my will, and it is also your lifelong mission. Spread my brilliance to every corner of the eternal universe. As the divine words fell, the radiance of the Holy Lord became even more brilliant. Along with her, they were both imbued with divine glory. At this moment, Saint E.G. felt it. She clearly felt it. She felt her whole being presenting itself before the Lord without reservation. Not the false god of the past, but the true Lord, the only holy Lord, the one true deity. She shed sincere tears, smiling, longing, adoring, and obsessively gazing at the Lord before her. She reached out and grasped his hand. This was the true Lord, the only living God, and the existence she needed to dedicate herself to. Holy Lord, how fortunate I am to bathe in the holy light. I beseech my Lord, may the divine light shine forever. The moment these words left her lips, deep within Saint E.G.'s heart, a golden light shadow appeared. That light shadow sat on the golden imperial throne. Infinite, supreme, the Holy Lord stood within her heart. Unless Jiang Chen eternally perishes, otherwise, the being named Saint E.G. shall forever be his servant. Chapter 128. The Fall of the Old Gods, the Reappearance of the New God. The First War of Expansion draws to a conclusion. Inside the tranquil and spacious church, golden sunlight streamed through the intricately carved stained glass, refracting soft rays into a kaleidoscope of colors, filling the entire church with a sense of sacred solemnity. Yet that tranquility gave a strange feeling in this holy place. Creak! With a heavy sound, the church doors were pushed open. Tap! Tap! The crisp sound of footsteps echoed throughout the grand hall of the church. Looking toward the holy cross at the front of the church, Jiang Chen's face was shrouded in a faint halo, making it difficult to discern his expression. He walked step by step toward the holy cross. With each step he took, it seemed as though a golden aura was gathering, then rippling outward like a wave. They seemed to resist his approach, wailing, lamenting, terror. Various voices echoed in Jiang Chen's ears, but he showed no sign of stopping. The golden halo radiated more intensively from his body, and faintly, the phantom of an 18-winged angel reappeared behind him. The angel held a golden book, the contents of which were impossible to discern. Her exquisitely beautiful lips parted slightly. She was praising, she was exulting, she was fervent, she was proclaiming, "All blasphemy shall not approach her. All false gods shall not approach her. All anomalies shall not approach her." The sounds of despair and wails grew stronger. They knelt, they begged for mercy, but the holy words were like the grand principles of heaven. They would not forgive. Boom! In an instant, sacred feathered light erupted from the archangel's wings. No longer the warmth and healing of before. This moment was one of judgment. In the name of the holy heaven, proclaiming the great judgment of the one true God. The golden feathered light annihilated everything. The scene was magnificent beyond compare, sufficient to attract anyone's attention. But at this moment, as the only presence within this church, Jiang Chen was oblivious to all of it. His gaze remained fixed on the holy cross. Tap, tap, ascending the steps, symbolizing the yearning for heaven. The mist on Jiang Chen's face gradually dissipated, revealing a beauty surpassing that of the gods. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps, until the final 7th step. He stood before the holy cross, looking at the suffering priest, gazing at the being known as God. In his deep pupils, there was only indifference. He continued to move forward. Just then, on the holy cross, the suffering priest suddenly erupted with a violent light. A figure, radiant like a divine light, burst forth in an instant. This figure was the god who had fought Jiang Chen earlier. She swung her sword of holy fire in anger, the searing flames aiming to incinerate Jiang Chen's very soul. However, annoying, the cold words fell in an instant. Even the god didn't know how he moved his hand. Jiang Chen had already grasped her shining golden neck. Without an ounce of compassion, his 5 fingers tightened instantly. Boom! In the incredulous gaze of the god, the last trace of her existence on Blue Star was crushed by Jiang Chen's casual grip, forever vanishing from Blue Star. Everything returned to calm, and the filthy words that had echoed in his ears also vanished completely. Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged. As for crushing the master, there was no fluctuation in his heart. After all, he would not remember a loser who had already been defeated by him, because they were unworthy. His gaze continued to fixate on the suffering priest ahead. In the next second, he grasped the priest's chest with 5 fingers. The seemingly withered body was, however, incredibly hard. A mysterious force was obstructing him. A priest? Huh. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth, and the next moment, unparalleled divine might flowed from him. Jiwa. The priest's chest was gouged out by Jiang Chen, creating a bloody hole, and golden blood flowed from the wound that Jiang Chen's right hand had opened. However, just as this blood was about to fall to the ground, the seraphim's snow-white wings caught it, not wasting a single drop. And Jiang Chen looked at the pulsating object in his hand, resembling a heart. The smile on his face deepened and became more enigmatic. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained divine-level fortune and creation. Divine heart. Task: condensed divine body. Hee! Ha ha ha! Jiang Chen's laughter echoed throughout the entire church. The priest was bleeding. The surrounding holy light was wailing. But at this moment, the holy light surrounding Jiang Chen was exceptionally brilliant. He raised a heart stained with golden blood, and the golden blood flowed through his entire body as he laughed, making the entire church tremble. Both shadow and holy light flickered like a candle in the wind at this moment. Even the seraphim, at this moment, bowed beside him, silent and afraid to speak. Until that heart completely vanished from Jiang Chen's hands. Everything was absorbed by him. Who? He twisted his neck, producing a series of crisp bone sounds. The golden blood had completely disappeared from his body. Everything about him remained as magnificent, pure, and transcendently sacred as before. Looking at the suffering priest ahead, Jiang Chen lightly pointed with his hand. The once hard corpse instantaneously turned to ash and scattered away. Only the now dimmed holy cross remained standing in place. This was for the priest, but not for the priest. Jiang Chen smiled. He then turned to leave, and the seraphim transformed into a divine shadow once again, returning to his body in reverence. The holy floor echoed with footsteps once more, still as quiet as it had been upon his arrival. But this time, the silence felt devoid of any vitality. Even the golden light streaming in from the stained glass felt cold. At the door, Jiang Chen paused for a moment. He looked back at everything in the church, tilting his head slightly. Strange, paired with his faint expression, it was quite adorable. But soon, as a familiar smile reappeared on his face. "Paddock!" The sound of fingers snapping rang out. Jiang Chen walked through the open door, and just as his foot stepped out of the church, rumble! In the sight of 100,000 people outside, the church, representing the highest faith of Wanshui City after the apocalypse, collapsed with a crash. And the collapse of the church also signified the end of everything in Wanshui City. The first campaign of the Divine Capital was thus marked with a perfect period at this moment. Chapter 129, Zhou Han's Transformation. With the recovery of Wanshui City, there was basically no longer any form of resistance within the central continent. Over 99% of the territory had been reclaimed by the Divine Capital, and the remaining 1 or 2 strongholds, ranked after Wanshui City, surrendered or fled upon hearing that Wanshui City had fallen. The Free Army led by Wu Wen had cleverly anticipated the situation, and on the very day the Divine Capital Army took control of Wanshui City, they managed to escape the encirclement of the Divine Capital troops, bringing with them a large amount of captured supplies, rushing towards the outside of the central continent. It could be expected that soon, the Free Resistance Army, after being tortured by the Divine Capital Army, would once again make their name resound in other places outside the central continent. Outside Wanshui City. A day ago, the camp where the Divine Capital Army was stationed outside the city. After the previous carpet bombing by the Divine Capital Army, the once lush mountains and forests had been transformed. The ground seemed as if it had been ruthlessly plowed by oxen. A large area of land was turned over, and there were craters from shells everywhere. Among them, in a tree trunk that had been severed by a dozen shells, thick enough for 2 or 3 people to embrace, Zhou Han was jolted awake, struggling to breathe. Who? As he regained consciousness, he looked at the pitch-black surroundings, his pupils trembling as if he had just experienced a terrifying nightmare. I'm not dead. He kept touching his body and face, even pinching himself hard. After feeling the pain, Zhou Han's body trembled uncontrollably. Not dead. He was still alive. Thinking back to the situation before he fainted, Zhou Han was still filled with lingering fear. He had thought he was in a life-or-death situation, but unexpectedly he had survived, and he wasn't even injured. Could this be fate protecting him? Right. What's the situation outside now? Zhou Han quickly snapped back to reality. Gritting his teeth, he followed the faint light seeping through a crack and exerted all his strength to dig out a small hole from the soil blocking the tree hollow, just big enough for him to crawl out. When he re-emerged into the sunlight and looked around, what he felt was not the warmth of the sun, but an overwhelming chill from the heart. Shell craters were everywhere, the air still lingering with the smell of gunpowder and blood. As he got closer, Zhou Han saw darkened flesh still wrapped in the soil. Unable to hold back, Zhou Han widened his eyes at the hellish scene before him, and with the acrid smell of blood mixed with gunpowder, he leaned against a nearby dead tree and vomited. Despair surged within his eyes. It was over. Everything was over. Wanshui City was finished. So many troops, so many extraordinary beings all gone. At this moment, Zhou Han was engulfed in endless confusion. Wanshui City, the last bastion of resistance against the Divine Capital, the final land of hope that gathered all the resistors of the central continent, was now fallen. This also signified that the will of the Divine Capital to dominate would spread throughout the entire central continent. Zhou Han sat helplessly on the ground. The Divine Capital, having not yet obtained the entire central continent, was already so powerful, now that it had gained the resources and population of the entire central continent. It was foreseeable that in the coming period, the divine capital's development would accelerate even more rapidly. It would become even stronger. Thinking of this, Zhou Han felt a wave of despair wash over him, tears streaming down his face. He wanted revenge. He wanted to avenge his loved ones, but what could he use to seek revenge now? The divine capital was becoming stronger and stronger, while he was just a fallen, powerless mortal. At this moment, Zhou Han had lost all sense of direction in his heart. The strength of the divine capital filled him with despair, even as someone who harbored thoughts of revenge. What should I do? God, what should I do? At this moment, Zhou Han even thought it would have been better if a shell had killed him. Then he wouldn't have to face such an utterly powerless scene. Crack! Crack! Just as Zhou Han was despairingly pounding the ground, he didn't notice a faint crack forming behind him in the tree hollow. As Zhou Han pounded the ground with increasing force, the crack spread faster. In just a few seconds, the ground beneath him was affected. Just as he cried out again and struck the ground with his fist, the ground beneath him suddenly collapsed. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground, feeling as if all the bones in his body were about to shatter. He struggled to stand up, but at that moment, a sharp pain radiated from his arm, causing his expression to tremble. Gasping for breath, he looked down and saw that the bone in his right hand was dislocated. Clearly, the recent fall had broken his arm. Such an injury, at this moment, was like adding insult to injury. He gritted his teeth, pain causing beads of sweat to pour from his forehead, tears flowing from his eyes as well. At this moment, Zhou Han truly wished to end his own life. Just as he looked around, trying to see if there was a sharp stone that could cut his throat, his gaze suddenly stopped in front of him. About 7 or 8 meters ahead, a group of roots, resembling a spider web, was entwined around a stone. Among these roots, a segment about the length of a finger was shimmering with a faint glow. Dimly, Zhou Han could even see some mysterious, flickering star-like lights next to that segment of root, making it seem extraordinarily magical. What? What is this? Zhou Han stared blankly at that segment of root, swallowing hard with his dry throat. Although he didn't know exactly what this thing was, he was absolutely sure of the aura that was emanating from the root. Extraordinary power. It was definitely extraordinary power. Just like the extraordinary power he had sensed from Wu Yu before. It was exactly the same. Could a root exude extraordinary power? Thinking of this, excitement surged in Zhou Han's heart. Although he had never seen it, he had heard that extraordinary beings were not necessarily born that way. As long as one could consume a mysterious spiritual plant rich in extraordinary power, even the most ordinary person could awaken extraordinary abilities and become a high-ranking, extraordinary being. Previously, Zhou Han had only heard about it, but now, looking at this segment of root, gazing at this root shimmering with extraordinary power, Zhou Han forced himself to stand up, even ignoring the intense pain in his arm at the moment, and he stared intently at that small segment of root, running towards it at his fastest speed. When he got closer to that small segment of root and felt the rich, extraordinary power, tears began to flow uncontrollably from Zhou Han's eyes once again. Heaven, you have not abandoned him. Hope, this is hope. At this moment, Zhou Han had no hesitation. He even abandoned the idea of using his hands and directly bit down on the root. Even though his teeth were nearly shattered by the hard root, he still didn't let go. He bit down tightly on the root and pulled hard. In an instant, a yellowish light burst forth from his mouth. At that moment, Zhou Han felt it. Under the glow of this yellow light, his arm, and even all his injuries all over his body, were rapidly healing. His flesh and blood cheered as if they had met a long-awaited rainfall. A powerful force instantly filled his body, and at this moment, Zhou Han experienced an unprecedented sense of pleasure, especially that extraordinary power, which was constructed in his mind and will. In this moment, he deeply realized how weak he had been before. So weak that he was not even as strong as an ant. No wonder those extraordinary beings, even the lowest level F-class extraordinary beings, looked down on ordinary people so much, unwilling to mix with them. He had previously not understood that, and had even been angry about it. But now he understood. Extraordinary, all extraordinary beings, as well as him who had now become an extraordinary being, were inherently beyond ordinary existence. In the eyes of extraordinary beings, ordinary people were too weak. So weak that even the slightest movement of an extraordinary person's finger could easily annihilate them. The yellow extraordinary light slowly faded from Johan's body. At this moment, Johan's height had increased by nearly half a head compared to before. His physique was no longer as thin as it had been, but instead, it had become extremely robust, and just one glance was enough to feel a sense of power. Feeling the powerful strength within his body at this time, Johan revealed a comfortable smile. Is this the feeling of being an extraordinary being? Moreover, the extraordinary ability he had awakened was not an ordinary one. SS class, Earth element extraordinary ability. It was even stronger than the S-class ability of Jiang Chen, the leader of Wanshui City, and was a powerful SS-class ability. At this moment, he could command the elements of the earth. Johan looked at the giant rock in front of him. His pupils suddenly flashed. An extraordinary power was released in an instant, and the hard giant rock was crushed into powder in an instant. As the giant rock disappeared, the entire collapsed cave began to shake violently, and the surrounding soil started to loosen without the support of the giant rock. The cave was about to collapse, but Johan did not panic at all. He even stood still, watching the cave completely collapse. Boom! With a dull sound, looking from the surface, the ground had collapsed down. But the next second, Johan's figure directly shot out from the ground. Not even a speck of dust was on him. Ha ha! Xinjing, Jiang family, Jiang Chen, you wait. Before long, I, Johan, will completely overturn your rule. After a hearty shout, Johan looked towards the direction beyond the central state and quickly disappeared from this land. He needed to establish a force that belonged solely to him, and he would use this force to take revenge and overthrow the Jiang family of Xinjing, and he would become the ruler of this new era. Chapter 130, Divine Arrival in the Divine Capital. Not long after Johan left, a few terrified civilians peeked out from the bushes nearby. They were there to handle the bodies of the coalition forces from Wanshui City. However, they never expected to have just heard such blasphemous words. Jiang Chen, Jiang family. These names were absolutely untouchable in the central state. If it were discovered that someone had blasphemed, the result would simply be one word: death. Quick, hurry back to report to the Lord. The few of them hurriedly scrambled back. Soon, dozens of super soldiers from the White Watch Army arrived at the scene. Leading them was a figure clad in the armor of a White Watch Army squadron commander. Squadron Commander Yun Xinghui of the 3rd Squadron of the White Watch Army. You heard the sound coming from this direction, right here. Yun Xinghui crossed his arms, his massive tactical armor making his figure appear exceptionally tall. He frowned as he looked at the collapsed ground. Yes, it's right here. Commander, the civilians quickly nodded. Upon hearing this, a profound power flickered in Yun Xinghui's eyes as he carefully examined the environment around the collapse. The researchers beside him advanced with various instruments to investigate. Before long, the instrument designed to detect extraordinary powers emitted an alarm. Commander, there's something down below, one of the researchers hurriedly reported. Dig. Yun Xinghui commanded without hesitation, instructing the nearby super soldiers to start digging. Quickly, as the super soldiers excavated, a cavern reemerged in Yun Xinghui's view, and among the debris was a clearly severed root, bitten through by teeth. Commander, after testing, this severed vine has an extremely rich residue of earth element extraordinary power. This level is no less than S-rank extraordinary ability. The researcher looked at the data on the instrument, his expression grave. Hearing this, Yin Xinghui's eyes narrowed. He glanced at the civilians and then raised his head to signal his aide. The aide nodded and immediately ordered the capture of the civilians. Sir? The civilians looked at him in fear. Take them away. Deal with them. The aide waved his hand. Yes. A few super soldiers promptly dragged the civilians away. Sir, spare us. We won't speak out of turn. We won't, sir. After the civilians were taken away, the extraordinary power in Yun Xinghui's eyes coalesced once more, and soon the cave before him was filled in. Send all this information, along with what those civilians reported, to the divine capital. Yes, Commander. After completing this directive, Yun Xinghui led the soldiers of the White Watch Army away from the site. Once they left, several figures reappeared in the forest. These were the same civilians who had just been taken away. However, at this moment, they were still clearing the nearby bodies, completely forgetting what had just occurred. Even the White Watchmen have come here, but they have forgotten the news. Shenzhen, divine capital. The war of expansion is nearing its end. In at most another half a month, everything big and small within the Central Plains will be completely pacified. In the past, the bustling Shenzhen city has once again become calm. On the road, a luxurious convoy is driving by. Whenever the convoy passes through a city, countless civilians kneel by the roadside to worship this procession. As for the reason, it is simply because their great deity is within this convoy. When the convoy reaches outside Shenzhen, the scene of worship becomes even more spectacular. Numerous pilgrims kneel on both sides of the street. Even though they have endured hardships and are weak, they still gaze with eyes full of faith, sincerely murmuring sacred words, praying for the arrival of their great divine being. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Chen rests his chin on his hand, his deep-set eyes gazing out at the scenery. A knowing smile plays at the corners of his mouth. How devoted are these followers, my lord? They are all praising you. Saint Yiji looks outside, her hands clasped together, and her beautiful eyes are filled with gentle divine light. Yes, they're all praising me, but even as their deity, I cannot ensure that they have enough to eat every day. I regret this. Jiang Chen sighs. No, there is no need for regret. This is a trial they must endure. Hearing this, Saint Yiji looks at Jiang Chen with utmost seriousness, her eyes filled with a rich sense of devotion. Upon hearing this, a broader smile appears on Jiang Chen's face. Tang Wan casts a look at Saint Yiji, a gaze that seems to say there's no saving her. My lord, I hope to shower this place with your holy light. That would be your greatest encouragement to them. Saint Yiji says to Jiang Chen with devotion. In response, Jiang Chen smiles slightly. The next moment, a holy light radiates from his body. In the next second, above the entire convoy, before the trembling and excited gaze of countless pilgrims, the massive divine silhouette belonging to Jiang Chen appears. This time, the wise angel stands behind him, and he will be the one and only God. Great divine being, eternal. Great divine being, eternal. The devoted voices echo to the heavens, and even those in the divine capital at this moment can clearly see this scene. Countless commoners kneel to worship. With hands clasped together, they pray. Even those who are working stop their tasks and silently pray. And those of higher status lower their heads one by one, mimicking a posture of prayer. Especially at this moment in the central square, which has been renamed the Holy Hall Square. A statue, towering over 100 meters high, carved in the likeness of Jiang Chen, suddenly bursts forth with a divine light. And in the eyes of the extraordinary beings and super soldiers who are meticulously polishing it, the yet-to-be-completed statue of the holy being actually automatically sheds its dust, revealing Jiang Chen's divine form. At this moment, the majesty of the holy being spreads throughout the entire divine capital. Brilliant golden light is sprinkled from the divine silhouette of the holy being. Anyone illuminated by it feels the divine grace of the holy being. Moreover, compared to the last divine grace, This time, it is even more manifest, real. The holy light gradually disappears into the horizon. Countless believers linger in longing. They feel the blessings of the holy being. Their spiritual strength is replenished. Their frail bodies become stronger, and most importantly, they see bread before them. All of this is so incredible. It is not only a physical redemption, but also a redemption of their souls. Chapter 131. Tang Wan. Want to go to the bathroom. For Jiang Chen, his views on faith are different from those of others, even the gods. In the eyes of wise angels and other deities, faith is their source of power. Faith is their sustenance. This is why some gods, even at the risk of being unable to project their full power on a blue star during the apocalypse, choose to appear. Faith. As a battlefield for natural disasters and trials, the faith on blue star is pure and delectable. In fact, if they could unify all the faith on blue star, they could take another step further on the path of Godhood. This is the temptation that faith presents to them. But for Jiang Chen, faith is more of a tool for him than a source of power. After all, he does not want to find himself in a situation where losing faith would mean losing the majority of his power. He is on the path of self-realization. Even if he becomes a god, it will be through self-ascension. He wants to fully master his own power, not rely on faith for its source. While that may provide quick strength, it is a power that is bound. Your strength depends on your faith, and once your faith collapses, your power will also face serious problems. Take the master of Wanshui City, for example. Although she only projected her will onto blue star, when Jiang Chen forcefully seized her faith, her true self would certainly be affected. This is the drawback of faith. Of course, the advantages of faith are also quite obvious. If your faith is strong enough, your power becomes stronger, and you can even achieve significant boosts in a short period. However, for Jiang Chen, he does not covet such power at all. For example, the vast amount of faith he has gained has actually been fed to the wise angels. Now, the wise angels can be said to be the only beings on blue star second to him. Of course, due to certain reasons, she will forever remain second to him. The convoy drove into the capital, where the faithful citizens kneeling by the roadside remained prostrated. Among them, the loyalist faction recently brought over was particularly devout. Of course, the original capital faction was also quite devout. After all, if they weren't devout enough, they feared they might be replaced. Is this the miracle city created by the master? Upon entering the capital, especially when reaching the main urban area, Shang Yiji felt as if she had traveled through time. To her, everything was simply unbelievable. The cars on the road, the towering skyscrapers, and even the leisurely people strolling down the street, reminiscent of a pre-apocalyptic scene. No, this scene was even more prosperous than before the apocalypse. Smart traffic robots were managing the roads. Street cleaning robots were on the sidewalks, and there were even people wearing exoskeletons. What shocked her the most was the massive statue in the city center. Not only Shang Yiji, but also Di Xia, Tang Wan, and even Jiang Chen were somewhat astonished when they saw the completely finished statue. What was most important was that he could sense a feeling of freedom from that statue. It was as if the statue had become a part of his body. Lord, this is the fruit of countless devout faiths converging from all directions. In simpler terms, this statue will become a transfer station for your faith. Countless beliefs will gather here, and ultimately, they will pass through this statue to convey the Lord's will. This is also why many believers build statues under the guidance of divine oracles. The voice of the archangel echoed in Jiang Chen's mind, unraveling his confusion. However, as Jiang Chen looked at the statue of the Holy Lord, his gaze flickered slightly. It's not enough. This alone is still not enough. Fifth night. Yes, young master. You immediately instruct them to start constructing the Holy Lord Cathedral. In a month, when the Pioneer Corps returns, I want to see the Holy Lord Cathedral completed. Jiang Chen said. Upon hearing this, Fifth Knight nodded immediately. Yes, young master. Building a cathedral within a month, especially the first cathedral of the Holy Lord, is indeed a huge undertaking. But no matter how great the effort, since the young master has given the order, it must be done, even if it requires the full power of the divine capital. Saint Hiji, who was listening to Jiang Chen's words, felt an unparalleled excitement in her heart. She gazed at Jiang Chen, truly wanting to rush into the Lord's embrace and offer her loyalty. But she held back. In front of others, she had to maintain her elegant demeanor. However, with Jiang Chen's next words, Saint Iji ultimately could not contain herself. In a month, under the witness of countless people, I will hold a coronation ceremony for you, making you the first pope. Jiang Chen looked at Saint Iji and smiled slightly. Hearing this, Saint Iji bit her lip. At this moment, her inner devotion could no longer be suppressed. In fact, she was so overwhelmed that she disregarded the Lord's decorum and directly rushed into the Lord's embrace. Later, the sacred gaze of the Lord heavily desecrated the Lord's lips, and her intense longing for Jiang Chen was so evident that even Tang Wan was taken aback. It's worth noting that aside from her expressions of faith that left Tang Wan speechless, Saint Iji usually appeared extremely pure and elegant. But at this moment, seeing Saint Iji tightly embracing Jiang Chen and deeply kissing him, especially hearing the clear sounds of her yearning, even Tang Wan's face turned red. She couldn't help but turn her head away, secretly cursing her for being shameless. Speaking of which, Xiao Wan, you haven't had a deeper interaction with the young master, have you? Just then, Fifth Knight suddenly leaned close to her ear and said. Hearing this, Tang Wan's pupils trembled, and the blush on her face became even more intense. After glaring fiercely at Fifth Knight, she quickly covered her ears and hid in a corner of the chair, not wanting to see the scene behind her. But a deeper interaction with him. As Tang Wan thought about this, her gaze subtly reflected enchanting waters. However, she quickly snapped back to reality, biting her red lip and clenching her shapely legs. She felt a bit like she needed to use the restroom. Chapter 132. The World Beyond the Central Continent. Major Powers Gather. In the imperial capital, at the Jiang family palace, Su Qingge had arrived early, waiting here with several high-ranking officials from the imperial capital. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's carriage approach, Su Qingge stepped forward, taking the initiative to open the rear door for him instead of the Jiang family members. Welcome back, young master. Su Qingge took Jiang Chen's hand as he stepped out of the car. Behind them, the Jiang family members and officials from the imperial capital bowed in respect to Jiang Chen. Fifth Knight stepped out of the car as well. Sheng Yiji had chosen to stay at the Sacred Master Square, stating that as the first pope appointed by the master, she had to personally supervise the construction of the Sacred Master Church. Tang Wan, on the other hand, expressed that she did not wish to come to the Jiang family so soon. After all, she had already accepted Jiang Chen, but she needed some time regarding the Jiang family. Jiang Chen did not mind this. He understood Tang Wan's character and let her be. After all, she would eventually reside in the Jiang family palace. Jiang Chen glanced at the crowd around him and said calmly, "Please be seated." "Thank you, young master." Everyone sighed in relief. Even the members of the Jiang family felt this way. They admired Jiang Chen as the young patriarch, but also held a sense of awe towards him. Their status was higher than that of the commoners in the imperial capital, but in Jiang Chen's eyes, their status was not much different from that of ordinary citizens. Especially now, with Jiang Xian and Jiang Hangtian intending to retreat and hand over all powers to Jiang Chen in this grand environment, Jiang Chen's position within the Jiang family was even more elevated. It could be said that Jiang Chen now wielded authority that made him the true number one in the imperial capital. Even his grandfather and father seemed to be somewhat inferior to him. "Youth Master, the old family head and the others are waiting for you in the family meeting hall," Su Qingge said softly, standing beside Jiang Chen with a stack of documents in her arms. Jiang Chen nodded and stepped towards the palace's main door, with Su Qingge and fifth knight closely following him. Along the way, Suchinga reported all the recent events in the imperial capital that had occurred during Jiang Chen's absence. Youth Master, the expansion war is nearing its end, and the supply and demand for ammunition and logistics are gradually easing. Now, the main focus in the imperial capital is on the reconstruction of the Central Continent Recovery Area. There are currently 68 types of mineral resource points surveyed in the Central Continent, and a large number of penitents have been dispatched there. After this expansion war, the lists of promoted citizens and ordinary citizens have been registered. Listening to Suchinga's report, Jiang Chen smiled and nodded at her. You can handle these matters. Suchinga's leadership abilities had been completely highlighted during this expansion war. Of course, Jiang Chen also knew that Suchinga's rapid adaptation was largely due to having a good father. Yes, young master. Upon hearing this, Suchinga's smile became even brighter. This remark indicated that Jiang Chen absolutely trusted her. By the way, young master, this morning, the White Watch 3rd Combat Group stationed at Wanshui City sent a message. A person suspected to be named Zhou Han used an S-Class Earth-type ability enhancer and escaped from Wanshui City. It seems that he has a grudge against our imperial capital. Suchinga suddenly said, her tone serious. Oh! Upon hearing this news, Jiang Chen's pupils slightly contracted. Zhou Han, 5th Knight, immediately activated his earpiece communication device. Soon, a large amount of information about people named Zhou Han was filtered by the Shadow Warriors for various archives. Finally, in a place called Zhao City, which had been recovered by the Sword of Conquest Legion, a named Zhou Han was found. Moreover, not only in Zhao City, but this Zhou Han had also come into contact with Wu Sha at Wanshui City. Gathering all the information, Zhou Han's profile was presented in full. 5th Knight immediately reported to Jiang Chen. Youth Master, according to the data, this Zhou Han is likely from Zhao City. His father was a transcendent being from Zhao City. When the Sword of Conquest Legion liberated Zhao City, all transcendent beings there were killed, including his father. Afterward, he fled to Wanshui City and became a low-ranking soldier there. During that time, he was able to see through our ambush plan against the Wanshui City coalition, but due to his low status, he couldn't reach the upper echelons of Wanshui City. He wanted to inform them through Wu Sha, but afterwards, he disappeared after returning to the coalition. Combining the location discovered by the White Watch 3rd Combat Group, it is indeed very close to the position of Zhou Han's coalition forces. 5th Knight checked the information gathered by the Shadow Warriors from various places on his tablet and said to Jiang Chen, it seems this Zhou Han is quite a fortunate person. Jiang Chen chuckled. Have a Shadow Warriors coordinate with the Intelligence Bureau to locate him. Keep a close watch on him, but remember, do not alert him. Yes, young master. 5th Knight nodded. Soon, the three arrived at the entrance of the family meeting hall. Greetings, young master. The golden-armored guards immediately bowed. Afterward, they pushed the door open. Jiang Chen, Suchinga, and 5th Knight all entered. Originally, Suchinga and 5th Knight were not qualified to participate in the family meeting. But now, Suchinga and Dia are Jiang Chen's left and right hands, representing Jiang Chen's will. One manages the various political affairs of the central state, while the other manages the underground network of the central state. Both hold high positions of power. Moreover, both are absolutely loyal, which is why they've been granted permission by Jiang Chen to participate in the Jiang Family Council. Of course, in the beginning, there were quite a few members of the Jiang family who opposed this. In response, Jiang Chen's answer was simple. Anyone who opposed it could start preparing for retirement within the family. Once this statement was made, naturally, no one dared to oppose anymore. After all, Jiang Chen indeed had the power to do so, and Jiang Hengtian and Jiang Xian now unconditionally supported Jiang Chen. The three major leaders of the Jiang family essentially represented Jiang Chen's will alone. As they walked into the family council hall, a huge crystal chandelier hung in the center of the banquet hall, emitting dazzling light that illuminated the entire hall. The brilliant light cast luxurious shadows on the murals and floors, resembling starlight falling upon the earth, giving people a dreamlike feeling. This place represented the highest governing will of the entire divine capital, still as resplendent and magnificent as ever. At the precious golden Nanma table, many high-ranking members of the Jiang family were already seated. They looked at Jiang Chen as he entered the hall, nodding in acknowledgement, their eyes filled with respect. Since the beginning of the Expansion War, Jiang Chen had once again proven his capability to shoulder the entire Jiang family and the divine capital alone, and even the series of performances he displayed left them all in disbelief. For example, that heavenly lord, the divine. Thus, at this moment, looking at Jiang Chen, they all felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. Jiang Chen also nodded back at them before walking to his designated seat, smiling as he greeted his grandfather, father, and mother. Only then did he sit down. Ye and Su Chinga sat beside him. "Chen, you've worked hard during this time," Jiang Hangtian said, looking at Jiang Chen with immense satisfaction in his eyes. From before the apocalypse to after the apocalypse, what Jiang Chen had done was astonishing, even to them. He, contributing to the family. How can we call it hard work? Jiang Chen replied, taking the bowl of delicacy, a silver ear soup that his mother handed him, and smiled. "By the way, Chen, have you ascended to godhood?" Jiang Xian looked at his son with immense curiosity. Hearing Jiang Xian's question, everyone in the hall turned to look at him. God, what a vague and ethereal word. However, the scene Jiang Chen had displayed outside the city and at the Wanshui River could not help but make them associate it with godhood. After all, Jiang Chen had personally judged a false god at Wanshui River. In response, Jiang Chen put down the soup spoon, took the handkerchief that Dia handed him, wiped his mouth, and then smiled as he said, "Well, that depends on how we define it. However, according to strict cosmic rules, I definitely have not yet ascended to godhood." Upon hearing this answer, the crowd felt a mix of disappointment and relief. After all, if Jiang Chen really had ascended to godhood, they would indeed be unsure of how to face him. Grandfather, father, the so-called gods are not as we imagine, omnipotent. To be more specific, you can understand this so-called god as an extremely powerful transcendent being. For example, the god I slayed at Wanshui River. Jiang Chen continued. Hearing Jiang Chen say this, everyone's eyes flickered. So, it means that we transcendent beings, as long as we can reach a certain level in the future, can also ascend to godhood. Jiang Xian pondered aloud. Exactly, that's how it is. So in the future, it won't be impossible for every member of the Jiang family to be referred to as a god. Jiang Chen smiled as he said. Jiang Chen's words resonated like thunder in the hearts of Jiang Hangtian and the others. Could it really be possible for every member of the Jiang family to become a god? They hesitated and doubted, but when they looked at Jiang Chen and saw the smile on his face, their doubts seemed to vanish. Of course, this matter still felt a bit distant. The main topic of today's family council was not this. This is the message returned from the Tianwang troops. Chen, take a look. Jiang Xian handed a document to Jiang Chen. After receiving the document, Jiang Chen glanced at its contents. Immediately, a look of interest appeared in his eyes. I didn't expect that besides our central state, these guys in other places are quite efficient as well. They're also forming their own forces with some style. Jiang Chen looked at the highlighted names on the document. Beijing Alliance, stationed at Liaoning Province, Linji City. Golden City, stationed at Gansu Province, Xijing. True Sect, stationed at Yunnan Province, Nandu. Free Council, stationed at Jiangsu Province, Dongdu. Steel Alliance, stationed at Silver Cross Association, stationed at